like Inferno. It does mean they're only down to the Tech 9s.
You know, one of the conversations we were having yesterday, I think it was TNL versus 9 matchup, it was that sometimes you're going to see teams in positions where they can, although they'll go the distance on paper, like if we're watching a best of 3, like they'll be able to go the distance on paper by pushing it to a third map based off of their own map pick, but they end up looking quite weak in the actual, in the other 2 games, right? So I really hope that this isn't one of the cases for Trick. Like, obviously, I think you and I have very high hopes for the Inferno of Trick, but I wouldn't want it to be the case that they only show us a good performance on Inferno, take us all the way to 3 maps, and then we see nothing, right? So, not a big fan of on-paper performances or single-map blowouts. But there it comes. Trick quickly trying to double-book it to B, and Cypher's in a bit of an awkward position, so already could be a solid start to Inferno. If they can get the swing round going their way, BlameF already on the retake. Jambo's going to be joining him soon as well. Emptying their magazines into the smoke, hoping, praying that something connects. But honestly, Josh, I wouldn't even hate it if they start turning back. This Flash and nade combo needs to be pristine if they want to do any damage. Crim slowly inching forward. Bomb ticked halfway down. And beyond this point, if you keep pressing W, this is just a donation of weapons. But they're going to choose to recline. Proceed into the passivity of CT spawn.
Oh, we've just seen so many rounds recently go the way of the Tech 9s, and it's kind of painful, I'll be honest. But yeah, it does add sort of an interesting dynamic with, especially, you know, and it's so strange because it's not even something that's been changed. It's not like, you know, Valve have come in and said, oh yeah, let's buff the Tech 9. That'd be crazy. But, you know, we talk about like MR12 and there not being enough gun rounds and it being, you know, the game seems to be very like momentum based where, you know, if a team can pick up a string of rounds, it's like really, really overpowered. But more and more at the moment, I've just been seeing sides go for like these big Tech 9 investments, whether it be in a second round or whether it just be in, you know, a scenario where you'd expect them to eco a little bit more, and they've been working out. And I think that seems to weirdly be balancing things as of recently. But Croc delivering on to Crims does put things back into a 4-on-4 after Jambo. First blood, he's looking for second as well, and yeah, that'll quench his appetite. He'll back up. Tricks have just been picked apart here.
Bit of a disappointing result after you've already picked up such a monstrous round, and oh my god, dude, how, what? What? Just 3 1v1s just like that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, this kind of leans in quite nicely to what I was about to say as well. Like, it's very early doors, so I don't want to say it just yet, but it screams like Trick to just a little bit. It's not looking coordinated enough, you know. It's looking a bit uncomfortable. It's looking a bit disjointed. The one round that they were able to win was, you know, a major pace change where they say, let's just run it down with Tech 9s into B. The fact that, you know, the pistol round didn't go very well for them, and the first gun round looks like that, right? The first 2 duels were just, again, completely individual. There was no support, there was no flash, there was no trade or anything like that. And then the closer just looks like that as well. Yeah, it kind of screams to me that these guys, at least at the start of this map, are not up to scratch. See if that changes. It is early. Early in the day, early in the game. And 4.
Into the A bomb site we go, and this defense is going to be very difficult to get past. Crim's already finding one. He's got support in the corner as well. No, BlameF. It's going to get real awkward for you soon. Nautilus is going to feed him bullets very soon. Jambo's still around, though. And I'm sure the reload sound has given up where he is, but he's able to navigate for a little longer around the smoke. Only 2 kills to find, and now Fear has stuck himself behind the sight box as well. One nade to rule them all. Cypher finds him. And a quick swing from Fear. So, Fnatic, they've got their name written all over this half already. And I can't believe with a swing round like the one that Trick got, they have nothing more to show for it. Like, their money is about to be in shambles again. And you know, there's definitely been a conversation about how the CT side is eclipsing the terrorists now, but you can't blame giving up 3 1v1s to a 5-7 to a CT-sided meta.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I hoped for a little bit more success in that last round when they just bunched up again with some of those weaker weaponry, but nothing to come from it. Just a full eco. Fnatic should be able to push on to 4. Considering this is the tricked map pick and their T side of it, it feels like they're giving up a few too many early on here. As I said earlier, the one round that they did win didn't feel too convincing to me. Right now, I guess the goal is try not to die to Blameth, but it isn't going to matter all too much. They've got money, that bank's building. Fear's going to pick them apart. Ooh, a shot.
Yeah, bit ambitious to go out in the open like that with the MP9, regardless of the shots that may or may not be good. But Fnatic, so far so swimming, right? Like, there is pretty much no resistance being offered. A couple of shots here and there, but Trick are looking lost. Jambo, of course, on the top of the leaderboard is certainly making things a lot easier. 8 kills and 0 deaths. Despite the lost round, even saved his weapon in that one. Criminal ADR. And on the other side of the pond, you've got 7 kills across the entirety of the team. Now, this is, of course, a chance for them to step up once more. Gun rounds have been few and far in between. It's going to be one of them.
Last time round, it was a complete flop. 1 by 1, they just fed Fnatic, and even into the 5-7, they weren't able to trade, so gotta be something a bit better here. Spams through, very close. A little bit of damage inflicted onto Croc, but we saw just how close a couple of those shots were. Could have been lethal, could have even killed one of his teammates. Leaks has danger close as well if he decides to emerge around this corner. Jambo scoped in with the sniper. I'm not sure if Leaks is going to anticipate this, and I'm not sure if Jambo's going to press any further either. For now, he's just sat put. Looks to go back and join his teammates on B. It's a bit of a whiff from Fear. He is the 3rd prong on this B site. They might not expect another 2 to be present. Oh, they're not going to commit.
This lack of commitment kind of puts them out of position, right? Because now that they're rotating all the way back, they're going to have only about 30 seconds to clear every single nook and cranny towards A. And they're already going to lose a member before they even get active. They're not going to check for Crims. It's a stupid clothesline set up. And Jambo just can't hold down the order as Valde is able to shimmy himself into the A bomb site. Now, 2 players remaining. Playmef and Cypher on the retake. I think if Jambo sticks around for a little bit longer, if he goes into passivity, this round becomes so much easier with what Crims was able to offer for them. Cypher tucked close, waiting for his teammate to make this a little bit more negotiable from Apartments. It's giving the impression that they're going for the save, but late into the round, Cypher trying to take an honest crack at it, jumping up, caught by Valde, and that has his name. That round has his name written all over it. 4 kills for the man.
Okay, yeah, really, really good recovery. After Crims found that double, I thought this round was sort of done and dusted, but it was Jambo Zorp on the site that fumbled and gave him that real opportunity. The retake was a little too far away. Fnatic Still worried about Trick sort of bouncing back to B after that boiler contact, so didn't want to run it down too soon, but we're back to a bye regardless. And 4 stacked up, fair bit of util, couple of kits, Jambo with an AWP. Shouldn't be any problems. Fear. Ooh. Yeah, Flash goes a little too deep. It's a big start from Salazar.
And that's exactly the type of opening output you need to see from the individuals, right? Good collection there from Salazar. And that has left this B bomb site very underdefended. There's only a single player here. And Trick is making sure that those A side players are kept on their toes as well. A flashbang from the lurker. He's going to make it clear that there is still some attention here. And they're about to go 5v1 on the B site unless the rotations happen soon. I think the smoke is going to make it look a little obvious, though. I think it telegraphs the potential of a B push, so maybe a rotate? I don't know. Cypher needs to pull out that molly soon, though. Oh, good smoke block. He's going to give his team a chance to actually come back into the swing of things. Has a little corner on the boost. He needs to get a double here, make himself relevant, drops off the angle, and this is already so much heavy lifting being done by Cypher. The smoke block, the molly, he's allowing for rotates. Still actually sticking around to be problematic. Comes out of the corner of the smoke, alive still, 2 kills. More than you could have asked for him.
Oh, Crims. Entertaining the idea and popping in a bit of util. Doesn't. Knows he needs to stay alive to boost the AWP over Jambo. Ambitious peek, but no one's holding for him. There is a sniper on the other side. It's in the hands of Salazar. He's ordered towards the banana instead. It's 3v3 retake. Starts to press up. I like this double setup in dark. I don't think they're going to be expecting both here, but it's not even going to matter. They take way too long on this. It's a real shame to me whenever you see teams sort of not really want it enough in a retake. Yeah, I know it's Inferno and these retakes are awkward, especially there towards the B site, but they were there well in time. You know, they had pieces in place before that bomb had even been planted. You know, the rotates were pretty quick, and then they just sat stagnant in CT Sport, hoping that Trick would face, which they obviously weren't going to. And yeah, just, I don't know, just a little too keen to give it up.
Yeah, it honestly feels like, well, I mean, feelings aside, it is in fact the case that Cypher's work there was left unrewarded there, right? The fact that he can even bring it down to just 3 members when he's solo 5v1 on a bomb site, like he buys time with the molly, he finds 2 kill. What else can he do? Nothing.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
I mean, I don't hate Fnatic for going for that save, of course, because the money was going to look a little awkward there if they did. So I want to see them make the most use out of what they've managed to salvage for themselves. Now, rifles across the board. They have an AWP in the hands of Jambo, so they need to be quite crisp with it. I think they're going to have a little bit more faith now. I think they had too much faith, actually, in the anchoring of Cypher. Like, come on, guys. I think they might be a bit more sensitive to those rotations now. Knowing that Trick aren't really going for super elaborate fakes, only early in the round. Ooh, big miss. Not even a miss, just not a full connection.
Valdo. I'm going to try and creep his way around this corner. Cypher in the meantime. Just at the back of the site. There's 20 seconds left, and Trick are putting a lot of pressure on themselves. There's 2 ready and waiting, and the mollies haven't flushed him out. AWP's now on the angle in the nick of time, but Jambo can't bring anything to the table. It's been a couple of rounds like this now where he's just been wiped out with no resistance, and the cavalry has to deliver. It does. That's a beautiful spray down from Fear. But again, the retake's a little bit slow. The rotation hasn't come in yet. And can they do much here? Oh, that shot actually connects. That's filthy. Doesn't do too much damage, though.
They're going to have to watch out for Nautilus. This is a good flashbang, but Nautilus was able to turn it.
That's it.
And one more time. The anchoring unrewarded.
Yawn. Yeah, I'm with you. This is a real shame. It's in back-to-back rounds. We've seen massive multi-kills, and as you say, the anchor going huge, making it plausible for the retake, and then the A team not even wanting to retake it. It's a decent kill from BlameF, but it's not going to get the AWP out of commission. It will be traded, the AWP will be recovered, and yeah, not bad at all. Okay, so we'll tie things up at 4 apiece. We'll go into round number 9. Look at this again from Fear. This is such brilliant work. The retake's just nowhere to be seen.
The performance from Fnatic, especially their A-side members, feels a bit underwhelming with all the heavy lifting being done by company. 5-7s get a little bit dicey at apartments, but quickly taken care of by leaks. Grims might be able to be a bit of a nuisance here in the back lines, but didn't expect there to be anything more off of it. Jambo able to recover an AK-47, a very good collection that gives him info on the graveyard cross. Nothing more comes off it. And back to yawning ways, I suppose.
Yeah, what else can you do? Cypher should be the next on the chopping block here. 5-7 does actually find a head. Oh, if he'd have taken a second there, would have made that nice and expensive. There's only a couple of rounds left to be played at the half, and Tricked have got a decent amount of money, so it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but it wouldn't have been ideal either. Not bad though, not bad at all. Number 10 to come up next. Buy back out for Fnatic, and I kind of feel like this is one they need to win. They were off to a really good start. They were looking like the much better team, but there's been some issues. Gone unaddressed. It's a great nade. Sponges up a couple, makes these M4s just a little more potent. Here we go. Popping out. They beat Jambo's off again. Oh, God. Get out of there.
Oh, what a collection there by Jambo. Suddenly makes this A-site offense so much harder. Molotov's going to stop them as well just for a moment. But Salazar is being an issue. BlameF from the graveyard will deliver. And back to a 3v3. You know how all of these rounds have ended, Josh. It's always been the backpedaling from Fnatic as soon as they encounter resistance on the retake. But I don't think that's going to be the case this time. Still, there is an AWP in play, so that makes things a hell of a lot harder for them to cross forward. There it is, connection from Salazar, and Cypher's going to be out of there. So I don't think we've seen a single successful retake so far from Fnatic.
Yeah, I think you might be right. They've not even really, again, they've just not even really wanted them. They stick around, they give us a bit of a superficial retake, they either hold for exits or escape at the final moment, but yeah, it's been a little bit disappointing, I feel. Tricked are going to go 6-4 up, and yeah, they're just making light work of, you know, these easy opportunities to get onto sites and find rounds. Their entries have been strong, and they've just been leaning on the back of that. It's been very good so far.
criminal looking Inferno from Trick so far after the initial deficit. I honestly can't believe they've been able to be so potent here on the T side. Wow, that's a good shot. Biggest threat of B eliminated. And just look at the map at the moment, Josh. They leave one guy in A, while 3 rotate over to B.
Yeah, they're very, very sort of trigger happy on these rotations now, which I think is good. I think they need to be for these final couple of rounds of the half. If you're not pulling off your retakes, you have to be a little bit faster with these rotations. And it's going over. See where they go with this.
Gambo. Hey.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, comfortable stuff. Sort of the awkward silence. Little tech kick up on our end, but yeah, it is going to be the final round of the half. Fnatic finally break that curse, and it's just delaying Trick long enough that the timer expires. It's not going to cause them any problems. More than enough cash to reinvest here. Jambo's missed the opening shot again. It's kind of crazy. He's 12 and 4, and he is actually putting up numbers, but it does feel like he's missed out on a lot of key opportunities, and often being one of the first dominoes to fall. A lot of damage having been dealt, but a 2-man advantage here for the T side. HG will finish Leak, so numbers brought back. Salazar and Croc are still low. This feels doable.
Oh, Cypher wants to push forward. This is a really good collection there. Double kills found. Salazar is eventually going to have his number, but low enough, and this time Fnatic have no choice but to try and go for it. Immediately take care of the bomb planter. They can't feel comfortable committing to the cause just yet. Have to get past Nodios, who's setting himself up for a 1v2. Smoke's definitely going to make things harder. There it is now. Swing out from Nodios. Hurriedly tosses the Molotov, but even if it hits his mark, it's not going to be enough. And Fnatic, at the halfway mark, will at least be able to make things even.
It's a good recovery at the end. It just makes me question, you know, where it was throughout the whole of the half. It was really disappointing from the Fnatic boys for a string of 5 or so. As we were saying, just continuously not in a position to go for these retakes, continuously a little bit slow on the rotations. Especially for that penultimate round, they just stepped it up. They were a little bit quicker. It seemed to make all the difference. So some great individual work being done. We were talking about the anchors before. There was that round of the big double out of Cypher. There was this one here, the triple out of Fear. They weren't able to win either of those situations. Yeah, 6-6. The door's wide open. Opportunity for either side to take this map away. Fnatic, this would be a big luxury. Oh my god, look at this. Super aggressive up banana. Ooh. Oh wow, that's huge.
An untraded double, the bomb given up as well. Now they have to go on a recovery mission against 3, so kind of feels like it is tricked on the CT side instead. Ooh. Rough stuff. That's kind of inexcusable, right? Like,
Yeah.
what are you even supposed to do against that? But just a poor hold.
Someone needs to sort of keep a finger on the pulse, don't they? Someone needs to be just keeping one eye on a banana push or something of the sort. I mean, Leaks does really well to get two there. I actually thought he'd only find one and then they'd sort of escape and start running down onto A, but yeah, that's a bad way to lose a pistol round for sure.
And I think the nail in the coffin is the fact that Fnatic, they started off real strong, right? Like, I was starting to get worried that Tricked weren't even going to be able to pick up their own map, let alone the next two, but the amount of confidence they've probably been able to gain from this little recovery, at least it can help them hold their heads up high as they head into the next one. Only a single collection by Crimson is going to be largely inconsequential. So now, Trick being on the CT side, having the round advantage, having the money advantage, it does feel like everything is lined up for Trick to just be able to close it out. But maybe Fnatic can replicate what their successors of the T side did. Nardios' camera is just full troll. Like, it's like 50% gaming PC, 35% gaming.
Ooh. Yeah, I love it. I'm a big fan. Tiptoe up the stairs after a little 1-for-1. Fnatic want to try and breach this A site, but there is a heavy setup in place. 3 ready and waiting. Here comes Jambo.
Thankfully, we are going to see that resurgence from Fnatic. It's quite similar to what we saw from Tricked, right? Give up a little bit of that early half control and then come right back into the swing of things. Now, of course, there used to be the luxury of being able to very comfortably control the CT side. That used to be one of the main objectives as the T side, but not really going to have that to rely on anymore.
Terrorists win.
Yeah.
You think the T side is going to be able to power through here? Like,
I think so. I think they get there. I think right now it's looking awkward, but I think they find that groove, just like they found that groove at the end of the first half, right? It just sometimes takes a while. They are trying to sort of call on a map that is their opponent's pick. It's one that they play, but not too much of.
I'm also going to point out that the T side of Tricked looked pretty disjointed, so, like, outside of their individuals getting a ton of duels by themselves, right? It did look a little disjointed. Even when they had, like, all 4 or 5 players on a site, they would still somehow give up multi-kills to the remaining anchor, and that's just not just about Cypher. We saw it a couple times, actually. So, transferring that over to the CT side, I think there's definitely going to be gaps in the defense that Fnatic can exploit if there's any more of that disjointing going on with Trick. Of course, money's going to be awkward this time around. Not all the bells and whistles. You're missing head armor on everyone except Leaks. A bit lower on the util as well.
Jiggling out. Oh, Molly. Was forced across, but the AK can't capitalise. Will they expect the boost? The answer is yes, and it's very crisp. Oh my. One by one, the dominoes fall on this A site, and that's enough, surely, to just pull the plug. Don't even bother on the rotate. Hold on to the little combo of the rifles. That was disaster for Tricked, and a much better round from Fnatic. This is what I mean by them just sort of finding their flow. Perfection.
So far, so good for Fnatic. But more importantly, things are only going to look a little bit easier from here on out. They're going to go the extra distance, hunt for the rifles as well. Well, they might be able to find a double. Ooh, a triple, actually. And sticks around for long enough to keep adding more to the tally. That was damn near an ace to save his rifle, but just falls short a couple inches away from the finish line. That is a ridiculous amount of damage for one gun to be taken off of Tricked, by the way. 4 full buys down the drain.
Yeah. Not worth it at all. Not worth it. I mean, they do eventually get there. I think it would have been even worse if he'd either found all 5 or the timer expired and they couldn't get the rifle at all, but yeah, at least they will get this freebie that they were hoping for, but as you say, certainly not worth the expense. Should be able to comfortably take the lead here, though.
Bit of an exploration mission here from Cypher. He's going to be that second prong that creates an issue here as the rest of the players come in from Banana. Cypher topples the tower. And a very quick cleanup. Double digits right around the horizon for Trick. One more challenge. They'll have to pick up the gauntlet before they can head on over to that point on the scoreboard where they can start to get a little too comfortable. I know, I'd like to remind you that this is an incredibly important map for Trick. Like, they do not have a lot left in the tank for beyond this point, right? Like, Fnatic, they're coming into this game thinking that they are almost destined to get those last 2 maps. So, to be able to get a bonus as soon as the series kicks off, this is going to make things so much harder for Trick.
Cypher. Hoping that somebody gives him a look in towards mid. That won't be the case. We're going to set up for his smoke. Fox just popping shots through as well. We've already seen about 40 seconds pass and not too much action commence, but still a fair bit of util to be deployed. Re-smoke into Banana, spams through. Ooh. See nothing towards B, but a little damage exchange there on long. dial it back a bit.
Fnatic, quite late, but better late than never. As they start approaching the A bomb site, there's still one more rat in the grass, and they'll be able to take care of him. 6 seconds to go as the numbers start getting punched in, and that's gotta feel like a kick to the gut, right? Especially for the player hiding in pit. Like, the sole responsibility there is to just buy enough time for the bomb to expire, but even with 3 members being waiting on the A site, like, I cannot believe Fnatic get away with this.
It's ridiculous again. Timer ran down pretty low before they actually made the commitment, and hunting again. We all know how this went last time in this exact position as well with Valde. But you'd think they'd learn their lesson. They haven't. Either way, they have more success this time. So, not too shabby. Double digits, 10 rounds hit here for Fnatic. They're starting to find that flow state and really pull ahead. See a little tactical pause here from Tricked.
Wouldn't have hated it if this pause came in a little sooner, because it did feel like Fnatic were getting ahead for a little while now. But like I said, better to get it done late. 11 rounds pretty much guaranteed for Fnatic, unless Trick can do some of the crazy stuff that we saw previously. I think it was Cypher to get the 3K with a 5-7 on a round that they had pretty much no business in. And those smaller margins are actually going to matter. The couple of rounds that you fumbled will come back to bite you when the scoreline is only 10-8. Thin margins is often what you lose MR12 games on. A little bit of presence being shown towards the B bomb site, but BlameF tucked to the corner now. Responsibility being to cut off the blood supply as they start going in for rotations. But in the meantime, a Storm's going to be cooked up on A, with only one defender from the CTs. I don't know what BlameF is selling, but it seems to be working.
Yeah, it's just sat in banana. I'm not sure if he's selling bananas, but certainly getting everyone's attention. Cypher finds that entry onto the site, and everybody else stacked up on B. So I'm sure they go for some exits or something here. It would be kind of wild to, you know, just bring nothing more into this, but I guess they could also justify not giving their opponents the kill reward bonuses. There's not really a lot to hold on to other than the Kevlar, I guess, but I don't know, each their own. This is going to be 11 for Fnatic, though.
Thin margins remaining for Trick.
Terrorists win.
A couple rounds go astray for Trick, and suddenly they'll be up against a Goliath that is Fnatic's Dust 2. And I think historically speaking, I didn't really get to take too much of a look at what Trick has been up to on Dust 2, but it wasn't exactly as good as what we've seen Fnatic do for sure. 20% win rate from Trick. They've only won one game. Thankfully for them, that was a very important one as they beat Bad News Eagles in the Omen retake. But after that, it's been very close games, but they have in fact been losses. Lost to GG How as well just now in a game that they eventually ended up winning 2-1, but One of their worst maps for sure.
Oh, okay, hang on a minute. Massive leaks double, but Crim's finding that kill back. It did leave things plausible. The problem is, everyone else is whiffing. Blame F at a gunfight you'd expect him to take. Oh my god, Jambo's crossed. Nodios doesn't have a clue by the looks of things. How? How has he not seen that arm? Jambo, on so many occasions, saw like a little bit of something, a little bit of shoulder, a little bit overhead, and just didn't react at any point. Nodios cleans him up. 11-9, Trick stay alive. They deny Fnatic that point. They're not in the clear yet. There'll be another fall by here and one more after if needed. They're in a powerful position economically, but yeah, they could have been in a very powerful position in terms of the round count as well, and they can't quite take it.
Trick not pressured enough on the B bomb site. Those two players down for Fnatic are going to be a big deficit that they won't have an answer for. Rotations coming in for B as well. That's a big collection by Trick. Suddenly thins the numbers enough that access to the B side actually becomes possible. Nate is good. Crim's down to his last legs now. That kill from Jambo though. Now just one player to get past on B. Oh, it's very difficult to hit that vertical shot. And unfortunately for the remainder of the team, it will be going up against two. Now, still one more man remaining. Nautilus has to do all of the heavy lifting here. But thankfully for him, he only really needs to hold out for 15 more seconds. Is he going to peek out? Yes, he does. And he can recede back into safety. No way to get this round now for Blame F. And even if he can get the kill, it's not going to matter. In margins.
Still somehow a thin thread holding on, keeping this one plausible. Massive bomb plant denial, and yeah, then there just wasn't enough time. A tactical pause from Fnatic. They realised that this may be their last chance to sort of get this one done before things get complicated. There is still kind of enough cash, but Jambo's down to $50. Crim's on 900. So yeah, if they don't win this one, we go 11-11 and the money gets slightly awkward. It kind of depends on whether or not they're able to save weapons and things like that. But yeah, they'd love to just get it done here. Push themselves onto 12, break the economy a trick. Remember, finding 4 kills in the last round as well is going to really do that. There's not going to be a lot of money left for them to reinvest. So, especially with the fact that they won't have that loss bonus anymore after winning these last couple of rounds. There's a really good reset opportunity here for Fnatic to just get this one done without further complication. Flameth's going to play in front of the smoke. Molly at his feet. He's got to find the middle ground. Doesn't take any damage somehow. There we go. There's a little bit from the nade. Does he want to play through this smoke? Oh, he does, but realizes, yeah, it doesn't like that anymore. Backs it up and narrowly evade the spams. Good nade.
Crucial rounds here for either team. Trick doesn't have any more money left in the tank. They also don't have many rounds to play with, so everything needs to be pristine. 4 players creeping up. Arches. Is Nadia's going to catch wind of this? The biggest issue here is there's only going to be 25 seconds as they start running into a fight. Valde knows that it's time to bunker down. It's all about turtling up and buying as much time as possible. There's the first nade. 15 seconds to go. You need to start getting kills. And Croc wants to be a thorn in their side, wants to try and interrupt the plant. But this timing is impeccable from Fnatic. As with 10 seconds on the clock, they'll quickly be able to punch those digits in. It is crucial that Trick get away with these 2 weapons.
Yeah, I mean, it is. They'll be able to drop it a little bit over. I don't know, it'll be MP9s or for masses, but it could be for masses, I guess. Yeah, absolutely crucial they hold on to these 2, otherwise it quite literally would just be sort of MP9s into the next round and no real chance at it. They leave themselves a bit of equity with what they've got here. So,
Terrorists win.
on goes boom. Fnatic on to 12. And 2 chances to close this out. Worst case scenario, it's overtime, but I don't think they really want to be facing overtime. I don't think they want to be thinking about overtime. I think they're ready to just lock in and get this one over. That's a double kill out of Cypher there. We're going to round number 23. Yeah, there is that aforementioned for mass drop. There's 2 MP9s. It's not perfect, but it certainly could suffice. And the brilliant flashbang. Fear is just on an island by himself. There's no support, no trade, no nothing.
Fnatic looking to make their mark on A, but the issue is they're about to run into a quad crossfire soon. Cross going to swing out with the MP9. Easy kills from Valde as well. It's Crimson play Meth. You want to try and do something here as the last remaining members of the team. Trig certainly have extended this here. Extended play. Beyond what they thought was possible here after all those fumbles. It's really all about getting the damage here, though. I mean, I think if they can get 2 kills, like, that suddenly does make utility a little bit more annoying to come by, so there's that. Bombs out in the open, though. I'm just trying to get a 1v1. I really do appreciate how Drake are playing this dude. Like, they were taking their sweet time, letting Fnatic come to them, not going out for any of those fights. And 1 kill, definitely digestible by the finances of Drake.
Yeah, now it's time for attack pause. Again, money, no problem, but for Tricked, it's much better than before. Their opportunity to get it over the line against a couple of MP9s in the midst and whatnot. No longer the case. Two AKs, 2 M4s, an AWP, and a will and a way to try and bring us to OT. Tricked, this is their own map pick, and we were saying in the pre-game, if they want any chance of winning this, it really does feel like they have to get it done here on Inferno. And the odds really start to shift against them as we go into map 2 of Dust 2, and even the 3rd map of Overpass would be a push, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we saw these guys fumble the other day on Dust 2 to Spirit Academy here in the tournament. We saw them lose Dust 2 against Ho2 in the tournament. They lost Dust 2 to GG How as well just yesterday. Now, GG How are a very good Dust 2 team, bizarrely. They seem to be able to beat anybody on Dust 2, but yeah, it's definitely a recent sore spot here for Trick. So Inferno becomes a bit of a must. Fnatic for now just patient.
Slowly trying to draw out all of the util of Tricked. But the 2 and 3 setup from Tricked as Fnatic are about to head into the B side is actually perfect for Fnatic. Here comes the utility though, double smokes being deployed. You've gotta pull a fast one on the rotations if you're the CT side. Nade is making it a little awkward to get into the site, and Croc somehow pulls down the spray and gets a kill and a half. They're gonna go right out of the smoke, and this is a big issue because Jambo and Fear have gotten 2 kills now. It's possible to lock down the site, and I think Blame F is going to be the difference maker. It's giving the impression that all 4 players have turtled up on the site, when in fact there is still another snake in the grass up forward. Blame F unchecked, kills in the back, and they get so damn close that Salazar has to pull a rabbit out of the hat to get it, which you won't be able to. 13-11, Fnatic. They've possibly gotten the biggest hurdle of the game out of the way.
Yeah, I think in terms of the numbers, that is definitely the biggest hurdle out of the way. Good performance from Jambo, goes 20 and 13, almost pulls 100 ADR. It felt like he missed a lot of key shots, but yeah, was still putting up some serviceable numbers. In fact, more than serviceable, putting up some big numbers. Croc went a little bit missing that match.
but considering they weren't playing their own map pick, I think their performance was very, very serviceable. Now Tricked, uphill battle, 2 maps to go. If they want to keep themselves alive in this tournament, Jambo first to go out from Fnatic. It's going to be a full long push. They're trying to take those long-range engagements, but Valde's got to be the difference maker. Got to carefully navigate around this car, and he's going to try and hold off. I really don't blame you, buddy. So hard to hit all of those players jumping across the screen. But he definitely had to do a bit more there.
Yeah, I mean, with the
Already.
context of it being their opponent's map pick, it does feel like they didn't do a bad job at all, but it also, to me, really felt like their performance came in bursts. Yeah, they had little moments where they were absolutely sick for, 4 or 5 rounds, and then they'd go very, very missing again. Seems like they are getting off to one of these bursts here on Dust 2. It's an opening pistol round, a little bit of damage being dealt on the exits, but no real opportunity to actually win it. I think Leech should take a freebie here. Blame F for 5 HP. Actually goes to the bomb. Oh my god. Yeah, couldn't even get far enough away. Either way, it'll be the pistol round win, and a good start here for Fnatic.
This is a scary way to be kicking the game off. Like, this is not the precedent you want to set. Of course, Strict are immediately going to try and make their mark. They bring out as many weapons as they possibly can. There's an M4 in there, a FAMAS. Chances are slim, but definitely not zero when you've got weapons like that. Middle being taken control of. Slowly but surely, they start taking control of short. 2-man setup's going to be a little bit difficult to get past. Smoke slows him down for a moment. It's already teeing up to be that 2-pronged short and long push. It's not going to be anything too fancy from Fnatic. They're just making sure they're not running in through smokes willy-nilly. Just trying to take advantageous duels where possible.
Jambo. Behind the smoke. And yeah, speaking of those advantageous duels, this certainly won't be one of them. Melodios on the other side of this. Back turned. Oh, hang on a minute. He's got a bit of support now. The big shot connected. Blame F has to go nuclear, and he does. My god, lucky that he has... lucky that Fnatic have him in that position, because I don't know too many other players that can just adjust like that and pop 3 heads. Really crisp. Shuts the round down. Tricks forced by Dreams are in the bin.
Yeah, the little footwork there by Blame F was also really good, making sure that he's running into the duels one by one, not facing both players head on, and of course the accuracy is something that barely needs to even be talked about, right? It's historically been one of the best traits about Blame F, just his firepower, and it continues to be the case in this game. So 2-0 start for Fnatic. Might be able to get a consolation. Consolations are going to be limited to a kill. In fact, they lose way more than they get out of that engagement. Great start for Fnatic, and Tricked are going to have to sit this one out. Just wait for a little while before the money starts trickling in again. The only thing to their name will be I believe that's a flashbang on Valde. Just try and bunker down those efforts towards one point of the map, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be up against Ghosts as long as entirely empty.
Yeah, full eco here. Fnatic have made the right call, walking into the Ghost bomb site, nice and empty. Cypher. It's going to hear him coming through T-spawn as well. Wants to try and line up a multi-kill. Stat pad a little bit hit. It's not going to go too crazy with it. Calls to his teammates that they are here in the T-spawn. He's not savouring the kills for himself. Stalemate, firing range. It's poking over the top and popping them off. No trouble. Cypher will find the last, and yeah, comfortable third for Fnatic. No complications against the eco. There wasn't really the opportunity for it unless they'd have walked into long, but yeah, sometimes those scenarios can get a little bit messy at the end. You end up losing a few players and a bit of money. So yeah, it doesn't end up being the case here. 3-0. Fourth round to come up next. They got plenty of money in the bank, but Tricked are responding with a buy of their own.
Salazar playing up close and personal, but he's going to get flashed out of position, and because he allows him to cross over, I mean, he's got no choice, but mid is going to be left a little bit exposed. Look at this timing from Cypher, though. As there's a storm being cooked up on middle, he's going to permeate through the tunnels on B, and quickly, it has left Trick hanging out to dry. The opening kill on mid, the second connection from Cypher, great 1-2 punch from Fnatic, and Tricked have to fork another round over before they can have a single say on the matter. They've just been excluded from the conversation.
This is sort of how I was expecting us two to look, to be honest. It's painfully one-sided. That doesn't necessarily mean this theme will continue, but for now, Fnatic not really given any chances to Tricked. Hunting right now for the last. Salazar misses the shot. Nodios will now be in pursuit of trying to recover this orb, but he shouldn't be allowed to. Oh my god, that is a whiff and a half. But Nodios won't be able to connect either, so Bymef comes and saves the day. Jambo stays alive, and they only actually lose one player in that last round.
This one should be a relatively swimming round for Fnatic. All they've got to do is hold the wire, run into duels one by one. Oh, Bymef! It's a little dicey there towards middle. Nodios has been able to recover an AK, but not for long. Jambo quickly puts him in the graveyard. Salazar wanting to be an issue, no problem. Fnatic kind of speedrunning this.
Yeah, it feels like an understatement in rounds like that. That was no time wasted. Seems like they've got somewhere to be. It's safe to say the quarterfinals is... Yeah. Is it quarterfinals or semi-finals? I've lost track. Bear with me.
Quarterfinal.
Yeah, they want to be in the quarterfinals. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, for some reason I thought that Trick's last game with Gigi How was that round of 16 game, but it wasn't. It was the decider to get out of the Swiss. I just kind of hyped it up a little too much as like a big important game. Oh, Salazar, I think definitely just saw the elbow. Kind of an important round for Trick to win, to be honest, just to stay relevant in this. They lose it, they'll go 7-0 down. And they don't really have any margin for error. They'd need to win 5 in a row on their CT side to call this a decent half. we go. Flash up short. Oh, what a peak. What a little sequence out of Jambo. It's lovely.
Incredibly fast on the flick. And a very premeditated peak, that's for sure. 45 seconds as Fnatic are looking to inch closer towards A. And the couple of nades being set up by the A-side players are actually really good. Head spotted though, Fear slowly trying to inch forward. In the meantime, mid is going to get activated. Croc is going to get a kill of his own. And suddenly, what started off beautifully for Fnatic is quickly falling apart. But Valde is going to lose his life to the flames that linger below him. Fnatic wanting to quickly take these efforts over towards B. Bomb rotating over. Blame F there to restrict the supply of CTs. Oh, that timing on the utility is perfect. Crims is going to draw attention away. Blame F will find a kill in the back. And Audios is left scratching his head once more. Tricked have yet to scratch the surface of finding rounds. And Fnatic keep adding more to the pile.
Yeah, this will be 6. This one came a little more expensive, and I don't think they're going to hunt all too hard for Nodios' AWP here either, so there will be something carried across into the next for Tricked, and it being the sniper does do them a lot of favours, because he can then drop a rifle over, and they can justify a strong buy around this if they want to. They could also just go for the half investment, get some 5.7s and whatnot, and then fully invest into the follow-up. But I think it might be the former. As I say, they really need to start putting some rounds down. This was a decent opportunity to do so, and it came down to this 2v2. Still felt winnable. Just weren't able to get it done. Now we go into round number 7. We've got no HUD, so it's truly a mystery for us.
All I can say is that I am in fact looking at a terrorist, and they're approaching short.
I was gonna make a joke, but it was a cheap shot. MP9.
I fear for what you were about to say.
Me too.
There were only 2 routes that one could have gone, and both would be horrible for broadcast. So I really do appreciate the restraint.
You're welcome. It took a lot. YMF, big entry. Again, it's falling apart for the defense. Through the smoke, actually, a nice little gap found there by Nodios, and the fact that he goes back in within it allows him to stay alive for a second, but doesn't last long. For Mass, can't do anything either. Blame F adjusts up into top mid, and it is going to be another round going the way of Fnatic. Now 7-0, and yeah, this is looking rough.
Wouldn't have hated it if they were burning through tactical pauses even sooner than this, but I mean, it's only 7 rounds into the game and they're already performing quite well. You can see that Fear is already getting ready to go on a walk. In the player cam, of course. But 0 rounds seems a little unforgivable. I mean, you're on the CT side. And we always knew that Dustu would be a tricky affair, right? That was always going to be the case. And I think one of the conversations we had was that Tricked essentially need to push it to the 3rd map by ensuring that they find the first. But I didn't realize that the situation would be so dire. 0-7 is kind of unforgivable.
Yeah, makes it real tricky to get your head back in the game. Said before, they kind of need 5 at the half to call this half decent, and they're certainly not there yet. Ollie over the top, flashbang in, Croc burning, And BlameF able to actually spam enough bullets through the door that Croc can't even escape. It slows him down as he takes the aim punch. He just continues to take ticks from the fire. So blown out of that round. Lead into short. Actually, a second one to come as well. Does do a decent amount of damage, but still, another man advantage here for Tricked. Around about a minute left to go. Ooh, okay. Back into a 4v4. That's a big kill from Nodios.
Yeah, and another one certainly helps the case, but not when BlameF is still cracking skulls like the way he is. Issue is, the long player is also going to be left completely irrelevant because he needs to first wait for those rotations to come in. Now, thankfully, they're going to start to get a bit of a head start on the retake. BlameF, though, he's going to get a head start as well. Double found. And Valde's going to double book it out of this. 8 rounds on the board for Fnatic as they are way far forward. Tricked. If Fnatic donated all the rounds beyond this point, they would still be so far ahead at halftime that it probably wouldn't matter to them.
Yeah, pretty terrifying prospect, right? Very powerful position to be.
Terrorists win.
Best case scenario, as you say, we see an 8-4 half. It's really not good enough for Tricked. So we go into round number 9. It gets even worse because they don't really have money. So, you know, you're sat there looking at this going, ugh. Do we just run it back and force up as much as we can? Do we come in with some pistols? It's going to be the latter. You got those 2 M4s. If they're unable to win rounds with full investments, I can guarantee you there's a much lower chance of them getting it done with just this here. Salazar's not bought anything. He wants that AWP in the next. Means more than likely they're going to forfeit a 9-0 scoreline. Then they lock in? Maybe? We'll see. I want to say, right, BlameF is going 18-2. Crims has found 1 kill, and BlameF is going 18-2.
There's not much more that I can offer than a very deep sigh.
This is just a major solo performance out of the star here. The fact that he is actively finding, and I mean, like, every single round 2 kills is just crazy. That is crazy. How do you play against that? 2
average kills per round is pretty nuts, and
it's actually a little bit more than 2 because he didn't find any in this round. So prior to this round, it was just over 2 kills per round every round.
It's really crazy that I think the entirety of the enemy team's kills added still don't make up for it. Okay, now I think they do. 5-4, there's 14 in there. Yeah, I think they're finally past BlameF, but it's crazy to think that all of Tricked was pretty much matched with BlameF for kills.
Yeah, that's not even it. Like, we're sat here doing the maths, but it shouldn't even be the case, right? It should just be, well, yeah, obviously the whole team has more kills than BlameF.
Like, as soon as you pull out the calculator to do that math, you know that the player has already overwhelmed them in terms of performance.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely exceeding expectations here on Dust 2. I mean, we always have high expectations for BlameF, but this is definitely pushing the boat out. 18-3, 9-0 scoreline. Finally a bit of success, though, and it comes in the form of a tiny bit of luck from Leaks, it has to be said, but the spam is good. He ends up with 2. Jambo will be able to trade it back. 1v3, he's got the bomb. Oh, no, not like this. This would be such a bad round to lose. He's worried that there's one a little bit closer than they are. That's not the case. He's got more leverage here, but as he inches out, Salazar's on the angle. Jambo knew he needed to break that into bite-sized chunks, try and find another one-for-one fight before committing to that bomb plant. But yeah, when he hit that shot there, it did get me worried. Okay, maybe this is where we see Trick lock in.
Locking in at 10 rounds into the game is unfortunately
Better
too
than
late to
nothing
lock.
for us. Better than nothing.
I do appreciate the fingers crossed approach. We can be hopeful for sure, but hope isn't going to carry this game. Valde, of course, still trying to buy some time for his team. Buy some hope, rather. Here hits a difficult shot. And he takes the liberty to go for a fight on middle as well. Not really sure why they're offering these duels at all. It's just going to come down to Salazar, who is stuck on shore. Do they elect to fight him? Bomb stuck awkwardly towards A, and Blame F just keeps hitting those crisp hits. 10-1. It would be fair to already wave goodbye to Trick, unless they pull off a monster comeback, which probably would be responsible for a completely new precedent here in the Proving Grounds. I don't think that's ever happened before.
Yeah, I hate to say it, it feels harsh, but yeah, I think you are right here. It would be one hell of a comeback if they can pull it off, but they are just looking dead in the water on Dust 2. The fact that Blame F's still just firing on all cylinders. You know, they had to win the remaining rounds of this half to have any chance. And even then, it would be a really slim chance. But when they put their first on the board at 9-1, you look at it and you think, you know what, we've seen a fair few 9-3 comebacks in our time. Yeah, and therefore, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But they're just so short-lived. Straight back from Fnatic. Even here into the 12th and final of the half, Fear's firing on all cylinders. It's a massive whiff there. I mean, Crocker's struggled in this series. He had 7 kills on Inferno, where they actually came a lot closer. It went the full 24. I was going to say he's only got 3 here. Change that number to 5. We are still back into an even scenario. This is very winnable. Ooh, Jambo was ready for that.
Force duel by Jambo there. Crims, if he can get a double, that would completely turn the round on its head. And Fnatic end what I feel uncomfortable in calling the half with 11 rounds. You are 2 rounds away from the game. 2 damn rounds that Trick have to try and manufacture a comeback. Unfortunately, you can just get shut down by pure luck at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think most notably as well, Blame F, is he going 23-4 or 24-4, I believe? It's just unbelievable. I think Fnatic would still be ahead if Blame F was only on 10 kills, for example, because they are just looking better on Dust 2. But when he's putting up a performance like this, I just don't know how you compete with that on any level. Yeah, there he is, 23-4. He's taken a lot of damage earlier. I wonder if he got dinked on the cross or if he took a knife to the back or something. Either way, winning this pistol round would be game over.
Mid is the route of offense chosen by Trick. They'll have to get past a couple defenders as they start pouring in through the windows. Fear needs to hold his end of the bargain. Unfortunately, doesn't, so his teammate has to fall. It's still a 3v3 though, so definitely more than negotiable. Jambo trying to find an individual fight here. Sees the corner of the body, swings out. Instant connection after the first missed shot. But they still do need to get past Croc and Valde. Not really much of a crossfire that you can build here, but Blame F has been walking all the way, so it's going to be a freebie. And now it's just about sandwiching Croc in between two fights. He's managed to navigate around it, but BlameF is there to find both. So with 20 points of health to start the round, BlameF still ends up getting a double.
Yeah, he's got to keep up his tally of 2 kills every round. It's the rules. And he's near enough still on for it. 13 rounds of play, and he's got 25 kills. So he's just ever so slightly shy of that 2 kills per round. But just unbelievable to be maintaining this form throughout an entire map. Unplayable. They'll go for a hefty buy in the second as well. I mean, look at this, 4 M4s. They're not even prioritizing the util or the kits or anything, just saying, yeah, get the guns out and we close this. Tricked have looked nowhere near up to par on Dust 2. Such a difficult game, such a difficult man to contend with. Nobody else does find an entry hit. It's on to Jambo, key piece. Goes down early. You've only got to look at everyone else on the server, right? There's only 2 other players that have even hit double digits. And BlameF's, like, pushing for a 30 bomb right now. It's just bonkers. Cypher will be the next on the chopping block. Tricked might actually be able to prolong things here.
I like how Fear instantly recognizes that they're about to set up a double pop here on the box, so he's going to back off instead. Give himself a slightly better chance. Room's coming closer, though. Might be able to isolate a duel. Has spotted 3 players. And the issue is that Tricked are wasting quite a lot of time. If they end up going into a bomb site quite late, then they just might fall victim to the timer. The swing's good from Fear. Very calculated to not expose too much of his body. Runs only into 1 tool. And Leaks is trying to get exploratory here on middle.
Oh, look at the stack.
Yeah, this bomb site is packed, Josh. This is going to be a big issue. No, not like this.
They're walking right into it. They're walking right into it, and they think that with that 1 kill, that then this site's going to be vulnerable. It's not the case.
Wow.
It's straight into the blender. It's another double kill out of BlameF, by the way. And my goodness, what a performance. Only 14 rounds required. 27 kills out of BlameF. 156 ADR. And truly, yeah, one of the best maps of CS.
with pace out here immediately into map number 1. We've got Mirage, Dust 2, and Ancient as a decider. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great to watch. It's ENCE versus BC.Game lining things up here for the Proving Grounds.
Yeah, this should be a banger as we get underway with the pistol. BC.Game already quite decisive action leaning over towards this B apartments. They will go for the pop, to smoke into the market door. They're just going to barrel through. USPs will be tested. Rigon tapping away, struggling to find the heads, but Nightute understands the assignment. Big kill, instant trades.
There we go, now a 3v4 on the retake. It is going to be tough here for ENCE with no diffuse kit, no utility to speak of. The USPs will have to barrel their throughout here, especially from short, as we're looking at some Young to try to deal most of the damage out here. Getting on in to the bomb site. ENCE are gonna struggle. Here's the first one spotted. Simple looking for taps. And apparently the Glock is not gonna suffice. There you go. Headshot connected. And some Young has died right then and there. That's gonna be that. And BC.Game with a pistol round on the board is going to have a great start out here to their own map pick.
Yeah, as good as you could really ask for. Getting the bomb plant, the entries were strong. There was a little hiccup in the middle where you wondered, oh, maybe, are they gonna falter here? When Nightute found this kill, and they were struggling to find Rigon on short as well, but it's been pretty exceptional. They keep it clean. ENCE come in with a force. There isn't too much behind it. 3 MP9s, 5-7, Desert Eagle, and a bit of will.
Yeah.
They stack mid.
They're gonna be in need of a lot of will if they want to get through a round like this. The important part here was that they invested a little bit into utility. They can bide their time, they can wait to figure out where BC.Game want to go, and it's gonna be that A hit with a flash jumping right in the face of Simple. They're running in towards this jungle, 1-for-1 trade out of the 5-7, and now Simple is got to hold down jungle until his teammates plant away that bomb. Open position out here, Prime Taps helps out as BC.Game are gonna have an easy plant, and ENCE are gonna pull the plug out here on this operation. They're not going in for any retakes, they didn't ever invest into a diffuse kit. So it's going to be 3 MP9s to hold on to, and BC.Game to have the start you really wished for.
Yeah, nice and tidy. 3 MP9s will be held on to, as you say, so there's a little bit of something to go into the next round with, rather than just what would have otherwise been a full eco. They aren't completely out of the question.
Yeah. So let me ask you a little bit about the veto out here, since it's pretty even, right? From what we see, it's the safest I think both teams could have gone. We've got ourselves the Mirage, which again is a great map for both of these teams, especially with the core of BC.Game coming through out here with Kakanito, Prime Taps, and Nexa. But for ENCE as well, Dust 2 after this, and you've got the 2 stars out here for BC.Game, right? The 2 big aimers, Simple and Andu, to try to make good work of that D2. But as of recent history, it hasn't necessarily worked out, so I do presume that we could be seeing an Ancient on the books here.
We certainly could, yeah. It's difficult to sort of gauge what BC.Game have been doing behind the scenes and in the practice server, because, we haven't seen too many matches out of them with these new additions. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a decider map either. ENCE have looked very good on Dust 2 recently. They've given us signs of weakness over the past week. A couple of their games in the Star Series, and they... Ooh, wow, very tidy from Prime Taps. But yeah, they looked fantastic in their opening game, frankly, against BetBoom. They really breezed through Dust 2 as well. That came up in the series, and I thought they'd have a very good chance of getting out of the group. And then in their winners game, they fell down to that lower bracket. They had to play against Fnatic to qualify into the sort of play-in stage for the main event, and they lost it. It went to 3 maps. It went the absolute distance. I think we might have even seen an overtime in there somewhere, and it was a bit of a heartbreaking loss. But yeah, I guess the moral of the story is sort of fumbling opportunities for bigger chances, and this roster definitely need to be able to take those bigger chances if they want a chance to qualify for the major.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about the fight for the major, right? And I'm surprised BC.Game aren't the team that's also trying to get to a lot of those LAN events to get those VRS points up, but surely they're still in the working stages out here. And it's going to be interesting as well. You were talking about that injection of cash that we'd be presuming out to come by here from BC.Game ever since they got Simple. But I say they still got Jakem on the bench. I rate Jakem quite high as a player. Would you have believed that he would have come back after Simple made the roster change?
Honestly, I thought he was kind of cooked after the whole skin scandal, but
well, yes, but he still shoots even with skins or without skins, you know.
I guess so. Just a lot of stigma around him, right? But yeah, he is a fantastic player. I think he could come back in. I just don't know who in place of. I don't think that he is looking better than any of the 5 that we're seeing here right now.
That's
I think
fair.
Nex is a fantastic IGL as well. So. Yeah, a piece that you wouldn't want to be moving around.
Simple 1v5.
Oh, no chance. Absolute shutdown on B. It's actually much better at events.
Yeah, really good hold coming out there at events. While I'm sorry I put you on the yapping session there. Nate2 had an incredible hold alongside Rigon to pick up his first couple of kills of this map, as well, they do manage to hold on over against the full buy of BC.Game. So the utility maybe a little bit lacking from the attacking side there. Didn't really land the shots, but it was ENCE to have that counter ready and to actually put on the pressure when the fight came down to BC.Game. They're not scared of a fight, and we know why. ENCE are definitely not going to be looking scared when they've got some Young, when they've got Nate2 looking as good as he is. Pody as well has been hitting some really nice shots, and I'm sure Rigon is just bringing in even more energy to the team here, as maybe is definitely needed. Force Spine now coming through out here for BC.Game, and they're giving Simple DWP. Always nice to see.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it'd be cool to see if he can do all too much with it. We saw him sort of struggle with the AWP, making that CS2 transition, right?
Yeah.
Does feel a little bit different. I think we're all used to it by now, but he was a hater. I think he was sort of thinking if he made enough noise about it, maybe Valve would change it back, but no luck in that department.
Number 1 player, he was hoping, he was really trying.
Yeah, I mean, you would think you'd have a little bit more of a say, right? But, but yeah, they were stubborn as they always are. So
yeah,
he had to adapt. He's not got his number 1 status back, but definitely still very, very capable. HE into the lower tunnels is going to fall a little bit short. Won't do damage onto Kakanito. BC.Game playing a little bit slower into this one after going quite aggressive and quite fast in that last round and being shut down on B, realizing that they aren't able to just full W. You know, they are against a top 30 team.
Yeah. And it's definitely proving to show what they've got already to fight with out here into the A-bomb. So it's a 3-man stack ready for the intake of BC.Game. And walking through the smoke, Young, great for 2. Takes down Andu and Nexa. And out from middle as well, the crunch is still here. Kakanito, last man standing, 1v3. And he's already spotted out the one. Nate2 and Rigon left to hold over this bomb for 20 extra seconds. While Kakanito's taking these fights. Beautiful flashing kill there. It's a 1v1 and Nate2's ready. But Nate2 wasn't ready enough. Kakanito, quad kill into the 1v3 clutch. What a beauty of a setup here for Kakanito.
Yeah, nothing you can do against this beast. Just a lovely sequence, and you know, that flash going over the top. No chance stood there for Rigon. Kakanito with 4 kills and the 1v3 at the end. Rubbing salt in the wound. Zents are off to a bad start here on Mirage, and just when it looked like they were going to sort of get the ball rolling, get back into this a little bit, you know, denied any opportunity. So yeah, really, really clean. And the tactical pause coming off the back of it. And I reckon it's less to talk things over and more to just call off a little bit. But also there are things to talk about here, right? There are things to sort of say, even though we had the GOAT, well, it's crazy to call Kakanito the GOAT on this roster because he's not. But even though we had sort of Kakanito, the beast, let's call him, clutching up that last round, things still didn't go great. We shouldn't have been in a 1v3 in the first place. So yeah, how can we approach this next one differently?
Well, let's see it. what they're about to do to try to figure out how to approach the game. And the same position being taken on middle every single time. Both him and Nexus, slow start out here to the day, but still, BC.Game are winning. So what are you to do? Some Die Young, again, aggression is going to be rewarded, and it's up to Simple to try to put that down. Prime taps on the bomb side already, though. Look at him just dropping on over and making noise. And are they going to take the bait out here, or are BC.Game just going to go for the complete swap? The 180 on the ideas. And yeah, with Prime taps taking that much space, I wouldn't bet against it. It's a good plan. Simple on the peak. 1v1 some Die Young. I'm sure a little bit of a... I don't think animosity, but a little bit of nostalgia going down there up against them. And now as BC.Game are going to be making their way through to the A-bomb site. ENCE have taken their sweet time into trying to figure out where that bomb is actually going to get. It kind of felt like they were trying to go for a save earlier on into the round, even in the 4v4. Now that they have to really fight on in, they have to find Kakanito, and it's just not going to happen. Rigon finds him yet again, and Natu, even with this good kill through the smoke, I don't think is going to be enough to enable them for the retake. Should have found Nexa 2 there if they wanted to try it. But it's a 5-1 start here for BC.Game on their own map pick. Mirage looking like the boys in green might have an idea of how to play it. Could you believe it?
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect it, right? Also, just, you know, and I hate to sort of break Counter-Strike down into a simple, bare-bones statement like this, because I always hate it when people do. I think, you know, there's far more depth to a map like Mirage than people give it credit for. It is still one of the more bare-bones, aim-centric maps, and yeah, very clearly they have the pieces to facilitate that. You know, when you've got superstar aimers, when you've got Simple, when you've got Andu, when you've got Prime Taps, when you've got Kakanito, yeah, you expect a Mirage to be one of their sort of staple maps within their pool, and it doesn't surprise me that that's what's here. Andu is having a rough start though. He's 0-6. He's struggling to find impact at the start of this one, despite the fact that they're performing exceptionally well as a team. It's not going to make all too much difference. They're 5-1 up, but yeah, he's definitely hoping to
Couple of technical issues. We saw the little snippet of them before as well, back in round number 3 or 4, I remember. So yeah, we're just trying to fix those out. We're trying to iron them in so we can continue the game as quickly as possible, get you guys to have some action on your screen, rather than just us two having a bit of a podcast moment. But it's good that we had so many things to talk about, right? We've already found our way into this game, and I don't believe we're going to be sending it to a break, so we just get a little bit more extra time to talk a little bit of all this out, right? Yeah. Do you feel like it's unfair now for ENCE that, you know, they're fighting BC.Game and we get to talk about them time and time again, because there are a lot of talking points to get made, but what can we say good about ENCE too, you know? I feel like there's still a couple of things to talk about if they weren't fighting BC.Game and they were fighting like a Tricked or a Big or a Fnatic. I feel like...
I still feel like they've got a huge amount of equity in this game. They are actually technically the favourites, and they're the higher ranked side. So whilst BC.Game have come out of the gates hot, and obviously they have this like X factor in Simple and whatnot, I do actually think that in the longevity of the series, ENCE do still have the advantage, and there's still plenty of time to recover here on Mirage as well. As I say, they've looked good recently. It was a bit of a shame that they couldn't take down Paravision or Fnatic. They took a map off of both of them. They could have qualified for Star Series. They didn't. Very, very consistent. I think having an experienced player like him is super important. I was talking about this previously as well. The core of this ENCE team are now the core of the ENCE Academy side. I don't know what Whitey's feeding them, but he's really sort of developed this talent well to just filter into the main roster.
Now, the game's ready to go. We're back away from the technical problems, and it seems that Simple will get traded out here by Natu with that young firepower coming in that we've always talked about here. They've been brought out here from the academy for a reason, man. They know how to shoot, and they've been doing it quite damn consistently too out here for ENCE. So even on a half investment round like this, we still get to see Miltsy pick up the Galil, and we still get to see this being in contention. The 5-7s can definitely dish out the damage. Kakanito is also going to fall, so that's some Young on an upgrade to an AK. And a 2v3 now continuing on. It's Andu and Nexa who have yet to put up a single kill individually. Still struggling to do so. Andu, great headshot though, is left in the clutch. 1v2 now, and he's got to play this one aggressive. He's not in a spot where he can just wait out the timer. Andu stuck behind bench right here, looking on in the left and right, but the side that he's not accounting for is Miltsy finding that flank, finding that timing, and taking him down to put up ENCE's second round of the board now.
The manner in which he found that first kill didn't make it look like he's been struggling to get one so far in this map, but yeah, unfortunately a 3v1, just a little too tall a task. I think ENCE would be showing some really clear signs of some major issues if they lost 2 3 versus 1s in just 7 rounds of play, but somehow they get it done with the weaker buy. Just the pistols. BC.Game, despite the great start, they have had quite a few expensive rounds, so yeah, losing 1 is enough of a hiccup to break the bank. 3 rifles, that's 2 AKs, 1 Galil, couple of pistols. Simple with the Desert Eagle, sort of sacrificing himself in that regard, but saying, I'm very capable with this weapon, so let's see what he can do with it. Decent trade for the first.
There you go, Podio ready to fall. Natu is out here on control of the waterfall. How many can he find before he peeks out? He goes in aggressive. Big mistake out of Natu, I'd say. You had Rig on here to do that for you, and he's gonna do it quite damn well. Picks up the A1S from the ground, wants some more, and Simple not able to reply. That is gonna be Pody going down, but not in vain. It's Rigon on 3. Miltsy to clean up, and ENCE to continue to keep this one up, 3-5, and they're back in the game now, as BC.Game will not have that great of a bite. That's exactly what you want to see out of ENCE.
Yeah, back in the picture. Solid stuff. I mean, not up against, you know, a full investment, but they gifted themselves that luxury off of the back of an even harder round in the one prior. So you can cut them all the slack in the world. They've pulled this back. They should be able to actually bring it back the distance as well. They're going to freebie here for 4, and then it really is anyone's game for the taking. And all that hard work from BC.Game to get them ahead in the first place starts to unravel a little bit. Holy. Easy opening, quite symbolic, poetic. It's on to Simple, but he didn't have an AWP in this round. It is just the pistols, and if they can deal any damage here, I think they'd be fairly happy with it.
Yeah, see now the rest of BC.Game also probably taking this half investment round to try to deal damage, but also keep it as a bit of a French tactical timeout, talk it out a bit in the middle of the round, and figure out what's going on, because if Nexa and Andu can't start picking up kills, then it's really going to become a problem later down in the mid game here. It can't just be Kakanito and Simple to do most of the work for the team. It has to be a team effort. It has to be all of them, because right now that's exactly what ENCE are putting up to the table, and they're doing it in a really good fashion as well. Everybody's there, everybody's together, and look, from 5-1 down, it's already 5-4. It's the fine margins that count right now, and ENCE are going to try to take every single round that BC.Game are going to give them.
So they'll be back on a buy, but lacking in certain areas. No AWP available, that's for sure. Not a whole lot of util on a couple of these boys as well. Andu having to go without the helmet so that he can get out a couple of extra pieces, because Prime Tap's only got a HE. It's just not going to cut it. Number 10. Odie Sniper has been doing good work in these last few as well. And it's very much looking to me like ENCE are bringing us a level of consistency and form that BC.Game sort of accounting for in like a very top-heavy performance in individuals, but it's exactly that. It's top-heavy, right? You've got Kakanito going 12 and 6. Nexa hasn't found a kill yet. Andu's found 1, and it was completely irrelevant, right? It was in a 1v3. Yeah, having no impact whatsoever you know, in the short term and in terms of like, you know, some of these flashy rounds and stuff, that's fine. And if Kakanito just has to sort of keep them relevant until the rest of the boys wake up, then so be it. But in the long run, if this continues, then Ents definitely have the advantage.
Right. Well, they're gonna try to keep up that advantage, and it's a lovely spray and crossfire here for Pody and some Da Young to find that triple kill out of connector. Simple struggling to even find one there. It is going to be Ents now equaling things out, and BC.Game starting to run their head into a wall here. Ents have figured out how to hold on down. They've been having some really good defenses, have not really been letting BC.Game even get to these extremities, get to the bomb sites, plant it away. So I'm loving the fact that they are going to be taking an attack pause now, talk things out. Nexa, I don't know how much his words are going to get through to the team, but I'm hoping that it is going to be Emmy now, the new coach, that we didn't get to really talk that much about because he came out from Partisan immediately into the straight coaching role out here for a lot of big names. So there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to be able to perform, to help the guys out in the background. And now he needs to be vocal during the attack pauses as well. Call them out as early as you can. Try to be there with the team and just improve morale overall because from what it's looking from the outside, this is a tough team to improve morale on. You know, there's a lot of players with big personalities that when things aren't going right, you could definitely imagine having a couple of tilting moments, you know? Even though there's all this experience, there's big personalities, so they could always clash, and that's scary.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's kind of interesting that Emmy coach addition. I'm really glad to see him like moving into this role. I think that it of any players that you would expect to transition into a coaching role, Emmy's definitely one of them. Nice little timing from Kakanito. Oh my god, the pistols are going to overrun. This is not a round to lose, but it's one that might just lean that way.
Yeah. First time we actually get to see BC.Game get so much space in towards this bomb site. Simple, able to connect on Rigon. And look, when they have nothing to lose, BC.Game know how to push. They've gone into that A bomb site. They had that amazing opening frag onto the player up into rafters. And then it was just easy from that point onwards. Getting into sandwich, getting into stairs, opening up with Simple out on connector on the late flank as well in middle. It all worked out. And it's BC.Game to win out the half investment round that they're very happy to take now. That tactical pause paid off. And look, you're still able to close at the half 7-5.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. It's a big round win after a little hiccup to allow Ents really back into the picture here. It's important stuff.
Yeah, but I do echo your statement of Emmy being a good player to be put in that coaching role, you know? It feels like with his experience ever since all the years with I-Nation, with Blue Jays, with the entire old Serbian core, you know, that we remember in back in the day. Emmy, I feel like, is definitely one of the players that we used to talk about a lot alongside Dragon, and at some point it just kind of faded out ever since CS2, at least for me. And I feel like this transition to the coaching role could actually be his one and big step up.
Yeah, it's just a really interesting shift, isn't it? Like, I don't know whether to call it an upgrade or not, because he was playing within a top 30 team, and now he's coaching a team that are actually worse off in the rankings, I think. But I think the opportunity, yeah, that's the thing, right? That's kind of the point. It's for now. The opportunity to coach Simple, I imagine the contract may be a hefty one. I imagine he's maybe on a more than he was at Partisan. And yeah, as you say, the ranking for them is for now, whereas for Partisan, they've kind of been sat where they've been sat for the past year, and I don't think that they're going to be climbing much higher. I think their ceiling is sort of where it's at. Nice, Wriggle shutting this down. They are not happy with BC.Game taking a 7th, so they will just put their foot down and say, no, 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 we're back in this. We're tied up 6 apiece. This has been a pretty eventful half so far. Both teams giving us rounds in waves, in bursts. But nonetheless, we break even down the middle.
Yes, we do. And with a lot of good holds out here from Ents, I'm hoping BC.Game can echo what they've been doing, because we've been seeing BC.Game actually struggled to get into a lot of these bomb sites. The rounds that they have picked up were in the better part of the early game, where you still got to see a very aggressive BC.Game kind of overrun ends. They figured that one out, and well, now because of it, it is going to be that 6-6 split that allows Ents to come right back in, and BC.Game to stay competitive as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun, as BC.Game now on their own map pick is going to be moving to that CT side, and already with aggression, Andu is gonna look a tad bit better than he was on the first half. But look at the team play out of Ents. The drop down all the way out into the A-bomb site, plant it quickly, and to find the space needed as well for the 3v3. This is great coming through out here for the T side, but can they keep it up? Because it's next to Kakanito and Prime Taps, the core of this team, looking to try to make a success out of this, and it's just not gonna be that easy.
Yeah, no fairy tale here.
Oh
Pody
my god.
makes damn sure of that. It's all on to Kakanito. We've seen some heroics out of him. We saw a sick 1v3 a little bit earlier on, but he does have the kit, to be fair. It's just the lack of health that I think is the big problem here. Taps the bomb, they're not going to give him the opportunity. Head will turn into the full body swing, and Someday Young will finish off the job once there's that insurance policy that the bomb's already too far ticked, and the round is already won. 7-6, Ents pull ahead, and yeah, you can't ask for anything more of them. It's a brilliant start.
It is. It's a beauty of a start indeed. And with it, pistol rounds swinging their way might mean that BC.Game are going to be in for a little bit of a world of hurt. Could be even all the way up to 8-6, maybe 9 here for Ents. At which point BC.Game might have to call their last tactical pause here to figure out the direction that they want to take the rest of the half in. And I like the fact that Ents are going to be playing a bit of a slower round, keep BC.Game guessing, as I think the T side is presuming that the CTs will be going for a force buy here. So maybe Ents just looking to find some answers with the time that they're taking up into middle. But the first engage is actually going to happen in apartments. Keep a look on over that minimap, because there's some trigger discipline that could happen out of the Deagle on Andu.
Yeah, it could. Depends if he goes checked it. It's just going to be the one fight onto Someday Young. Andu is right there on him, and not too shabby at all. Just the eke around with the pistols. Any kind of damage here would be pretty huge.
Okay. Well, a little bit of damage has already been sent towards Someday Young's way. It's too bad for Andu that he doesn't get to pick up a gun out of that. Because if he did, and swapped it around maybe, even if he died, protect the VIP a little bit out here for BC.Game instead of just trying to stack up onto the save bomb site, maybe the round would have looked different. But right now, yeah, it is going to be an 8-6 here for Ents as they take away the clear advantage for at least the beginning of the second half. So not looking bad at all. And by the way, gosh, while we've been yapping away out here, HLTV rating 3.0 has just gone out.
Oh yeah?
It's live now, yeah.
Oh cool.
That is going to be really cool to see how teams and players are going to change now.
What does that, like, what extra does that account for? How does that work?
Round swing metric apparently is now a thing. Economy adjustment. Impact for each kill. So apparently they're going even more in depth with how they're treating like aces and multi-frags and big clutches. So that's going to be taken into factor. And
that's pretty cool.
It's a slicker, from what I see out here, from what they put up for Zaiwu at the very least. It's a slicker design, so easier on the eye than just the sliders that we're used to, with like the firepower and the opening and the entering.
Cool. Okay. I think I think it's such a positive change anytime that there's any extra metrics that give players credit for things other than just kills. Yeah. Because yeah, I think it's so easy to just lean on this crutch of like, oh, this person has a really high rating because they go and kill lots of people every round. But there are so many like amazing players within professional Counter-Strike that have so much impact and bring so much value to a team, but they aren't the ones putting up the big kills. And yeah, I think sort of giving them credit for those things is super important. Simple needs a bit of credit in this round too, because he's just cracked things open with 2 massive entries. They've now got a 2-man advantage.
Simple wants to go for more though. He's still hungry for these wins all these years later. He's still Simple. And he wants his team to be there with him, calling in for a bit of an engagement now. Andu able to come out of short and swing out, connects on another. Pody's last man standing on a post plant. Needs an ace to make it happen. I don't really see it working now, but there is that 1% chance that we see at the top of our screen that Pody gets to hold this. So, BC.Game, chop chop, you gotta get a move on. Spotted out where Pody is, looking on him for Simple as well. Gets a little bit of good damage in, and the smoke out there is not gonna help out the Molotov. So should be just a straight up defuse. And the fade away here from Pody. It's a nice attempt, but it's BC.Game with their first CT side on the board.
Yeah, if there was no smoke there, maybe there's a conversation to be had, but not going to happen for Pody. He does well, though, to find a kill, get out of there alive, and yeah, it does pretty well, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. Not too shabby. Rifles have come out again here, and we should be good to go for another attempt at trying to hold on to this lead that they've taken.
Yep.
They're not able to win this one. We'll see BC.Game tie things up and more than likely take the lead, since shouldn't have money in the next round. It all depends how this one pans out. If they get a bomb plant, if they save a couple of people or whatever. Right now, we go. Bombarded with a bit of early util.
Okay, this is a fast one out of ends. They really want to pull the wool over their eyes, but Kakanito's not going to let them do that, and Nexus first couple of frags found out now. BC.Game happy with a hole like that, and they can keep it up as they equal things out 8-8. That is way more like it. Sure, it comes in the form of an early 2k out of Kakanito, but goddamn do they keep it up. They really put that pressure up once they saw the util flying out of ends.
Yeah, that is a rock-solid hold. Really, really powerful stuff out of BC.Game, making a bit of a statement here that their CT side is pretty impenetrable. And it's just going to be a full eco here from ends. Low expectations as they'll fly out of middle. Should be a bit of a shutdown. If they can find a kill or two, then I think they'll be pretty happy. Pody will be the first to drop, and Simple's making a bit of a meal of this, but there we go. Tidied up nicely, and yeah, pretty comfortable stuff. You know something really bizarre that I discovered the other day when I was covering an Ents game, right? And I'm not going to say where it is. I'm not going to dox him. But we were looking at the player cams, right? And Someday Young is like sat by the window, and the window's open. And I'm looking at his view out his window and going, huh, that looks a whole lot like my view out of my window. And I basically worked out that he lives like just down the road from me. And I don't know exactly, but
No way.
we are real close. Yeah. Like, yeah.
No way, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That could be letting us know where Ents are planning to make their next move in headquarters. Ooh.
What about that?
Yeah. That'd be cool though. It would make sense as well, seeing as where you're located now, and I'm not gonna dox you, neither him, so. Yeah. Advantage though, here for BC.Game, right? It's their CT side. They were looking to try to keep this up on Mirage, and seeing as how the first half ended after all with that 5-1 lead that they had, it's great to see now that it is going to be the CT side being able to put up the good holds. Andu able to pick up a couple of frags as well, equal out prime taps now, seeing as he was put in a lot of these risk-heavy positions on this T side, and he was not able to prove barely anything on that first half. Now he's here to show up. And, well, of course, as you would have it, Simple is the window player most of the times in these rounds. So he's going to be left to rotate. He's going to be left in a lot of these really impactful moments for the game. So there has to be that second top-tier fragger out here. And right now, that's not Andu. That's Kakanito, baby. He is 19-10, loving life right now.
Yeah, he really is popping off through and through. Almost a 2 KD, whilst a couple of the other boys are going quiet. He's coming into this game very, very loud. Andu's stepped up as well, quite nicely. Good little crossfire set up here on B. Next up, we'll add another to his tally, but Simple doubles down. And yeah, this is the form from BC.Game that we sort of came into this match expecting. There's been little hiccups and little blips of excellence, but yeah, until now, it's been very back and forth. Right here, something else, right? It is truly something else. Ents do not have the answers for this BC.Game defense. There seems to be no key that fits the lock.
Not yet, and that's the puzzle they're trying to crack right now with the tactical pause coming through. It is going to be the side of Ents trying to figure this one out. And you can see how laid back right now BC.Game are. Simple just on his phone, standing on in. Everybody kind of just not necessarily trying to make a point because everything's working out, so why change something that's working? BC.Game, just trying to get in their zone, trying to get to their rhythm, and ends desperately trying to make a key fit, as you've been saying. So, 10-8, ends on a half investment round with Pody falling down to 69. Did he get stabbed in the back? That's unfortunate. It does happen.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. It's better to happen on a round like this when you've got the Glocks than on a full buy, I guess, but it's never ideal, is it? We'll group up here in the B apartments. HE is going to do a chunk of damage as well onto Miltsy, so him and Pody can be low HP buddies. They look to breach through this smoke. Here it is. Next up, blinded. Oh, God. He does end up with one at least. Now it's on to Andu to support.
Good thing you have Andu in short, though. He takes care of two and spotted out the bomb as well. Simple, last man here, but the Rigon finds a great headshot onto one, and imagine if that second one connected as well. Would have put him in contention for the round, perhaps, but it's still BC.Game, up to 11. And right now ends, well, they're not allowed to make any more mistakes, otherwise it is going to be the boys in green here managing to hit map point, which would be pretty catastrophic here for the end side. Miltsy, a bit of a slower turnaround. In the first half he was looking good. Now, I barely think he put up a kill on this T side.
Yeah, this
anyway,
has been
yeah.
Oh God, I was just going to say, it's been a bit of a slow start for him.
It has.
Here in half two.
Wanted to say that. Let's try to, for his sake and for Ence's sake, be a little bit more optimistic. Maybe glass kind of full out here for them. They still are up 11-8 and they're on a full buy. So if they can work this round out, maybe things could work. And Miltsy, this is the time to shine and prove me wrong. Trying to take down Simple here. Definitely no easy task, but he is gonna get through mid. Good smoke being thrown out to Simple. Forced out into B. Could allow a way in out here for Ence into the same bomb side. You've got Natu lurking around towards ramp as well, and Kakanito could be in a world of hurt if he uncrouches here. It's all down to how that smoke really fades. Could actually show his head, and that's exactly what happens. One coming through for Miltsy, one coming through for some Da Young. You don't know where the enemy's gonna be now, so Simple's forced to anchor this B bomb site as the rest of BC.Game huddling around the A site. They have hit the nail on the head though. They have found a good timing to take down one, but the other is Miltsy out here on the stairs, leaving only prime taps in a 1v2 that's just not that winnable. Double peaked and now leaving Simple into the 1v3, too far away with no defused kit. Will just force out the save on that AWP, and it is going to be Ence now, still with a chance into this game.
Okay, it is a bit of a curveball that came at a time that I wasn't really expecting it, with how convincing these last few rounds have been from BC.Game. I was not sure if we would see all too much in
round number 20, yeah.
the realm of resistance and in round number 20, yeah, but impressive stuff from Ence. They'll keep 3 players alive as well. It'll do them a lot of favours because they don't have a lot of money to lean back on.
Yeah. And the one guy that does it in this round is Miltsy. You know, talk about him and he shall perform. Comes in through middle, finds that initial one, which was huge on Kakanito because he was holding out in the stairs. And that's a name that's also struggling out here into the second half. Because he came into the first out of the first half with 18 frags. And now he's on 19 in round number 21, you know. So the rest of the team has been pulling through for him. Andu definitely so, right, as he started out as Agent 007. But now it's 11-9, and all hands have to be on deck for the remainder of these rounds. We're jumping on into the end game here, and Ents desperately want to make a showing out of this Mirage. BC.Game as well, it's their own map pick, so they're not having any plans to try to close it out. Let's see.
Yeah, all or nothing.
Spread out approach. Yeah.
Balls to the wall. Gotta make this work, Ents. There's no warp. Nothing for Pody to work with in that department. He kind of did have money if he wanted to. I believe there was cash there for it to be dropped over or whatever, but Sticking with the versatility of these 5 rifles, going for a bit of mid-control off the back of it. Doesn't seem like BC.Game can be all too keen to contend it anyway, and there's no sniper in their department either. Big opening from Rigon, but traded right back by the bullets, and eventually the HE out of Kakanito. Less than a minute on this clock. Ents need to make their mind up. They've got fingers in all the pies. They've got one down in lower tunnels. They've got Sunday Young just sort of keeping tabs on the B apartments. You've got Nightu sat in ramp. It's all just about maintaining a bit of map control, making sure that BC.Game don't get aggressive and find themselves in like super positions. But
Yeah.
30 seconds, they do need to start to regroup now and hit towards this A site.
This is all about middle too. Nobody putting up pressure as Simple has died. It's a double peek at a connector that Kakanito manages to make advantageous here for his team. Pody still coming through though, makes things a bit more interesting. Nexa just hanging on in towards this ninja. Could find them both. Is a perfect timing, perfect spot to take down Andu, and Pody stuck out here. Nate will fall, Pody as well, and it's BC.Game up to map point as the IGL is finally back in this game. Makes you wonder.
Been dead quiet, but it honestly doesn't matter if he's been super quiet. If A, he plays well at the end and they close it, and B, if he's called a great game, yeah, and he called a decent T side, they seem to be on the ball on the CT half as well. So yeah, you can cut him as much slack as he needs if they win it.
Yeah. Interesting part here too for Simple. If he had that AWP, makes you wonder if he would have stayed tucked into window right there in the previous round. And even now, maybe he's watched a couple of too many Zaiwu demos, but it appears to have worked out as he has taken down Pody up in mid. And he's taking these aggressive stances with the rifle instead of the op, so he's going to be leaving himself quite open to a lot of these rotating roles, trying to stay all over the map, be a little bit more versatile. It is going to help out. Limited HP now for Ents as they're going to try to head on over towards the A-bomb site, and everybody's falling down to low, but Simple is here to try to clean up. Down to 73, he's fighting just very low HP. One bullet was needed to find Natu there as well, but now it's all up to the IGL. Nexa needs to clutch on a 1v3 to close out this game.
He's got util, he's got nade, but he didn't want to deploy it. I thought he was just going to get it over to default to deny that plant. Instead,
it's going to work.
Down with the AK anyway. That HE will wipe out Nightu.
No way.
And the Mac 10's got a pressure, but there's no time. Nexa does pull off the 1v3. It felt like it was sort of handed to him on a silver platter. The circumstances were absolutely perfect. And yeah, he delivers really, really clean. 13-9, BC.Game. It's their map pick, so you expect nothing less. But yeah, they give us a really good showing. Kakanito and Simple really shining stars there as well. They had some great moments.
Yeah, beautiful out here. It's the fact that Kakanito does so much for the team, and Nexa comes in back heroically for the last 2 rounds especially to win it out here for BC.Game. Clutches over clutches coming through, and what I'm looking forward to out here is the fact that Simple did play a good game, but he wasn't the main talking point. That's exactly what you want at a BC.Game. Everyone to be competitive, everyone to show up. Good news for them, it is going to be on their own map pick after this to try to figure that one out.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, no solo carry performances in that map. We definitely saw it from Blame F in the last series. I don't know if you caught that, but he was unbelievable. He finished the game, I think, 27-6. It was just like completely obscene. In fact, it was even more than that because he had a 7 KD. It was 27-4. It was unbelievable. It was unprecedented. But yeah, I also love the fact at the end that, you know, I was talking about cutting necks for a bit of 13-6 against some top competition. So, barreling out onto the B site here in the pistol, all gas, no brakes, and headshots being connected as the USPs whiff a little bit. It's prime taps in Kakanito gone already. And a retake that's already ordinarily very difficult here on the B site, a Dust 2. They've got to try and do it with a man disadvantage.
And no defuse kit out here for Simple nor Ondu. Nexus already down to low, and he's the one working the flashes. So Rigon goes aggressive, and that's the Rigon power you want to see from your new pickup out here for ENCE. He's going in, he's not scared of combating and actually trying to fight a lot of these players out on BC.Game, and because of that, we're getting to see a lot of success out here for ENCE. That's what we got to see on map number 1 as well. They were really putting up a formidable fight after being, 5-1 down, being 11-9 down, stuff like that, where ENCE are just working the backbone of these players, trying to work from a deficit, and they're still putting up the numbers. So that is what you want to see. You want to see that last spur go on ahead out here for ENCE too, and maybe they're a little bit better prepared to do that on Dust 2 out here on their own map pick, rather than they were on Mirage. But with that being said, BC.Game, I really doubt they're going to be going for a force buy here, even though most teams do.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams picking up the sort of second round CT force buy, something we touched upon yesterday, wasn't it? But go against it here. You can justify Simple buying himself a deagle and armor just because it's Simple. You got a kill on the pistol round as well, so a tiny little bit of extra cash in his bank, an extra $300 that makes that investment just that little bit easier. In fact, did Nexa drop the deagle? How has Simple still got so much money?
I do believe that it was Nexa dropping the deagle, most likely.
Right,
Picked it up from somewhere. Yeah, and everybody's on the same amount of cash, so it only makes sense that Nexa would have dropped that. It's fun as well watching Simple because he's a man of multiple talents, not just the AWP. Like, we remember him back in the day as well, pulling out the shotguns, pulling out the SMGs, pulling out everything that was needed to get that AWP on lockdown, So that's why running it out here with BC.Game is also going to be a time for Simple to refine his old opping skills, like find them again, but also, introduce some new things that perhaps Tier 2 is not necessarily fond of, like XM buys, like Max 7 buys, back in the day when he was doing that all the time. So that could also be something to potentially think about, but I think what BC.Game need to first and foremost think about is to try to keep the performance they had in the previous map of Simple and Kakanito going on here into the second, and trying to put up their first round here on this full buy.
They're going to do exactly that. ENCE still with the rifles. It's 4 AKs, a Galil on Miltsy. The BC.Game and 4s galore. Simple, who did go for that deagle and armor in the last, is lacking on the util and doesn't have an AWP available yet, but expect to see that come out soon, because Dust 2 is a map that really, really does tailor towards that sniper. Smoke going to go down, Prime Taps eats the HE, so taking a fair bit of damage early, doesn't inflict any. It is all just about sort of presence here for ENCE. Whilst they did pull a rotation towards B, they haven't kept that pressure applied, so BC.Game start venturing elsewhere.
Okay. Well, ENCE, we've got a couple of avenues open, one of which we know is that B-bomb side. They don't yet, there's still smoke in play. Right now the fight on mid is happening. Rigon being, all over the place with the aim, is trying to just catch off the players, moving away from those double doors, connect some decent shots, but nothing too critical out here for the CT side. Simple decides to abort the boost idea, and the better off for him actually. Would have been quite in a tough pickle. 2 players out here from ENCE still looking to try to fight the good fight here. The flash doesn't necessarily go a long way. Simple traded out by some Young, and now it's a 3v4 out here that BC.Game are fighting on a pretty decent disadvantage. The bomb wants to go to A, and there's 20 seconds left where that came from, so it's not going to be easy at all for the T side as well.
This is tough, but some Young carves them apart up short. Pody will follow up as well. Nightyute to finish off the last, ENCE onto 3. And just when it was looking a little bit questionable there, just when you're thinking maybe BC.Game might be able to claw their way back into this round, the door is slammed in their face. We go into number 4, BC.Game, with no real money. You know, they've got the max loss bonus coming, so they'll go for the half bite, some pistols, some armor. They'll have more than enough in the next. Exciting to see Simple keeping 2,500 in the bank, so he will have an AWP next round. That's the whole point of him not having Kevlar here. Next draws first blood. I'm sort of chalking this one up as a freebie here for Ents, but they do have to keep their heads screwed on. We've seen our fair share of rounds like this go sour.
Yeah, it all comes down from that freebie, right? That just allows an upgrade to happen, and then from that point onwards, everything starts falling apart for the team that's working the anti-buy. The anti-force. Ents. We'll be slowing things down here just a little bit, and it's again down to that short engage they want to take. Worked out last time, but just by fine margins. Now it's up to Pody to find that initial engage, and it's going to be up to Nexa if he peeks this one out. Pody spotted him, moves on back. Doesn't want to take the fight with the AWP yet. Nexa, he needs to call something here. He's only got Simple down to long, and a rotate from Kakanito maybe out from middle. They might want to work through. They spotted out the bomb surely by now. Ends taking their sweet time, but here comes the mollies, here comes the flashes. It's up to Nexa with that rifle to try to deal the damage, and all of them lining up the sides of short. Got into elbow, take down the head of the AK, and now will be finding the bomb.
Kakanito wanted the opportunity, but they don't give it to him. They drop the smoke instead. Pody eliminates the short prince. HE's going to do a little bit of damage. Kakanito's going to work his way through the smoke as well. Still, nobody giving him an avenue to this round. Whilst there's not a lot to save, right now it doesn't feel like there's a lot to gain either. So maybe just exits on the menu. If they can grab a couple of AKs, they'll be very happy with that. Andu, just around this corner. He's going to hear the AWP back off, so won't be given the opportunity. They'll be flashed in, and they're just going to try and go for a swing. But no one's home. Hold on to the Kevlar, hold on to the helmets. Make that buy a little bit cheaper in the next. We'll see some extra util come out as a result. It is going to be 4-0, friends. They've done a very good job at just keeping these opening rounds clean here on Dust 2.
And as they have, BC.Game will now start running into a little bit of trouble. When's the first sack pause gonna come through? When's the first couple of kills gonna be found for Prime Tabs and Kakanito? These are the questions that go through BC.Game's mind right now. And Ents, well, they're loving the momentum that they're getting, so they look to keep it up. It's been these slow early rounds towards some pacey mid rounds out here from Ents that have been working out. And now with the damage heard onto Kakanito from that Molotov, it is going to be up to Ents to try to hold on to their pace and their position in towards top tunnels until they find that opening frag. BC.Game, reckoning they're a bit too passive, are actually going to be picking up the pace in towards middle. They're sending Simple out to investigate. And he has to work out here with Kakanito to get through top tunnels too. It's Milty with the bomb that's the issue here for Ents. If he drops, the whole round can be in peril.
Yeah, scary stuff. Kakanito's got a powerful position. I don't think Miltsy's going to drop and go for anything crazy with that bomb, but, you know, with Simple's contact in lower tunnel, that's where it does start to come into question. It's a massive shot connected. For Kakanito, he doesn't need to move. He can stay in the corner. They're not going to venture down into lower tunnels. They've found space out onto the A sides. The bomb's going to work its way over. Again, there's a world there. There's a world there where Simple have just walked up mid and sort of catches the bomb in rotation. It's not going to matter. They retake the A site before it even falls. Now it is just onto Miltsy. It'll be caught out by Kakanito. It's a really good round from BC.Game, and it's one that's just very unorthodox, right? It doesn't sort of follow the simple procedure of their defense, and it works really nicely.
And works again due to the risk that they took in sending Simple down mid even when Kakanito was already down there towards lower tunnels, and it pays off more than dividends as Simple is able to catch out the first onto top mid, then finds that second really good flick onto Natu, and from that point onwards just gets BC.Game the advantage. So really good movement out here from the AWP, and now it is up to Ents to try to push the pressure just a little bit extra to make sure that the previous round does not repeat itself. Next up, the first one to fall down on long is going to cause some rotations across the map, but look, I love the fact that BC.Game are taking up space in towards tunnels, so they know this is going to be an A hit, and they're just looking for that late activation on Andu's flank to secure a better position out here for BC.Game.
Simple. Sent with the sniper.
They're being faked out here quite well.
Yeah, this is... Well, so far it's worked very well for Ends. You can sort of see that, yeah, these over-rotations have come in, but it's such a long rotate round to B as well that you would expect in the next couple of seconds Andu to realise this, but no. They are fully retaking A. They're still yet to realise that nobody's here, and if Ends pull the trigger out onto the B site now, they have it for free, and the rotations aren't even going to be ready.
That was beautiful from Pody. He was dropped all the util, and he times it just right that everybody from BC.Game goes back onto A. It's just Andu on a good timing to actually get into this bomb site. But the only man he actually stops with that smoke is going to be some Young a little bit later down the line. Half HP, he drops the bomb to the site. And he's not even going to fall yet. It's a good flank around in from tunnels, but it can't deny the bomb from being planted. So it's a 4v5 on a retake. That's really tough out here for BC.Game, especially with no flashes here to work with. They've got nothing out here, MNJ. Nothing to get back into that bomb site. So it is going to be Ends taking that 5th on the board.
Just circles being run around them in this round. Simple, hoping for some exits, but frustration that you can't get more out of a round like this because... it's one they heavily invested into. Just that B site here on Dust 2. A real plague so often. Just a massive overcommitment and over-rotation at the start. Causes them all those issues. A simple dying to the bomb there as well is really unnecessary. Like, that is just... I don't understand how you let that happen, but... either way, I mean, the AWP will be recovered, but it means that there's now an extra rifle that needs reinvesting, and they don't really have the money for it.
Yeah, someone's gonna have to take the short end of the stick. That might just be Andu. And this one. Or Simple goes for something crazy and just plays the glass cannon on AWP and drops an A1S out here to Andu. Either way, someone's unhappy coming out of this one. And it's due to a fair and square mistake. What is this? Double op setup, no way. When you already don't have the money to work with?
This
crazy.
is weird. This is weird. I don't know. I saw who was it yesterday that was running down this double AWP setup?
On T side, right?
Saw yesterday, yeah. Just running down this double AWP setup on the T side,
Static.
right? It kind of worked. A static, yeah. That was it. So maybe taking a page out of their strat book, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this. I'm assuming, yeah, okay, Andu's just bought himself, so I'm assuming it's going to be Nexa that sort of sacrifices the rifle. There you go, gets out the MP9. Simple should then be buying himself Kevlar. But as I say, I just don't understand how you die into the bomb there. You know, like the round is lost. Get out of there. Why are you still holding tunnels? I think it was just like a genuine mistake, a complete oversight, thinking that he either had more health than he did or that the bomb did less damage than it was going to. But yeah, I just don't really understand it. Unless he DC'd or tabbed out or something, which is why he then didn't move, which is why we're now in a technical pause and he hasn't bought himself armor yet.
Maybe. Could be very possible. Again, we are not in the server, we're not in the TeamSpeak, we don't know, but he's back. Technical's over, so you might be dead on the money, you might not, we don't know. For now...
I'm starting to think that's maybe what happened, I'm going to be honest. Otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. But it's round number 7, and there's no benefit when you look at the round count. Ents are still the ones coming out ahead here, 5-1 on their own map pick. So this T side definitely has legs to it. And right now, they're trying to keep that advantage up. But remember, we got to see a 5-1 in the previous game before as well. And Ents were able to bring it back down to a 6-6 split. So it's not like BC.Game can choose to recreate that. It depends on just how the pace from Ents is going to be looking. Great grenade onto Pody. But middle, still quite empty. It could be another avenue here for Ents to move into this B-bomb site.
It could be. Probably should be. But that bomb's been left behind. Just tucked in next to Xbox.
Setup still ran. Oh!
Ooh. That's a big start from Prime Taps. That's a big time for it as well. We question this double AWP setup, but it may be the answer.
Might be. And CT side again makes more sense to bring it out. So even in a big money round like this, BC.Game taking a little bit of a gamble, and it might be paying off. Finally, Nexus engagement in towards long does pay off his dividends too, and it's just Kakanito here to hold on. A simple taken out from mid. Just a dink out there onto some Da Young, as that's all that BC.Game could muster up out here for this hold. Now it's going to be up to the retake, and Pody gets very lucky that Nexa doesn't connect that headshot. Instead goes to the body as he moved just a slight second after he started shooting. Andu and Prime Taps are forced to the save because of it. They don't have the information that Pody's down to half, that some Da Young is down to 14. Hence, get another one on the board, and that just continue to escalate the advantage.
Yeah, that's rough. With the amount of damage that was dealt there, you'd really sort of tee them up to have a good advantage there on that retake. And as you say, if Nexa connects, which he should have, then that would have made all the difference. And they would have had a go at that. They would have had a 3v2, and I think they probably would have won the round. So it sort of hangs in the balance of the IGL's aim duel on short, and it doesn't work. We did see them pick up both AWPs on the T side there. It was just whilst they had low HP, and I was wondering if they were going to hold on to it, but they don't. I think that's the right call. It's just going to be Miltsy with that one sniper.
I like this. Rigon's on the Mac 10. They want to play a faster round, and he has a spawn for it as well, so it's straight up to B out here. It's going to be up to Andu to really deny a lot of this, as Prime Taps is going to be staying on window. He's not going to have the first engage. It's up to Andu indeed to try to find these kills, and it's only good for one. Pody on the spray transfer finds Prime Taps all the way up to window. Wins the round off immediately. What happened there?
Wow, wow, wow. Mechanics from Pody. Beautiful stuff. Rigon, yeah, as you pointed out, had bought the Mac 10, had a choice, not necessity. There's more than enough money for whatever he wanted, but he had the B spawn, and he said, I'm just going to spearhead this, I'm going to run in, just make sure you trade me. Pody does exactly that, and he does it very, very well. So, yeah, we are going to see a 7th out of ends. This is much better. Much, much better than Mirage. And it's surprising that there can be this kind of disparity. There can be this huge difference in level between maps, right? Because yeah, they weren't there on Mirage. They weren't playing like this on Mirage at all.
I mean, on the comeback they were, and it feels like now you start asking questions about whether or not ENCE just had a slow start, and this is where their actual level is currently residing. This is how good Pody is right now, and he did that previous stint with just the AK. Now he's on the AWP, his preferred weapon, and suddenly Simple's got competition on that scope. And sadly for BC.Game, it is just Simple to be connecting shots right now. That's why they're not putting up rounds on the board. It's just as easy as that. If you had a couple of extra good holds onto the B-bomb site, if you had A being a bit more tightly knitted, secured there by Nexa all the time on the first peak, then maybe BC.Game would have had a couple of rounds or two here on the board, but that's just not the case, and you're desperate to see more output from the other 4 players on BC.Game's team, other than just Simple right now.
I think this is sort of something I touched upon in that first map as well, right? Long game, everybody playing a consistent level is always going to be 1 or 2 superstars. Now, BC.Game did step up towards the end of Mirage, and we saw everybody sort of shooting back, but at the very start of the map, it was quite literally just Kakanito and Simple that was really doing anything. Prime Taps was somewhere in the middle. Andu and Nexa were completely absent. Yeah, we're kind of starting to see that again, aren't we? It's like Simple's playing exceptionally well, everybody else, we're not really seeing anything out of them.
And this time he doesn't have Kakanito, right? So
yeah. And it won't suffice against a team like ENCE. It just won't. It might against like a team outside of the top 50. It's not going to suffice against ENCE.
Well, ENCE are definitely going to be taking that advantage until BC.Game make a change, right? So they're trying to get as many rounds on the board as they can, and now with 30 seconds left to go, it's up to round number 9 to see if they can put yet another one up. Andu out into mid is going to be the first engagement out here as Rigon actually drops into CT. This still could be a B angle as Natu allowed to connect onto Prime Taps is just simple here to hold in a 3v1 essentially. Moves back in towards tunnels, an amazing flash coming through from whoever threw it, but it is going to be good only for simple. 2v2 and Pody with a Tech 9 manages to make this one doable for some Young. It's a 1v1. It's an IGL duel here as Nexa is coming on in and does find ahead of some Young. That's Nexa on the clutch, and just like the previous couple of rounds that BC.Game had to end on for the first map, we get to see the IGL start clutching up back again in a much needed moment. BC.Game need the rounds.
Yeah, a bit of a clutch demon Nexa, even when he's not been able to have all too much impact outside of the clutches. He steps up and puts rounds on the board, which is really, really important. Now, there's a world, right? There's a world that they could take 3 in a row and give us a decent half. I'm still not super optimistic, but yeah, that's sort of the benchmark, right? That's what they're looking for. If they can take 3 on the bounce here, we go 7-5, and they're absolutely sort of back in the picture for the T-half. Love this initiative from Simple. Playing over the top of the Xbox smoke. Oh, if they swing from top mid, he knows he's dead, has to come off on the timing. That's a shame. I don't think they would have been expecting that. It would have been good for a freebie. Flash over the top, and oh, just bites off more than he can shoot. Simple. Can't take more than one. He'll be overwhelmed, and it's all going wrong.
Yeah, high pressure moment out there, but Nexa finally able to win out his engagement onto Long, even though he had sacrificed a teammate. So now needs to win another one, and it just doesn't work that well. It's a double peak, and Nexa isn't even able to get out one with, so Prime Taps is left into 1v3. And the bomb is already on its way to short, so they're playing this one very frugally, Jens, very carefully. Got a molly off short, and it's up to Prime Taps to find a big clutch out here with Nate on 20 HP. It's really up to some Young to win this one out. And that's why Nate out of the fight, and now position known for Prime Taps. Some Young out into elbow, and Prime Taps is surely going to check this. Sees the head, connects it. Prime Taps, much needed moment out of him to keep BC.Game in this very game. Well played.
Jeez. Okay. Well, again, I don't know how sustainable this is to just keep relying on clutches for these rounds, but if they're able to sort of inch ahead in a few of them as a result of clutches like this, then it might just sort of chip away at the end's confidence and keep BC.Game with their heads above water. And I think that's all they really need right now. They just need to tread water on Dust 2, stay afloat, and when they do find that groove, they can start to sort of bring things their way. But at the moment, it does very much feel like Ents are looking like the better side. And it is just BC.Game every now and again having flashes in the pan, big individual moments.
Question is this, are these 2 rounds going to be waiting on the Ents, right? They've taken out the attack pause, they've talked it out, and from our perspective, it's clear that it comes down to really risky 1v1s that they're ending up on clutches in. But for Ents, it's like, you know, there's something wrong here. We've lost these 2 rounds when we had such a big momentum, such a big tempo. What's the change? What's happening? So it is going to be interesting to see if Ents are going to be keeping the same game plan or changing something unnecessarily here. As BC.Game still putting those risks into the round. But hey, maybe it works, because Nexus finally found his pace in towards Long. He's finally winning out these engages. So that means a lot for the team right now.
It certainly does. Simple. Just on the angle. He's already fallen, and yeah, that 7-5 dream is absolutely still alive and actually looking kind of likely at this point when you realise that Ents aren't going to have a whole lot of cash in the bank if they lose this one.
Yeah. I just noticed as well, Milty. Tough game on this one too. Struggled on first. We thought it was a warm-up issue, you know, just first map. Struggling on map number 2 is really not needed now for ENCE when they're trying to make it to quarterfinals. Nexa gets out with 2 out of long doors. Longhouse manages to find his flank, forces ENCE to the fight. Either way, they had to go there. It's 25 seconds left, and Pody only able to clean out on 1. Natu, at the very least, finds Andu as well, but the timing's all wrong, and Nexa's up to it. Wants to deny that bomb, but the smoke saves them. It's at least a bomb plant here for ENCE in a 2v3. Natu, struggling on 4 HP, is gonna fall, and Nexa finds the double, makes it clean, makes it poppy. As it is gonna be BC.Game now, good for 3 in a row to start making this comeback real.
Okay, yeah, this one doesn't require a crazy clutch. This one's a little bit more consistent, which I think should do them some favours. Just a proof in the pudding that the team are starting to find that level where, yeah, they are capable of just winning rounds without one individual pulling off a 1v3 or something of the sort. So, round number 12. Not the best of buys for ENCE. I said the money would start to break down a little bit if we get to this point, and that's what we'll see. Now, bomb plant in the last gives them a little bit of extra cash, plus they've got the loss bonus, so it's not as bad as it could have been. It does still mean 2 Mac 10s in play. They're going to try and run it down to B again. They've had a lot of success with this in the past, but this time, no double entry out of Pody means no success. And a minute 35 on the clock with a 2-man disadvantage.
Yeah, good luck, ENCE. I mean, they've worked through a couple of clutches before, but that was again at the beginning of this half when BC.Game were still struggling really individually. Now, they seem to have woken back up, and Nexa has been the one that has been doing that the most. So he's up, left onto the A-bomb site to hold until cavalry arrives from CT. 3v4. Pody, Sumda Young, and Rigon. Whole task ahead. Looking on in, Rigon, good headshot on the first, but the player coming up the ramp is gonna be Andu. Good for at least 1, denies the bomb for just a little longer, and now it's a 1v2. That makes it a 1v1! Sumda Young lines them up! What just happened? His perspective must have been crazy. Simple was struggling on those dualies, but I just don't know how Nexa died at the beginning there.
That is ridiculous. Hopefully we will get to see it from his POV here in the replay. I mean, this is a whole half recap replay, which is a bit of a shame, but yeah, could have, should have been 7-5.
3v5, 8-4.
Unreal.
Well, this actually has pretty sizable implications for the second half, because BC.Game, if they can make it 7-5, they win a pistol, they're completely back into this game. Now, even if they win the pistol, they're still not going to be in the happiest of spots, and they're playing this T side on their enemy's map pick. Not going to be easy. Tell you what. See? This is not the first shot. Should have been huge out there onto Andu. Yeah. Falls apart. BC.Game could get to the bomb site, but we do have a couple of lineups here for the CT's ENCE. Connect onto with some Young's help from the previous round. Now keeps up the same position, finds those same 2 headshots. Nexa feeling the hurt, and Simple connecting an amazing headshot. Finds Pody as well. It's Simple and Prime Taps making the 2v4 happen and turning things back around in BC.Game's favor.
I felt like a bit of a must-win there in the pistol after losing the final of the first half in the fashion that they did as well. They come into this 8-4 down. They know that if they drop the pistol round, it goes to 9, and ENCE are well on their way to the finish line, and a third map feels inevitable. But BC.Game on their nerve. Simple having some massive moments there at the end as well. This resurgence from Nexa has been exceptional. I know you pointed out before, but it's just pretty insane that he had a really, really slow start to this map, and he's stepped up. He's now sat 10-10. He's one of the top honchos on the scoreboard in the server as a whole. Simple's having a bit of a field day, tapping in mid. They seem to have lost Pody, which is awkward, but I'm sure they'll find him.
Yeah, even a single USP that is going to do him much, even with this position, to find kills, find damage out here onto the T side. They're all really holding him, but yeah, those were some nice controlled headshots coming out of Simple to boost his cash and boost his KD as well. BC.Game 8-6, and this is what I was talking about, right? Because ENCE realized they've made it 8-4 in the split. Now they can work out on a full save in second round after they lose pistol, buy up into the third, and still hold on to a pretty sizable advantage. So BC.Game, still not in clear water right now, needs to somehow win out up against this full buy on ENCE's side. And we need to see performance coming out of Kakanito too. Because he was the star on the last map, and it seems like all his team went down to that first map.
Yeah, time to shine here. This is an important round. This is a super important round for ENCE. They win it, we're in business. They don't, there's problems. BC.Game should be able to tie things up, and assuming they take a couple of casualties as well, they might be able to snatch away that orb, upgrade the Galils and the Mac-10. This is an effective bonus round, and they've already found that first frag. The domino to fall is Miltsy. You pointed out he'd had a slow series, and oh, Sunday Young makes up for it. That's massive.
Late Molotov in towards car, doesn't really let them get through, and Rigon helps out as well. Mistakes out here by BC.Game on the macro game might just cost them the entirety of this round. Before you push there, you always send out the Molotov. It came in just that tad bit too late. Sunday Young allowed to overtake, and now a 2v3 where we really need to see Kakanito step up to the plate. It's prime taps up into short, and he's got his teammate behind him. Will the head peek out from ramp is the question. There it is, and not connected upon. Prime taps at least gets him in the end. Will be a bomb plant. No defuse kit here. Pody is on the AWP, but he's quite far away to come in through CT. So this is really going to be tough for ENCE, and they might just choose to save. Yeah, Josh, it's 8-7. It's BC.Game. Back into it. Or at least it's looking like it.
Are they going for the save? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it felt like they were, and you know, you've got to make sure that you commit to these things and kind of own your decision, right? You're either backing away and saving, or you're not. If you're not, then you need to fully commit, and if you are, then you need to make sure that you hold on to those rifles, because it's disaster when you meet somewhere in the middle and you kind of give it a little stab, but not enough, and you end up in this really awkward bit. But yeah, 8-7. It's a good round. 92 and Pody will hold on to their weapons and inflict some real damage, but not bad at all, to be honest. BC.Game are right back in this after a very, very shaky start.
Yeah, I remember 7-1 right at the beginning of all of this, so the fact that we do get to see BC.Game still very much so into this game is amazing. And, well, we're effectively watching a 4v4 out here, I'm sorry to say, for both Miltsy and Kakanito. BC.Game, the individuals have definitely made fewer and fewer mistakes as this T side has moved in. And ENCE struggling to cope with the change for now. Pody, if he dies here, no more AWP into the next round too, so we're gonna get to see a bit more defensive ENCE come out of this round. At the very least this time though, they do have defuse kits, so a retake is on deck. Is a possibility. Very interesting as well, the way that Nexus calling out these rounds, right? He has a very wide repertoire of strats he can go for. The map doesn't really help him, but BC.Game, they've gone really quick, they've gone really slow. It's a good look here for Nexa, focusing on his individual as well as managing to call out a good game on map number 1, and now managing to come back here on map number 2 as well. He needs this in his career too, you know, like finally a step up now with Simple helping him. Next has been around the block, man, and he just wants his moment to shine, his moment in the spotlight a little bit more than he did before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's capable of bringing a team back up to the levels, the heights that he's played at. Right now, though, they are being met with major resistance on this B-bomb site. ENCE are not letting anybody pass. That'll continue. Nexa does take one, but an instant trade back. It's all onto Simple, and with 5 seconds left, there's of course no option. So, has to just hold on to this. Sniper will move through to the next, but Ents maintain this lead. No tie-ups yet. We're 8-8. Sorry, we're not going 8-8. We're 9-7.
Yeah, 9-7. Couldn't pull through on the 8-8, and because of that, attack pause will come through. And I don't think we're getting to see frustration on Simple's camp there, just maybe a little bit of tiredness, maybe not his head fully into this game, because he's not getting support. It's Nexa trying his best, but everybody else falling behind the floor a little bit here, at least for Simple's expectations, right? And those are some really high expectations that you have to meet, so 9-7 ends. Starting to try to run away with this, see if they can get up to double digits, and if they take this round away, they can certainly have a huge lead once again. Could turn to 11-7. And a good hit onto Raygon through the wall.
Yeah, it's some big early damage inflicted. Won't necessarily know that he's done it, but whenever you're sort of holding that cross and you go for the flick, you can normally kind of feel that you've hit it, if that makes sense, and have a pretty decent idea. Yeah, I think I've landed the tag there.
Melty needs to do something here desperately, but the flash is too good. Simple throws both out. Melty out of contention for that long hold. It's BC.Game on a 4v4, heading up into this A-bomb site. Smokes really buy up a lot of time here. And I like the fact that Ents go back to mid. They realize it's either do or die. We hold in short, we hold into this crunch on mid. Figure out what works and what doesn't. Because we have no other information. And BC.Game, well, they've taken in the bait. Their game plan is figured out, yet Jens are in a man disadvantage. Options dwindling by the second. 35 seconds left to get into this bomb site. It might start to become a real issue if BC.Game don't start pressing that W key.
Pody's on the angle as well. They need to make sure that they either flash him off or they insta-trade if he lands the shot, and, well, it's the former. Now, Simple will be posted up on the angle. No chance for Pody to get anything more out of that. So, it is going to be 9-8. Ents can't hold on. They are still going to go for another buy, though. Someday Young's dropped an AWP over to Pody. There will be enough to invest around it. Rigon should be lacking. I think he'll be down to an MP9, but he's kind of been pretty happy to just rock an SMG in many of these rounds. So, yeah, I don't think that's going to cause him any problems here. He do win in this one, though. Oh, and again, Simple lands the tag through the doors. It's just mega damage being dealt every round.
There you go. Very, very needed here for BC.Game, seeing as how the scoreline is so close. You're taking every advantage you can hold on to, latch on to. And there's a rare W here for Kakanito as well. That'd be the entry in towards short, which might be forcing BC.Game's hand to actually peek into this angle. If Pody goes down, it's a quick round here for BC.Game. That is a big if, and look onto the minimap as well, Natu. The only one that can even be thought to go down to that B-bomb site. Simple takes him through the smoke.
Oh, man. It is cruel. The Simple domination continues here. We were saying that, you know, he had an exceptional first map, but he wasn't the hardest hitter. There wasn't like a big carry out of him. It feels like he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders now. He is sort of taking up that responsibility and saying, all right, well, it doesn't look like we're going to win unless I go big, so maybe I will have to do a bit of carrying. That's what we're seeing right now. Good work being done. Still needs more. Pody flashed off the angle. They're just going to try and rock their way up short. There are two here on the ramps. They need to be very careful with this.
Yeah, but look, they figured it out. BC.Game had a bit of a look in towards that B-bomb site, and it was just enough to plant away the bomb, make it 9-9, and Ents are now the ones that have got to be wary of this T's hunting them. It's like there's cash in the bank here for the T side. They can comfortably go in for these hunts, which would definitely benefit them, because Ents are running dry on cash at the moment. And with Andu hitting headshots like that, well, it is definitely working out here for the T side. Milty's just desperately trying to stay alive. Does damage with the incendiary. Does take out Andu, but it's only really one. There you have it, BC.Game. Beautiful hunt out here from the team. And they finally equaled it out. It's 9-9. After being 7-1 down out here, Josh. Back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Tied up, and actually with the advantage here as well as... Not really sure where you go from here.
Again.
There it is again. Again from Simple. 3 rounds in a row. 3 rounds in a row. Someone from Ents is limping away. A brutal, brutal start. It is just the pistols. They should be made light work of, and this will be BC.Game on to 10.
There you go. Should be indeed 5 7s and pistols out here looking for just some cheap headshots they can find, and well, only one was good. As that is going to be BC.Game looking up to double digits first. It's Andu. 1 par for the ace actually here. He's found the 4th. He's searching for the 5th. I don't think Pody is going to give it to him. But that definitely is going to help Andu's confidence go up. Even if it's just against pistols, it's him getting back in, connecting those headshots, feeling good on the server. And we've definitely been seeing it. Because when BC.Game were losing, Andu was barely having any kills. And now everybody out here from BC.Game, bar one, because there always needs to be one, everyone's come back in. Ready to play.
On 20.
And yeah, from what we thought was going to end quickly, we're now into round 20, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we've even got here in the first place. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that we saw a resurgence out of BC.Game. I was not expecting them, even if Dust 2 didn't sort of output the same kind of damage as Mirage. I really wasn't expecting them to just roll over and die here on Dust 2 when they were 7-1 down. It was only a matter of time before they started giving us something, but this is more than something. This is a hell of a lot. Andu falls early, but Simple is still smashing shots. Prime Taps has found a head elsewhere too. And this is for 11 rounds. And to push Ents back onto no cash, they would be in prime position to take 12, to take map and series point qualification into the quarterfinals. A match that we sort of teed up to say, yeah, this is probably going the distance. This is probably going to 3 maps. And
Dead end. Yeah.
yeah, BC.Game don't want to play 3 maps.
There you go. I mean, you have to give it to Simple as well. It's Simple. He's Simple, and there's not that many operators that could just go down middle, refrag onto Pody, and manage to still scale up short, find that second frag, and essentially find a round here. Because Ents on an effective 2v4, it's not like it's really gonna be easy to get back into any bomb site. So Ents already pulled the plug. They don't have the cash to work with it either. Yeah, it's 11 on the board here for BC.Game. A huge comeback being made, and now ready to try to send it home on a 2-0 up against Ents as well, who are having a really decent start on both of these maps.
Indeed they were. Hunting now to look at the money. It's got to a point where for BC.Game they say Simple's got 8k in the bank, it'll be 10k after the bomb goes boom. 5 figures. It's enough to justify him getting a little exploratory. Flashes over the top. Kakanito finds one. Simple will be traded, and that will be recovered. So it's only a rifle lost in pursuit of getting rid of those 2 M4s, and it does them massive favours, because it's not just 2 M4s carried through, it's the Kevlar and the util that goes with it, and the ability to be able to then drop. And the fact that they're now not able to drop over puts them in real jeopardy. They're going to call a pause here, because they really don't want to be giving BC.Game series point, but they're also in a position where, you know, if they force here, they're not going to be able to bring too much into it, and they commit themselves to like back-to-back bad buys, right? So yeah, there's a real tough call to be made.
Yeah, it is tough, and it's even tougher when the best player out here for BC.Game is Simple on 20-8. So, you know, he's not having a bad day. The rest of his team has got to keep up with him rather than the other way around. And BC.Game loving life ends. They knew they had the advantage. CT side is struggling, so they're going to be going in for a half investment either way here. Not keeping it just to USPs. They can't afford that anymore. BC.Game are one away from map point and series point as well. So let's see it. MP9's dealing damage. It's the pistol out of Natu to take down 2 on short.
Oh,
There
no.
you go. Things are changing around. It's not all over yet though. Let's not put our hands on our heads just yet. It is Prime Taps to come back through. Natu taken care of. And it's still a 3v3 that can definitely be dealt with out here by BC.Game. The scout out of Pody, taken out as well by Simple. And some Da Young and Milty left into this 2v3 will be able to salvage guns. But it will still be a very tough engagement out here for the remaining players of the CT side. Prime Taps fully blinded. They're walking by each other right now. Chips in the night, inside of the smoke. And there's 2 where that came from. Suddenly, Prime Taps
Surely.
somehow keeps them at bay.
Surely. Not one
It's
that
12.
Ents are going to go for now. Yeah, they have to just hold on to that AK, hold on to that AWP, get on out of there. Play for OT. It is one hell of an attempt from Nightyu, but he finds those 2 kills. I was confident that Ents were going to just throw that spanner in the works that needed to come. You know, you go into a round like this, they made the right call to not overinvest. They made the right call to just go for the pistols and say we're going to have a full buy in that sort of 12-9 round. But you're secretly crossing your fingers under the table, right? You're secretly praying that this is going to be one that goes your way. And, well, it very nearly did. You can't ask for much more from Nightyu.
It's down to this last round. And I am scrolling right now through Ence's match history. It's been over half a year, I think, since they lost 0-2. It's been since the 15th of May, since they lost to Passion UA in a 2-0. It's never been done ever since then. It's taken this many months for Ence to lose on a 2-0 if BC.Game get through into this one. And they have not known this kind of defeat in a while. It would really hurt them, especially going into so many events. BC.Game showing up such a good game right now. They've
this
only
has been
lost in
exceptional.
2-1 fashion, yeah.
Oh, Nightyu's super aggro though in the T-spawn, and this doesn't really give them options. Prime Taps has found the entry out along, and it sort of commits them to this, because they're sandwiched in. And unless Andu can find an escape route, which he does, then A has to be the destination. I think it might be anyway, but now the pressure's off. The 4v2, Andu and Prime Taps are low, so they need to be careful. This could still go wrong. As it stands, they're in a decent position. They're in a very good position, in fact. I'll give them a little bit more credit.
Yeah. Some Young's coming in. He's out onto Longhouse, ready to execute. Could be the final moments we have of this best of 3. BC.Game are gonna walk up, and Rigon, if he finds more than 2, this is still very doable. Spots out Andu, can't take him down. Some Young comes in from long, and it's really up to Rigon, who finds the 2
huge.
needed. There you go, it's down to Nexa, 1v2, and he's gonna run away. He has the bomb indeed. Is anybody gonna pick him in from CT? Doesn't even matter now. It's still a 1v2, and with no util left out here for Ence, this isn't over.
They're not even going to start to rotate until that bomb goes down as well. So this is already going to be sort of a third of the way, maybe even halfway ticked before they get into position. And they're scrambling around, trying to swap out Rigon's AWP for a rifle. Aid goes in, decent damage onto Nexa. He will confirm they're both coming up from the doors. Now he's just got to land the heads, but they'll both swing together. And Nexa doesn't even pull the trigger. I like the idea to grab the bomb and go B. But yeah, it was not up to scratch for the clutch. And a real round fumbled. That was a key opportunity to just get this series over and done with and stay alive.
I have to give credit where credit is due as well. Rigon, if he crumbled under the pressure out there, Young would have been all by himself. Definitely a round that's not really approachable. But He finds the double, and Sam Young takes care of the AWP onto Prime Taps too, so everybody's happy. And look at this now on the T side, Prime Taps the one to hold the AWP over Simple. Some definite changes being made. I think it's spawn.
It's spawn based. It's spawn based. He had the long spawn. He'll go and swap back now, I think, but...
No, Simple's on the other side of the map. There's no way. He's holding on to the AWP. Simple. Left to the AK.
Definitely go and swap now. He's on 12 HP. There you go. They're even going to go and
there you go.
Arrange a little meet and greet in T-spawn. Yeah. Give me that back, please. Thanks. Alrighty.
Okay. Well, ENCE have found a lifeline into this game, and they're not about to just throw it away. Beautiful flash out there from shore, but it's still going to be Sam Young to fall first. Good kill out of Nexa to peel away for Andu. And now 4v5 where Simple's looking low, but it doesn't matter because he's Simple. He's not going to overpeak this. Not going to overplay it. Just waiting on BC.Game to make a move.
You might. You definitely could. There's a HE in play still for Milty as well if it's deployed in the right place. Get that AWP out of commission, but for now, he's holding long. BC.Game seem to be set on possibly bombarding out of short here. I don't know. I mean, the bomb's gone back to lower tunnels. They've still got options. They've got the man advantage. Simple's kind of made a glass right now. Tank from anything would get him finished, but this is interesting. Well. He's going to drop through the smoke. This is so sick from Andu. This is so sick. And now they'll route to B.
There you go, beautifully done. It's all up to Nate too. He's hearing all the steps being gone, and Andu, he sure finds one, but it's all up to Milty. 1v3, and it's up to Simple to close it as the narrative goes. 22-9. Simple shows us how it's done, and it's BC.Game 13-10 to close it out on their enemy's map pick and give ENCE their first 0-2 defeat in over 3 months. Insanity.
That last round is all Andu. That is so sick. It's so well played. You throw that sort of wall of smokes to get you out on Cat, and the ramp player doesn't want to face, right? Now, there wasn't one there, but even if there was somebody sort of contesting that angle, you don't want to face because it's a really awkward fight to be taking. Spam.
He's been great, and there's no surprise that it's Simple to be the MVP out here for the last map. But what a comeback. We haven't even scratched the surface of that, right? 7-1, and BC.Game keep pushing on ahead. Props to Nexa for being able to keep the team together for that long and to make it happen and to even pull through himself and show up on very important moments. It's been a beauty to watch here for BC.Game, and a definitely deserved quarterfinals exit out here into the tournament as ENCE are not going to be making it through. Unfortunate for them as well because they really tried, but Milty was just not on the server today, and it's tough to play a 4v5 up against Simple, you know? So,
yeah, big piece missing, and I don't know. I think it would have made a big difference, to be honest. I'm not even going to beat around the bush. If Milty was just putting up like a stronger performance, bearing in mind how close both maps really came, it maybe not so much map one, but it did feel like it could have been close, you know, after we saw the contentious first half. There was a world there that the ENCE could have either won that, definitely could have won Dust 2 and brought us to a third, and then maybe even had that advantage on the decider. But BC.Game, sort of the storyline continues. I'm not going to say I'm rooting for them, but I'd love to see them make it through far into the playoffs. And a 2-1 start against ENCE, we said they kind of drawn one of the harder teams, or probably the hardest team as one of the playoffs invitees. So they've overcome that hurdle beautifully. And yeah, into the quarterfinals, I think these guys could absolutely go the distance. I think they could even win the whole thing.
I think so as well, and I'm sure we're not the only ones, but now we're left to see who's going to be their opponents coming up into these quarterfinals, as we've got more best of threes to come out here for the day, and for the playoffs, up next is also going to be a very exciting game on ahead. Is the Germans on over a big versus Spirit Academy to try to go head-to-head here, butt heads, and see who is going to come out alive, because Mokujin's been looking pretty much on fire as of this tournament, and he's not the only one, so definitely stay tuned to that. Thank you guys for tuning on in. GG's to both sides, GG's to ends. Really well played for BC.Game. We've said it time and time again. But that's going to be it for us out here, Josh. I feel like these are going to be our final last statements. So for everybody at home watching, we're going to be, well, hoping that you enjoyed. And any closing statements out here, MJ?
No, I guess not. We've got around about an hour until the next game, though, so go grab yourself some lunch, stay hydrated. I'll be back here, as I say, an hour's time. We've got another banging matchup. In fact, we've got 2 more matches to
don't think it's going to be an easy 2-0 for Big. But yeah, Vitas are interesting. Perhaps Spirit Academy selecting Overpass, maybe trying to sort of punish Pick in this sort of what could be seen as a bit of a David versus Goliath story. But
Charlie,
Overpass, though.
I don't mean to do this to you, but I wasn't able to bring it up. You mentioned, Big #1 in the world. That was 5 years ago. 5 years ago.
Wow. That's a way to make me feel old.
Yeah, look. Crazy though, right? You're thinking, oh yeah, remember when Big were #1 in the world? That's, a few months ago? No, 5 years ago. Obviously a very different roster, but
Still got Tabson.
Yeah, still got Tabson. Old faithful.
Yeah, hoping he's going to have some big moments here. Obviously, massively experienced player. Yeah, big name individually. Had some monster moments. But here, Hoped is the first player to fall. Cypher will rip him out of the server and give Spirit Academy the advantage temporarily. But Tabson, the man we spoke about, will bring it back.
Tabson back at the bomb site. QB rotating in. QB with 2 and a third. Okay, QB has come to play. Sotfik now the coach in the 1v4. That's a great rotation from QB. That is just... Okay. We've got a game on our hands, we really do. Because I think, although Big, look, I know it's not been perfect, and I know it's not what I think a lot of Big fans will have hoped when it comes to this team. Moments like that, you still have to realise that, as you mentioned, this is still a project. Have faith in this, because it could look so good. Because they've kind of just picked apart and taken great talent from loads of different rosters now. And I think this could work so well. They just have to give it time. They have to, give this consistency because, okay, yeah, Hyped. We understand he hasn't had the best time since joining this roster, but obviously on alternate attacks, he was the main man. Kyubi, we're back on Sangao. I know he had that time on Fnatic, but I feel like Kyubi made a name for himself on Sangao, did really well there. Obviously, JDC, time on Mao. This is they basically just picked 3 great individuals from those previous teams and looking to make this kind of German super team. So I hope to the big fans out there, and I hope to the kind of the, I guess you could say the neutral fans who have watched this organization through the years, I hope they just give them time.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have sat at home and wanted to see a bit more from players like Hyped and QB, though, and QB on that pistol definitely did show, look, there's a player in there. And hopefully we are going to get to see something a bit more consistent over these next few months. But it is just this anti-eco. It should win this one reasonably cleanly. There's not been much, if anything, invested in this round for Spirit.
It's going to be an A-plot.
Yeah, it's a good rotation. QB is rotating back.
I think he's got the fama. He does have a smoke, I guess. But the reposition's great from QB. I think he takes his time with that fight, actually. Wait till he's fully elevated. Well, Robbo with 2. He's got another with an MP9. He's planted the bomb. Financially, this round's going to be really positive. And if Grimgo goes down, he has been... Well, he will find the frag. Tabson can retrieve that FAMAS as well. But not a bad round at all. Robbo can bring out an AWP if that's what they want.
Yeah, it's a solid eco. It's the sort of things that you can pull off in moments like that. And Robbo will bring out the AWP. Not juggling this across just yet. Finally does. I was wondering, are we going to see Robbo wielding the AWP? For now, apparently not.
Honestly, I'm somewhat kind of in awe of Sotfik being able to not only come in as a coach, but someone who has never AWP'd. He's always been a rifle. I think there might have been the odd time he was a second AWP and he might have played it in one map here or there. But he's not an AWPer. And he's been able to kind of... I don't want to say he's been able to fill the shoes of Alcaram because he hasn't. But he's been able to do a service, do a job. Yeah, but great 100%. Solo play there from Tabson.
Yeah, early 2-man advantage for Big. Spirit Academy going to have to be left guessing here. And look, we have to say in terms of what we've seen from Spirit Academy's overpass, hasn't been great. Hasn't been unbelievable. But they've either done a lot of work on this map recently, or this does feel like a big punish pick to me. And look, you can look at that in a couple of ways. Even if Spirit Academy have done tons of work on this map behind the scenes and they're feeling really confident after practice practice is very different to official matches, and they don't have a huge amount of sample size to really look at there. So it does feel like it gives an opportunity for Big that if they can pull off overpass, if they can get the victory here, look, they move on to their map selection, and then maybe we do talk about a possibility of a 2-0. For me, on paper, Spirit Academy, who, look, the form has been a little bit weird after they first came back, because look, they took tough. 2.5 months out for one, as well as not only losing their heaviest hitting player, just after they came back, Algren disappeared. Yeah. So it was a bit of a weird spot for them to come back. Form into the proving grounds here, though, has been pretty solid. And I've liked what I've seen. It feels like we are starting to see a glimpse of the old Spirit Academy. And I definitely believe that this team can still work as a full 5. Not necessarily with Sotfik as a player, but...
You don't know.
Honestly, respectable job from Sotfik. Sypho, nice position here, but Tabson really quick to readjust.
Yeah, hyped on the orb, gets one. We'll be able to back away as well. Tabson obviously getting the 4K in the last round, really important. Seemed like after he got that double, he was destined to die, but somehow survived in all those engagements. Hype just backing off the angle after the flashbang comes through. Tabson searching for more here. 7-0 is Tabson.
Yeah, Big looking reasonably fearless. All of their players feel like they want to get stuck in. Haven't even spoken a huge amount of Crimbo yet. And him being probably my favourite player to watch. I'm sure a lot of people at home's favourite player to watch on this Big team. Hasn't been relied upon too much here. Mockajin will go down, so just the one frag found from Spirit on that weak investment. But money's starting to grow now for Big. They're starting to be a really financially stable spot.
Obviously, Hyped and Crimbo, although they have taken some time on different rosters, they have obviously both played at Big Academy at the same time. They're both on that roster back in January 2022. So we've got, although the kind of reconnection of these, I guess, you know, German stars, they've come back to the main roster together, which is quite nice.
Important round here for Spirit Academy. It feels like you don't want to allow Big to sort of get themselves into a position where maybe it's 6-0 before you even have a response. So it feels like the T's need to do some damage here.
Yeah, the fact that as well Spirit Academy haven't lost an early pick is something that has been, well, never mind. As I wanted to say, you know, we'd have about a minute of play in Spirit Academy. They hadn't lost that opener. They hadn't kind of given up any control or anything like that. And obviously Big, they're not looking to play passive. They are quite happy to get up in the face. But the fact that Spirit Academy had negated that, it left for a playing field, the same playing field execute. But now things are a little bit different. Quite a heavy lean towards A here from Big. Obviously, Hyped can offer a quick rotation down towards B at any moment. Smoke landing on the bomb site. Rimbo does have a molly and a nade. The issue is, we're caught by Mockajin. JDC just tucked away. Hype now holding the lines. Mockajin is in the cubby. Mazai's there as well. Mockajin needs to be cautious. Now playing under Heaven. This is 4v4 though. With Tabson finding Robbo towards short, it creates a little bit of pressure and problems. But Sotfik, great find onto Kyubi. Great flash over as well. Really blinded here. JDC finds Mockajin. Mazai with a quick trade though. Sotfik just posting up with the orb. Sotfik finding Tabson. Somewhat confirms the round. Hyped. Able to get the second shot off, but missed them both. Spirit Academy, first round on the board. Finance is still very good for Big, so it's going to be the investment, but at least for Spirit Academy, they're putting pen to paper, especially with the fact that Big, they have actually really struggled on their CT side in the few games that they've played here on Overpass. It's been their T side that's been so stellar. So, obviously, for Big, the fact they've already found 4 with 7 more to play, if they can get a couple, if they can level up the half, they'll feel really confident. It's good that Spirit Academy have got themselves here, but they need to continue. They cannot just give too much away to Big so early on, especially with this being Spirit Academy's map pick, and doubling down on that is the difficulties that Mirage might pose.
JDC is elevated up here. Has slightly missed his timing onto the play towards short. Boost has been dismantled, but JDC making his way back up. Sypho can't quite find, but tons of damage dealt in response.
So not going quiet here. tabseN just going to be backing away. Flashbang comes over, but Mazai's actually blinded from it. Hyped. Posted up with the AWP. Playing close towards Flowers here. He's going to come through. Hype. Oh, well, he will get a kill, but trade is seen instantly there from Robbo. Quite a nice way to deal with that. AWP posted up. Obviously, it can go wrong with a collateral, but I feel like odds are somewhat slim. Robbo's now taking this positive space towards long. tabseN, though, reactivating here towards Banana, and doing so, it allows this triple B setup to continue from Big. tabseN, he's retrieved the AWP now. Even gonna well, he has a slight look, and oh, Robbo gonna miss his chance. They're excellent from tabseN, and it's gonna force the play towards B now. Utilities being spent here from Spirit Academy. They are showing that they are gonna be heading towards B. Great setup. Crimbo gets one. Sotfik found. 19 seconds on the clock. Great nade from Mokajin. He spotted out another, but 14 seconds. Nothing he can do. Big back to winning ways, and Crimbo on the AWP confined.
Yeah, well handled there from Big. What a massive kill for tabseN, though, to find with the AWP. If he gets taken down by Robbo, all that space towards A can be taken. Robbo can either sort of look to be this flank. There's a lot that can be done. Don't get to see tabseN on the AWP as much as you used to, but just showing that he's still got some of his AWP prowess still there, and a massive kill from him to find, and instantly denying Spirit Academy stringing anything together.
Yeah, obviously for Spirit Academy, they could have repivoted up towards A. There was, 30 seconds on the clock, a couple of players in short. It would have been a really good decision and a really big frag for Robbo, but just doesn't happen. Hyped, just playing, holding towards Lower Con, Mokajin. Not going to expect this in the slightest. Hype's just going to back away, drops the molly as well. tabseN's close towards Party already. A couple hero rifles here. Sypho with a hero AK. The issue is Sypho is having a really slow game. He's 1-6 currently, but it is this playthrough B here from Spirit Academy. And with the loss of life of JDC, it allows for some success. Smoke towards Monster, but it's not going to matter. Players are already out. Molly in short. Mazai's been spotted. Two players in the back towards Water. Crimbo. Utility very limited here for Big. None, obviously, for Spirit Academy. This is going to be a round of the weaponry. QB gets one. Spots the shadow of Mazai. Great readjustment. Crimbo holding for Sypho and will find as well into the Glock of Sotfik. Somehow securing the first, but surely no second as Crimbo will get his second of the round. And Big, they get 6. This is looking very scary for Spirit Academy now. Obviously,
Yeah,
Spirit...
I mean, I sort of thought we were going to see Big maybe miss an opportunity when JDC went down towards short there as Mazai finds that kill, but seemingly every time that it feels like Spirit Academy gets a chance in a round, Big, they've got a strong enough sight hold, they reaggress, whatever it may be. Right now in this game, this is the best I've seen Big looking in quite some time, really.
Yeah, look,
Apart from sort of that game versus Passion UA where they absolutely annihilated them.
I think we do have to say Spirit Academy have undergone some tough changes. Losing both Alcaran and Kaiusuke, never going to be a helping hand. So I think we do have to say its expectations are that this Spirit Academy roster are going to struggle for a little bit. I think that's safe to say, especially while they're still playing with their coach. I think already they've done a lot to get through the Swiss stage. Obviously they went 3-1 as well, so it's not as though it was kind of an eked out lucky victory that, they looked really good in the Swiss stage. tabseN goes 1 for 1 there. That's not bad at all things considered. But yeah, I think for Spirit Academy, Big is one of the harder teams to face. When you look at some of the teams that are here already, Big ranking second highest on HLTV.
Also, do need to consider this is Mazai's only 11th official series on HLTV.
Yeah, exactly.
So even him, 16 years old, we've seen some nice signs already that there's going to be a very good player in there, and it's just going to be exciting to see what Robbo can do again with another talent, and see if he can have similar sort of results, similar to Sotfik as a coach.
Yeah, of course.
I'm hoping we get to see a bit more of a competitive game here. So 4 versus 4 on this occasion, but look at the little time there is, 20 seconds, and the T's aren't even past Divider. Smokes are going to be down. This is going to be frantic.
Yeah, it's early information as well. Fortunately for Spirit Academy, there isn't utility here, but Hype's playing from man. Oh, okay. Well, it seemed like he wanted to hold the lines for the first, but then spot for the second and got a little bit distracted. So, man advantage now for Spirit Academy. Oh, Mockajin. He's been chipped away at. Yubi and Krimo just backing away. I like this from Big. They know their money's not perfect. Hype can buy an AWP, but Tabson will need a drop. No need to give a round like this any go, because you don't have the util, you don't have the numbers. QB has been chipped away as well. Nice decision from Big. They've already got 6. They're going to be happy with this CT side so far, but throwing a round like this away and just throwing the weaponry, there's no real need. So I like this decision. I think for Big now, they are obviously going to be searching to take the half. Just 1 round needed. Okay, JDC. Sypho. Obviously, he's had a slow start, but those 2 kills, they were really quick. There were some great frags to find, and hopefully for Sypho, that's just going to gain a little bit more confidence in his own ability. Not to say that he wouldn't be feeling confident, but a slow start against in a big game against Big can definitely affect an individual's kind of mentality.
Yeah, just want these guys to get off the mark early. A couple of rounds found now. Still, there are 4 rounds remaining to the half. Things can switch up so quickly. And I think they will do if Big lose this round. From that sort of 6-1 scoreline very quickly, you can look at something like a 6-4. This nade there from Sypho would have been a nice idea if the boost is coming through. Yeah, we look up towards A. It is being defended right now, just solo by Hype to the 1-for-1 kill. As JDC gets found, Kobe isn't nearby for the trade.
Yeah, that's a tough one, because obviously with JDC going down, yes, there's the trade that comes through, but it's going to cause a repivot here from Spirit Academy. They're going to be thinking, well, they haven't taken deep space on A, so they're probably playing kind of a front toilets maybe map setup, or a jump spot back dice in long, something like that. So they're going to look to repivot towards the B-bomb side. Fortunately, Big have rotated a player off. So that's going to be pretty helpful. Spirit Academy, again, we're going to be seeing a lot of these 4v4s and these late plays, because they do like to play down the clock, but they're not wasting their time here. Smoke landing. Crimbo's going to send the HE grenade. Timing on this is everything. Reposition out of Crimbo. Very worried is Crimbo. He's under pressure. Mockajin. Great find onto QB. Crimbo still to deal with. Crimbo will find that frag. That is ridiculous. He does have an HE grenade. Nade is going to soften Sophic massively. A 48 damage grenade, but Sophic, great find. Still on the bomb site. Missed shot from Hyped, and Sophic capitalizes. Low HP for Tabson. Oh, low HP against both for Tabson, and he finds them. An excellent clutch from Tabson. The missed shot from Hype, though, and honestly, Sophic does so well in that kind of post plant. How he gets 2 there, I'm absolutely shocked, and sadly, it means nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for Sophic. Coach coming in, he's top performing for his team. 3rd in the whole server. Some really nice shots there, and made a difficult post plant there look very doable. But brilliant kill, has to be said, from Crimbo. Sort of 90-degree turns to keep himself alive and keep his team in the man advantage situation. So brilliant stuff from him there. But like you said, Tabson, a couple of low HP players, easy kills for him. I suppose one benefit for that round from Spirit Academy is they do bring it within just 1 survivor for Big. So we do have a buyout for the T's again. So if Big do lose here, they will be hard reset.
Even still, though, even if it comes through, the last 3 rounds could all go the way of Spirit Academy, and I'd honestly still be worried for them regarding their kind of place in the series. Nice second frag there found by Robbo. Sophic is posted on the angle here towards long, and I think this is a really good position for Sophic to just stay posted on, because the CTs are going to have to get inquisitive towards long. We're going to see it from JDC, but he baits out the shot. Sypho's taking space. Oh, Sypho. He can get himself in such a good position here. Robbo's now playing passively. He's got the AWP. An easy angle for QB to be prepared for. I love the fact that he repeats. This round's going to go the way of Spirit Academy. Sypho's position, he's cleared up the whole of the B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Grimmo's actually had a bit of a low towards B on a couple of occasions, but every single time Cypher was just somehow managed to get the time in. And Grimbo will get punished for it. And now with the bomb getting planted towards B, see, this is what he feared. And I'm not necessarily as confident about Big's T side as you are. Just due to the fact that it's only been 2 maps. 2 maps isn't exactly a huge amount to go off of. And I think more so, when you look at some of the teams that they were playing on this map, they're teams that you feel like 9 out of 10 times Big should be beaten. So I'm not massively convinced, and I'm thinking if Spirit Academy selected Overpass, they have to be reasonably confident with themselves on it. So I still think I'd want to see Big get more than 7. I'm not saying they can't win it, I just don't think I've got too much of a chance. JDC is surely going to go down. He's done well to find a couple of kills, but nothing more, surely.
I like it. Sophic baiting out, keeping the attention of JDC. As mentioned, though, it is just going to be the eco here from Big. Nice round from Spirit Academy, though, and it's great decision making from Cypher. Just take all of that positive space. We have some slight tech issues, though. Evasive in online Counter-Strike, we've come to learn that they are, I guess, the one consistency in a game of CS. You can try and predict which team's going to win or lose. You can try and have an idea of what the vetoes are going to be or what the scoreline's going to be. But the one thing we do know, there's going to be a tech issue.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Mokujin trying to give us a bit of an idea of exactly what it is. Trying to show the chat on his camera there. They can't exactly read without my microscope.
Camera's on kind of like an auto movement.
Or maybe he's holding it while playing. Well, there you go. See, I mean, honestly, this is the best thing about having cameras. You do get a bit of entertainment when you're in a sort of breaks.
Yeah, 100%. Right, so Spirit Academy. Let's say they find 5. I'm very confident for Big's T side, and I think it's generally on the basis that I feel like Big, because of the ability that they have and because of the threat that they pose on a lot of maps, I'm pretty confident for their T side. I know the stats are helping me with that confidence, but are you feeling that Spirit Academy can do it with just 5? Are we thinking that that's enough? Because this is their map pick. Big have already taken the half, and I know that the first couple rounds, we had some big moments from Tabson. We had some kind of great aggressive plays, and it was kind of the pistol round that's helped them as well. But are we thinking 5 is enough for Spirit Academy, or is that 5 with the pistol as well?
I mean, if you can't win Overpass while getting 5 rounds on the T side, then you should never even look to pick the map. 7 to 5 is reasonably standard, probably alongside something like an 8 to 4. I think if they can't put on a good showing on their CT side, then they've really missed a trick selecting this map and not Dust.
You did say the risk. It's clear that this is a punishment. You don't pick a map that you've played 3 times in the last 3 months and you've got a negative win rate on.
I mean, that's the thing.
They lost 13-2 on this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It either is a punish pick or they have done a lot of work in it on sort of the last week or so. And I think it's reasonably evident after that initial 13-2, a bit of work has definitely been done. The question is it going to be enough to beat Big? And right now, individually, I think the individuals right now, the biggest sort of component for me that we're seeing from Big that are giving them that one up is right now they kind of outgunning everyone. Tabson's looking really sharp. We've had big moments from all of the other roster, all the players on the roster. We're Spirit Academy. Look, you've had a nice moment from Sotfik on the B mom side. Robert's had a couple of moments, but you wanted to see a bit more from Mokujin. Haven't seen huge amounts. Cypher had one nice round there with a flank, but isn't exactly to the level where we want him to be.
Well, the thing is, I think it's got to be quite heavily relied upon from Mokujin, Cypher, and Robert, right? Because, as you said, Mazai, this is what, his 11th map on HLTV. Sotfik, the coach that's now AWPing. 11th series. But, it's the same difference. It's still, very few games at this level as well. So, I think we do have to say, Sotfik AWP calling, maybe not calling, but AWPing as a coach when he was a rifler. It seems like Mokujin, Cypher, and Robert should be the ones doing the heavy lifting. And in a fair few of these series, it kind of hasn't. Which like, I don't want to say, okay, well, they need to be doing better, because it is certainly difficult when you've lost, you know, your number 1 and number 2 within the same, you know, span of a month. But again, I would have thought that for Sypho and for Mokajin, they'd have their time in the limelight. We've not really seen that yet.
Definitely still time in this series, but Spirit Academy should have an easy time here, as it is just those USPs. Very little, I say very little, nothing at all is being invested from the German side.
I like the stack. Stack towards water. A boost, obviously, towards ABC. Honestly, I feel like Overpass is the type of map where if you get the call right on that full eco, it can look really good, because Spirit Academy, if they want to push and probe towards B, they've got to be right within the depths of your defenses. So, Spirit Academy selected correctly. A. Have taken quite some time though, a minute and a half to realise the A bomb site is the right call.
Yeah, just want to keep all 5 alive. Don't want to make any mistakes and give any guns up to the pistols. Probably aware that big finances are poor. I want to do their best to keep it that way. It should be the 4th without any real casualties for Spirit Academy here. The CZs are rotating in. Mokajin could be under pressure.
Yeah, obviously, money's really tough actually for quite a few of these CTs. You know, plenty of players sub 2k. You know, Tabs and Hyped, Grimbo, it's not going to be great. MP9's FAMAS is surely to be seen on many. Hyped could just go for the rifle here. We know that Tabson's going to be the util player. Yeah, as expected. That's kind of how your partnership on the A bomb site should be. Especially when you're both kind of a bit fractured in the financial department. So, I like it. Tabson. It looks as though Tabson might be sending util towards the B bomb site. Okay. MP9 in hand. Maybe wants to take some space here towards short. I don't mind this at all.
Yeah,
Double
so
long
this
setup.
QB making his way towards A. Posted up in long toilets while Hype holds the angle for any aggression. Which doesn't look like he's going to come early at least, but very quick here from Spirit Academy towards toilets.
Oh, okay. Well, UB. Let's let them cross, and now Spirit Academy, they can take all this space so quickly.
They're really fast. As soon as that smoke goes down, instantly the T's are through it. And I think Tabson's going to start to rotate, but I don't know if he's going to be aware of how deep these T's already are.
If they backstab to... Oh, has Tabson's just seen him?
Yeah, I believe he spotted Robbo there, and
Oh.
shots coming out from his eye. They know exactly what the game plan is. Hype's now posted up for Robbo's angle, and he does come out on top there.
Tabson just behind the smoke. Tabson gets a freebie. It's a 4 versus 2. Tabson searching for more. He's got 2 teammates close by that could have just waited for, but not bothered. Low HP Sophic will connect. 1v2 now. Bomb dropped on the bomb site though. That round looked pretty perfect for Spirit Academy. When you look at the space they took, somehow it's gone very wrong.
Yeah, Tabson's just somehow getting that information and able to keep himself alive and just relay it to the rest of the team. But I don't know if he spotted this.
Ooh.
Seems to have an idea. Well, certainly has now. We'll find Sophic. Yeah, definitely a bit unfortunate there from Spirit Academy. I love the call. I love what we saw there, silently up towards A so quickly. So sadly, can't get anything off of it.
It was 30 seconds and all Big knew was there was a smoke towards front toilets. They sent a molly to Divider and a flashbang towards top con. And to me, that sounds like there's a player who's progressing up connector, not 2 that are already in front toilets. Great awareness there from Tabson. Gains that early information, and that's kind of causes the repivot from Big to head into long toilets and look to kind of disperse and deal with the players in the back line. Spirit Academy, though, with 4. I think the pistol round is not vital, but if they do lose it, that's where things get very scary. You know, they might only have the 1 full buy before 12 is seen. Early play towards A here from Big. Space being taken, though, towards short. I really like this. They've got Sypho progressing through short, and they've got a boost there. They've elevated Robbo up, I believe. Actually, it's Mazai that's gone up.
Yeah, Sophic just playing for info on A. Nothing spotted just yet. His 2 teammates now rotated.
Obviously, they've got a player deep in short, so they can force a rotate. You know, they can go for that. Tabsom's got a smoke and a flash. Interested as to where becomes the more predominant smoke when you just have the one. And it's the dumpster though. Gonna be this play through A now. Already one towards truck. Great flashbang. Easy frags found here. JDC though will get one. Tabson as well. It leaves Mokajin pretty alone here. Tabson gets another. But Crimbo's really struggling here.
And Sypho under pressure does go down. Mokajin finds his second frag of the round. I think he just tries to bait that he's gone back into dumpster from the def cam, but it's still towards truck. Crimbo considered it for a brief moment, but now not looking. Bomb has been retrieved. If it's planted at the back of the bomb site, Mokajin's got an easy third kill. Really well played from Mokajin. And I agree with you, I don't think the pistol round was 100% necessary for Spirit Academy, but it certainly makes their life a whole lot easier after being 4 rounds down. And brings us straight into this game.
I gotta say, I don't really know how Crimbo, like, he was struggling because he was fighting towards top con and was worried that he was going to get crunched in on, but obviously he could have been a part of his own team's crunch on the player towards front toilets there. It seemed like the ideas of Big weren't amazing. Obviously, they were in a 5 or 3 versus 5 and it was brought down to a 1v1, so I guess when you consider that, at least they had positive, at least they found some kills, but again, kind of expected better things there from Big. I feel like they're quite a strategic team. They've got the call right, perfect.
Yeah, again, it is just these Glocks though. As I should get this information reasonably early, just spotted out there in Divider, multiple T's. And he's going to call for some backup.
He's got the FAMAS here. He'll just get overwhelmed, but the MP9s are in the back lines. On plant an impossibility. Mazai with 3. Rotating in with both Sypho and Robbo to find kills with the MP9. I think you already know what I'm going to say here, Charlie, but I feel like the fans at home might not. See, when the knowledge that it's going to be an eco in the next, I don't mind 2 MP9s in play, or I don't mind a FAMAS. I don't want all 3. Because, yes, okay, Stopfix just brought out the AWP, and they've actually made the right decision in my eyes, but sometimes you'll see teams where they head into this 3rd round, where it's the first full buy, and they're against 5 AKs full utility, and there's just far too much weakness. And in doing so, because there are just less rounds of play in Counter-Strike now, and because the finances aren't perfect on the CT side, I know they kept everyone alive, so it's not big issues, but you're looking at the money. Robbo, because he dropped the AWP, but it's still not going to be a perfect investment from Spirit Academy. There is still going to be the odd limitation if they were to lose this. So I'm happy with the fact that they have got a much stronger buy with dropping the AWP over to Sotfik.
Something is surging here towards Long, and we'll find JDC taken down and Long reclaimed by Spirit Academy. Big, you have to look elsewhere.
It's their top performer. Like,
he actually has been on a couple of occasions. Yeah. Sometimes there has been moments where the first half Sotfik's at the top and someone else claims that top spot from him by the end of the game. But yeah, there has been times where he's sort of leading the lines, which, I mean, you look at it and say, oh, it's great that the coach is coming in and having good impact, but you also look at it and say, but there's plenty of other players that should be taking that title from him.
Yeah, most definitely.
Mokajin is one of them. We'll level up and make them both on 11 kills now, so a 3 versus 5 for Big Clan to try to see what they can do.
There are 2 players tucked away towards the right hand side of Monster. Double swing, but double death. Robbo could fall as well. And it's gone from a 5 versus 3 down to a 2-on-2. Mazai could get a freebie here, but misses his chances. Hyped reposition, looking to find this frag. Bomb to go down now. Hyped reposition is excellent. Mazai might not even be prepared for this. No, certainly not. And Sotfik on the AWP. He's now needed in the clutch, but looking just for the save. Big. They will secure themselves 9.
Yeah, I really hate that play from Spirit Academy. You've got a 2-man advantage. There's like, what, 25 seconds on the clock maybe? And you just double swing towards Monster with 1 flashbang and hope it's good enough. The flash doesn't blind any of them, firstly.
I would have really liked kind of a jiggle from the MP9 that's close, and then they get the information. Then they call for the flash because the T's are going to be drawn into the Monster pipe. But yeah, it seems a bit unnecessary.
I mean, that's the thing. That they literally could have just stayed on those bomb sites. And I think they would have found significantly more success than they did there. I think you gave Big an opportunity back into the round there. That's always the danger of going for aggression in plays like this. And when it doesn't work out perfectly, mistakes like that happen. That should have been an easy 7th for Spirit Academy. And that should have seen us leveling this game up 8-8. Big mistake there, I think.
1 for 3 there. Just shouldn't be happening. Not at all. And that's the type of play that I feel like you should be making if you were like, let's say they were in a 3v4 or, you know, a 4v5. It's that aggressive play that isn't needed, isn't required. And I think some teams maybe don't have that kind of situational discipline where you do have such a good advantage and you can just play the numbers. They feel like they've got to get aggressive and take space in all rounds, all scenarios. Still, I mentioned there's going to be limitations in the buy from Spirit Academy. Yes, they've got some rifles, but the util certainly lacking, and they've lost Robbo already. Timing on this needs to be perfect. Mokajin down to 24 points of health.
Yeah, throws a nade in response, but doesn't quite have the same impact that those double nades did towards him. Big might just wait out any more util that the CTs have to throw before going for an execute towards B themselves.
I really dislike this. For me, I think it makes far more sense for Mokajin to be the one looking to play from barrels, but that's why. All it takes is one piece of util being sent to barrels, and he can't see it himself. If he saw the molly hurling over, he might have been able to get out of there in time. 30 seconds on the clock. Cypher now caught in the open. QB gets a freebie. Softfig has to go nuclear, but sadly, there's a bit of a failure at the reactor. Grimbo finding Mazai, great reposition. 5 alive, Big. They've broken the money. They're going to find themselves 11, and they're going to boost their own finances in the meantime.
Yeah, and this is where Big can put themselves sort of knocking on the door of 13. It really felt like towards the end of the first half, we saw Spirit Academy bring themselves back into this game. Then the start of this half, that sort of idea continued, but one mistake in round 15, it feels like that might have costed Spirit Academy their chances here on map number 1. It's Big were always leading.
And again, Big, quick decision. They've headed towards B. Open B bomb site. Simple stuff. No messing about. They'll get the bomb down. There isn't an SMG to really hunt here.
There's no real need for the teams to even look for anything. Spirit Academy want to give up some kill rewards, sure, but CTs, everyone sort of kept hold of their util. Look how little was actually used because it was just this contact play.
Yeah, look. Barely anything. Reinvestment is going to be very minimal until JDC goes down, and that's going to be all the equipment from him needing to be bought back. The T's are hunting here, which I categorically hate, but it can work.
Yeah, I think you just want to deny that one AK, but obviously at the cost of potentially losing more. Last does get sent in. Tabson and Hype will be able to combine. Tabson's trying to take down his own teammate there.
Look, if he can't get a kill, he might as well find a teammate. 11-6 though. This is where things do get a little bit scary. And obviously Spirit Academy, they won the pistol. They had the kind of the helping hand that was needed. And now, look, we mentioned it at the start of this series, right? Big are the favourites. Let's not mess about here. They're a team that are, well, you know, they're in top 30 in the world rankings. I know their Valve rankings aren't incredible. And there's been a real dip in form from Spirit Academy. For the first time, I think, in forever, or for a long while, I've seen Spirit Academy with less than a 50% kind of just general win rate. They've been a team that's been tearing up tier 2. And I think comparatively, Spirit Academy and kind of Na'Vi Junior, it seemed like the one thing holding them back was the fact that they couldn't compete in tournaments because their main rosters was there. But this Spirit Academy isn't the same of old. This isn't the team from 3-4 months ago. So I think we knew this coming in that Big were going to be the favourites, and I think Spirit Academy felt that as well because as we mentioned, they've gone for a bit of a punish pick and overpass, questioning, well, okay, well, Big might not be so well prepared for this. We'll give it a go. We'll give it a risk. But now it looks like overpass could go the way of Big. And then we head to Mirage, a map that not only are Big so superior on, but we've seen hefty deficits from Spirit Academy. They played it 6 times, only won it once. And that one victory could have been a loss. It could have been a 13-11 loss. Obviously, it was a very close game there. Yes, okay, some of their games have been closer as well, but still, it's not been perfect. There's a AAA setup here for Spirit Academy, yet a kill hasn't been found from them, and it won't for another few seconds as Sophic has fallen to Crimbo. So, Robbo now, bomb site on his own. Mazai will find one from long. Rotations coming through here from Sypho, but great find from Kyubi. Robbo is still within the action here. Smoke's fading, 3 lining up, but he gets the 2. And Tabson doubles. Tabson's had a huge game. He's 21-9 here, Charlie. But that is 12 now found for Big. Finance is not in a great spot for Spirit Academy.
I mean, it was
Scary day.
Crimbo really felt like he turned the tide of that round. You see the tactical pause called from Spirit Academy in what feels like it was a must-win round there. It was aggression through long from Spirit. That's what they tried to sort of throw. And Crimbo, rather than just joining the rest of his team for just a second longer, had a look back towards long. And again, info is gained. They know a player's in long. Crimbo pushed into long toilets, catches up one of them. And that 3-man A setup that you mentioned sort of very quickly turned into 1.
That's fine from Robbo, though. Elevated angle. Sophic does have the AWP here. Oh, Robbo finds another. Okay. Crimbo has kind of slipped the net. It is this 4-man B hold, though.
Yeah, Crimbo just hoping someone's going to peek into his angle, and Sypho will do so, but Sophic very quick with the trade.
Yeah, then we do have to say, right? For Spirit Academy, it's not been the perfect game, but there has been some bright moments. But again, a lot of that has come from kind of Sophic in the first half. Robbo has stepped up recently, but... Oh, Mazai. Oh, missed shot from Sophic. JDC could capitalise massively here. He's going to drop the Molotov, a flashbang as well. Sophic fully blinded. Forced off the angle. Again, he sends another flash. Great information gathered from JDC. It's a 2 versus 3. This is a very winnable scenario here for Big.
Yeah, not a huge amount of time. Hype does have a full belted utility, though. Drop a Molotov towards truck. Will do so, and flashes can come to support JDC. Finally do so. JDC not spotting the player in the dumpster smoke seemingly, and does get taken down by Mokujin. Only 8 seconds on the clock. There's no time to get the bomb plant now, and Sophic will clear another missed shot from him, but he is certainly taking away attention, and Hyped, even worse for him, could go down after time.
And he does.
And will do.
Yeah. Obviously, there's still a lot of money there for Big. I don't think it's the biggest of issue ever, but yeah, honestly, it's unfortunate for JDC, the fact he doesn't see him on the edge of the smoke. Maybe it's just from our point of view, it's far easier. I think we all obviously know how difficult the smokes are to see through, but still. As mentioned, another full buy for Big.
Yeah, and still there's going to be a lot of opportunities for Big to close this game out. I can't imagine we see an absolute collapse for them. It does feel like they'll be able to do it at some point. I'm just hoping Spirit Academy can bring the scoreline a little bit closer, but 7 could be all they're limited to as Crimbo does find the opening kill here towards B. Mokujin falls.
Yeah, obviously, for Big, they'd have 3 full opportunities. They'd have 3 full buys. I don't think that's something that, with 3 full buys on the T side, the way they've looked so far, surely they take it. Something though. Nice find onto Hype. Sophic's hit some nice shots. He has missed some easy ones, but I'm all here for it.
Yeah, we'll bring things back into a 4v4, and even with Hype holding the angle, still the coach outguns him.
That's crazy. Hype's gonna just look at that fight and be like, how have I just died to him? Have some peeking into Sophic. It is gonna be this play down through B. Obviously, it is just Sypho defending alone. Robbo's going to be rotating round. Oh, Robbo. Nice information there onto Crimbo. Flashbang into Monster. Blinding JDC. Robbo reposition.
Oh, great from Robbo. Does send himself in, finds Crimbo, able to find a second. And the nade from QB should find, but it's a 1 versus 3 now. Make it a 1 versus 2. As I falls in the flank, he's aware of where one is. It's all on Sophic now. It's all on the coach. 1 HP on QB. Surely not.
Sophic slowly creeping on out. QB swinging wide, but Sophic finds. Triple in this one for Sophic. The coach comes in clutch. But the round gets costly. Spirit Academy, if they want to make this 5-round comeback, they've got to win these rounds so cleanly. But that is insane. A 1v4 for QB coming down to the 1v1.
Yeah, don't mind the idea of the wide swing either, but he's obviously assuming he's up against the AWP. But Sophic swapping up to the USB, aware of how low his opponent is. 4 opportunities still for Big to close this one out.
Robbo does really well to get 2 there, I think we have to say.
Yeah, not only that, it's obviously round started off pretty good with Crimbo finding the opening kill, but it's just Sophic finding 2 kills back in response.
That's a tough one. We're going to see this acceleration now. Oh, they found 2. Hype now just holding the smoke. Cypher will double. Mazai finds as well. Cypher gets 3 in total. This was just a half buy, but it starts off so nicely. It was a 5 versus 3 for one moment, but Cypher's triple completely changes this round. And he gets 4 in total.
You can easily see Mazai caught out as he grey screens through the smoke, but he's able to find his kill. Cypher finds everything else. And see, this is the thing, is we've seen moments like this from Cypher. We've seen moments from Mokujin, but right now in this game, it just hasn't been anything consistent enough to sort of put them towards the top of the leaderboard. And when you've got your in-game leader and your coach significantly above either of you, that's where you really do hope that sort of later into this game, these final 3 rounds, maybe they can continue to deliver, because Big yet to close this game out as the scoreline's 9-12, but another full investment from the Germans. Up on hype. Only
Again,
real
Spirit
limited
Academy,
patient.
they've got to make sure that they keep their finances high in every engagement. You know, I think of that last round, there could have been another few casualties. It could have come down to a 1v1, but hyped on the AWP, great find. Posting up for the jump spot. Understanding with the trajectory of that nade, there'll be players towards ABC, so he's going to be holding for the boost.
Oh, we've seen a different boost here. On top of the bomb site. The smoke landing, Robbo's not going to be able to find anything. Could just see the boost dismantle, but still the CTs are remaining for now. Just getting the information, I suppose, that no one's coming out of con.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. JDC lining up the flash for Divider. Ops 2 out of con. Alone here is Sophic.
Yeah, it's a lot of weight to have on your coach solo 8.
I love that he was holding for the boost there. I don't know if you saw that.
Rotations now making their way. Mokujin's already onto the A-bomb site. We also see Robbo in transition as well. With 40 seconds on the clock, there's no clear end goal for Big, but not a lot of B presence. It does feel like it's going to be towards B. Towards A, sorry.
I think an A play is a good call as well. Just based on the utility that they have. They've just got the 1 smoke, 1 molly, a few flashes and a few HEs. I think the B-bomb site can be tough not only to take in the first place, but also to contain. But we do have a 3-man A-hole currently. Utility coming over. Great find from Tabson. Sophic on the AWP. Needs to connect. Will find Kyubi, but Crimbo finding Robbo in the process. It's a 4 versus 2 now. Cypher finds 1 though. Sophic still on the AWP. Cypher again. He's been able to double down. Nice nade there. Crimbo can get another. Sophic on the AWP finding. It's an AWP 1v1 hit. Jump spotting here is Sophic. Hype's got all this information, and Hype's surely to win this one, just based on positioning alone. Sophic searching. Hype taking his time. A Big victorious here on map 1. This is the selection of Spirit Academy. So Big, they move to their pick already with the map victory in the belt. And obviously, we mentioned the risk for Spirit Academy. And sadly, no reward. I think we do have to say, though, We had at least some nice moments towards the end from Sypho. We had some decent moments, obviously, throughout the whole game from Sotfik. I think there's certainly positives to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, look, 100%. It was a bit more of a competitive game towards the end. Does have to be said, though, did always feel like Spirit Academy were trailing. It did always feel like Big were in full control of Overpass. But like you said, we did get to see some nice moments. Things did get significantly more competitive. And that's what we want to see from Spirit Academy. When your team basically has sort of been almost factory reset back to it's another project rather than this team's ready to sort of progress. That sometimes when you're sort of at the beginning of this project, all you can kind of ask for is competitive games. And we did at least get that from Spirit Academy. But obviously moving on to map number 2, it's probably only going to get more difficult for them, as Mirage is where we do reside. Just 17% win rate is what Spirit Academy have in the last few months, Fred.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really difficult, but
map that Big have looked pretty good on. It has been one of their stable maps. Even if they don't always look to pick this map, it is one of their most played maps, and win rate has been really great. They're on a 5-game win streak, Fred, and they've had some very dominant wins in there.
Yeah, I think the important thing as well is, look, okay, yeah, their last 4 games, or their last games at least in this month, there have been a lot of single-digit figures. In their 4 games, they average only dropping 5 rounds in total, which is pretty impressive, I think we do have to say it. We understand the level of opponents haven't been kind of, I guess, you know, top 30, top 40 teams, but still very important wins. Big, though, starting on the T side, they've already lost JDT early on. Mokajin is playing towards triple hit. Has gone down 3v3 and slight disconnection on our part, but Robbo, nice find onto Hyde. It's QB getting aggressive. QB will just connect to the one, but Robbo getting the trade. Spirit Academy will be able to win the retake scenario, win the pistol, and that is 3 for Robbo as well. Good start here for him.
Yeah, bomb defusal can come through. Key round for Spirit Academy to take. Look, I was worried we were going to see Big be disadvantaged there and still be able to claw that round back, but Robbo with an important triple. Spirit Academy can win the pistol and can put themselves in an important lead here. I think it goes without saying. We are having a second round force buy from Big as well. They are going for the investment, not letting Spirit Academy exactly settle into this, but equally, if we see Big lose this, we should have a quite comfortable 3-0 start for Spirit. Not a huge amount of util here for the T. He's already used most of what they have left in the tank, so it's going to be a faster play. Absent out for A, dodging the flashbangs that never come in, but the trade is there. Even more flashes. Look at the health for JDC, though, through these smokes. Robbo could look to punish. Spot Sour hyped, but it's constant trades from Big.
Important finds as well. They can finally get the bomb down now. All 3 retaking from jungle. Smoke has faded. Utility activating. And oh, nice find there from Sophic. And that's information. There's at least 2 more. Oh, the double comes through from Crimbo. And he gets so much damage onto Mazai as well. But Spirit Academy, they still find the round.
Do you think Big here consider at all attempting to go for this round again?
Nah, they didn't get the bomb down. Oh, okay, well, never mind. If they got the bomb plant, I think we would be seeing a very different story. They are obviously still going for the buy. I don't mind this. They can financially reset Spirit Academy. They can get themselves the lead if they win this one. But again, it poses a lot of risk.
Oh, 100% there is a lot of risk. Yeah, that goes without saying. But you understand why they've gone for it. Come down to another 1v1. Spirit Academy don't have a lot of money. Sophic probably banking on this one being an eco. He's left a bit of cash in the reserve. But there are weapons on the other side. JDC and Crimbo wielding the rifles. Have to expect big moments and big things from these two.
Obviously, Spirit Academy, it's a 4 rifles, 1 MP9. They've got the diffuse kit on Cypho. A lot of utility still on Mazai. You know, it's a very good buy from Spirit Academy. Which is the crazy thing about why Big are so confident to invest, because they've got 3 pistols. A lot of damage onto Hyde. Boost into window. He's going to be taken here. JDC, okay, down to 22 points of health. He still gets the kill.
Oh, I love that.
Taking a bit of a risk.
He's dropped the gun out the window, picked up the M4. There's another weapon now in play, another rifle in the hands of Big.
JDC is able to back away. He can drop this M4 to Tabson as well. There's going to be a plenty, but... Free kill for Cypho. Great find there. 4v4 now. An important kill for Cypho. We're seeing a rotation from Mokajit. Mazai just playing from bench. Mazai, he gets one. Untraded. Mokajit ready and waiting. Nice find there. Tabson, he's retrieved the rifle now, but rotations have come through. Sophic progressing through under. It's a 2v2 on the bomb side currently. Nice from Mokajit there. Reposition out of Tabson. He can get the first. Mokajit just needs to be patient. Needs to wait. Sophic's not gone quiet though. Tabson does have the bomb, but there's such a minimal time. Mokajin being an absolute nuisance. Tabson, he searched his whole bomb site and he's questioning, well, where has he gone? Finally realizing we'll get the kill.
Okay.
Question, did they buy again?
That's the thing. It's another 1v1, and Tabson's got no loss bonus. It won't actually change whether Tabson can get a weapon out now. It is full loss bonus that Big have to play with. At the very least, if they opt not to invest this, it is going to be a half buy, which probably is the safer thing to do, but they are going to invest this again. I remember watching a team do this, and just sort of, although it's close, I remember sort of saying it's such a big risk, and you're sort of just gifting a really great start to the first half to your opponents. They did eventually bounce back, and they just got a ton of rounds from that.
Obviously, I think the issue is for Big, is this is meant to be the confirmed map, right? This is meant to be the easy one. And, you know, look, moments like this might be why they've bested other teams on Mirage, but I still feel like they obviously could have just gone for that second round eco and had a perfect investment, and, you know, we'd be seeing that 2-0. Well, they could have gone for an eco in the last, and it would have been a perfect buy in this one. They kind of do have to win this one, otherwise you're questioning what was the point.
I mean, it certainly does lead to some exciting CS, though, and
Oh, definitely.
at the very least, that is something. Flashbang to send JDC in, but there is a trade. Yubi can now actually get a rifle that he can wield. Someone else has taken it, a double from Solvik. Can't quite get the triple, and QB is alone. Is a lost round. A bomb plant we could have seen a buy from Big. No bomb plant means no full investment. And this is kind of where I don't mind if Big want to keep the game competitive. I think a half buy is just probably a much safer call, though, because you can still get a decent buy, you know? You can still get maybe a couple of Mac 10s with a bit of util behind them, maybe even another Galil if you're lucky on one player, but it would still be a decent buy. But instead now, if you give it up a fourth to Spirit, and they should be able to find their fifth.
Yeah, of course. Ooh, Robbo could have been caught off guard, fully blinded, but Sophic keeping his teammate alive. Mokagin's double towards A. Hype now searching here towards short. Oh, that's such an awkward fight. Mokagin gets 3, and this is more like it for Spirit Academy. They've already found that average that I mentioned in this the last 4 games for Big. They've, on average, only dropped 5 rounds on this map. They've already dropped that. And I think that's setting off the alarms in the Big camp saying, well, this has not been the start we needed. We need to make some changes.
Yeah, they don't actually pick a crazy amount of Mirage. It's interestingly one of their sort of lesser selected maps. So a lot of the times they have ended up starting on the CT side, which has given them a lot of their early success. They've got a very solid CT side on this map. So definitely not too worried for them, but we'll get worried if we see sort of Spirit continue this. If they can get anything like a 6-7-0 start on this map, that's where you are sort of thinking, okay, maybe Train is still in play.
Yeah, potentially. I think as well, the fact it's Mirage, look, I know Spirit Academy's win rate hasn't been great, but 3 of their 5 losses have been 13-11 losses. Look, you change those to wins and this map does not look anywhere near as one-sided. An excellent start for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, nice to see Mokagin top of the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, exactly. Been
Hope
quite
he
some
can
time
continue that, even against the rifles.
Been quite a while since I've seen a game where the first full buys come in round number 6.
Yeah, it's not normally the norm, believe it or not.
The money's actually looking pretty decent for Spirit Academy now.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Oh,
Robbo
great
Solvik
finds.
finding those skills, give it a 2-man advantage to the T side. Flashbang sent in, but JDC will find a kill back.
Where Robbo as well. Positioning here for Tabson. Ashing CT. Oh, nice find from Hype from Palace. Another flashbang coming over, not actually blinding. Hype's reposition, he spotted one towards Ticket. Oh, JDC gets him. Takes down Mazai. Robbo now on the Deagle. Missed shots here from Tabson, but aware of Sypho's positioning. Great round from JDC and Hyped. And Big in the 3v5. Victorious.
Yeah, a real big shame that it's gone that wrong there for Spirit Academy, because of the 2-man advantage as the T's are pushing into the bomb site. It feels really favoured for Spirit there, but just somehow slips away. Like you said, hyped in JDC, really big moments from the two of them. Dabson, who was holding towards Con, that pushed the whole time, somehow ended up losing that fight. It didn't matter as his teammates were nearby. And they did enough work to give Big their first round on the board. Is this something we can see more of? I like that a lot of these rounds have been very close from the get-go. Both teams really digging their heels in and putting up a good showing in this round of 16 game.
Yeah, look, playoffs is, there's no second chances. It's not as though you've got some more Swiss stage games to fall back on.
What about the here and now?
Yeah, looking to play through middle.
Just trading off utility. No real gunfights coming through just yet. Flashbang sent from JDC, but it's a little deep. Mercedes in front of this. We'll be able to find one. JDC can get a trade, but it is still disadvantaged as Sopfik found one over towards B. Even more so as Robo takes down JDC in mid, and the two big players are kind of just trapped here in apartments.
Yeah, they've got decent information. UB has crossed. Hype looking to get posted on the angle. Already so many players rotating into that B bomb site. Spirit Academy looking to get themselves 6.
Yeah, looking, and I think they will. Hyped will just try to keep hold of this weapon. I mean, look at this rotation actually for Spirit Academy.
They're a little bit worried, as there is the slight chance. Clearly, they are just going for the hunt, but interestingly, no one's in apartments, yeah, or towards under, or towards TV, or anything, but Hype's going to be feeling some pressure from apps quite shortly. They've just gone to retrieve the AKs, in fact. I like that from Spirit Academy. I think they know that financially they could be reset quite soon, so actually the fact they keep so many alive, very important. But that's 6 found from Spirit Academy, and again, big. No, they've got to start putting rounds on the board. The idea of a 2-0 is slowly slipping.
Yeah, more and more. Each round that comes, Spirit Academy seemingly put themselves one step closer to Train. And already having a leveled up half here on the CZ side with 5 rounds to play, you feel like they'll at least be able to find themselves 8. Maybe even more.
Yeah, certainly on the cards.
It is just the half buy hit around Hype Sorp, so we're not going to see any sort of the full buy, full investment shenanigans that we saw sort of the first 5 rounds of this game.
I don't mind the hero Galil. It's just so if Hype or Crimbo get a kill, weaponry obviously can be retrieved. There's still a possibility of round victory, but Hype needs to get himself in the action in this round.
Yeah, it needs to sort of have that immediate impact, and it's going to look for something towards apartments, it seems. In fact, going towards low tunnels. There is going to be a swing. Hyped gets found early. JDC to receive this orb, but he's not going to be given a chance. CTs have done their job.
Yeah, peeking into this angle again would be a huge risk. QB's just playing anti-flash. Will just look to back away now. But because Crimbo's alone, he's looking to be very disciplined here with the Galil. I feel like there should have been a bit of freedom given to him.
I mean, look how much control Spirit have towards middle. There's a smoke that's coming over, but this isn't going to fool anyone. And as soon as any contact's made towards A, these two mid players, Sopfik and Robo, could rotate through connector very quickly and make this bomb site well defended. Tabson going to spearhead this one towards ramp with his P250. Util does start to come down.
Nice from Mokajin. Great HE grenade as well. JDC on the AWP confinement. Mokajin again. And as you mentioned, Charlie, there are these 2 rotations up from Con.
4 survivors once again. Reasonably clean round from Spirit Academy. That opening duel on Hype towards underpass, paying off massively there And with that round, just 8 rounds into this game, Spirit Academy have confirmed that at a bare minimum they will walk away the victors of the first half at least.
Spirit Academy, this is a real requirement.
Yeah, and I think even more so when you consider that one of the weaknesses that have sort of stopped Spirit Academy bringing some of those games over the line, like you said, those 13-11 losses, was their T side. So I think if they give themselves a good enough chance here on the CT, it might not matter. Brilliant double nade here towards middle, though. Another one thrown onto hyped.
Yeah, nice damage there. JDC does find Robbo in the meantime. I mean, for Mokagin's going to get everything. Brilliant from Mokagin. Repositioning to search for Crimbo. Trade is seen. Open play for Sophic. Flashbang as well. Turns from it. But still finds Crimbo. I thought Crimbo was going to peek with that flash. JDC not registering. There towards backside. Missed Molly from JDC. Great from Mazai. Rotating in to keep Cypher alive. And Hyped is here with the bomb, but he might not even check towards Van. Why would you?
Not when someone's stomping around that heavily. Hyped will get found by Cypho. I mean, a lot of individual gunfights from Big there. Spirit Academy seemingly come out on top of all of them. Sophics kill most impressively, though. Flashbang comes over. Able to dodge it, look into a wall, and just peek back and find the kill. Look, I don't think I'll probably ever get over the fact that this guy is a coach. And individually, probably one of the better coaches that I think I've ever got to see play. I mean, you sort of flashback to Space Soldiers many, many years ago at the Major when Xantaras couldn't play and they had to have Hardstyle step in. He was also wielding the ult there, but sort of finding 4 kills a game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've got to say, I feel like Sophic has certainly done a job. You know, in none of these games have I ever thought, well, they're kind of playing a bit of a 4v5. Certainly done all that can be asked of.
Decent chance now. Oh, Cypho very quick to rotate in. That's an important weapon to deny being retrieved and just baits Tabson into believing that there's a chance he can pick up this AWP. It's all on QB. We'll have a bit of a 1v1 here, but Robbo comes out on top. This is 9 found.
Yeah, Big, look. I just don't know what's happened. Maybe those first 5 rounds that were kind of fumbling with their finances have cost them the mental game. Opening kills have been tough for Big as well here. I think that's certainly been a difference maker.
And even just the individuals, we had one nice round from Hyped. Haven't seen a huge amount from him since then. JDC's is winning now a couple of gunfights towards middle on occasion, but other than him, we're not seeing a major amount just in terms of the firepower right now from Big. Which is something that it felt like they had the 1-up in map number 1. Good HE grenade here. Mokagin under pressure will swing with the flashbang. Spots out players, no kill found, so we'll just back away into middle and play from deep. Finds a triple, swapping over to the pistol to take down Tabson, and a 1-man A defense stands strong.
16 and 6. Mokagin is having an excellent time here on Mirage.
Though we asked for more than this guy. We wanted to see more of what he could provide, and certainly he did do so. Looked a little bit sketchy there for a second for Spirit Academy. Looked very reminiscent of the first round, and the only round that they lost where they had a big advantage but sort of gave it away. Not going to do so there. And Spirit Academy with double digits in the first half of Mirage. We could be approaching Train a lot sooner than I think any of us thought.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost for words as what we're witnessing. 10 to 1 is ridiculous, and yeah, I think Mokajin's done a lot of good work. I think everyone's had their moments, and I think the difference is big. They've looked pretty lifeless when it comes to the individuals. Although just being able to get the one Mazai here from short can find Tabson.
Mazai actually makes his way into ladder room as well. I'm not sure if he was spotted there by anyone. Grimmo will get a kill on Sofo out towards B. So this is room taken And QB can start to make his way through apartments and rotate towards that side of the map.
Hope still sat in middle. Grimbo. Oxygen has spotted. Grimbo still holding here. Oh, timing's perfect. If Grimbo peeks now, he finds Sotfik. Oh, what? Great shot there from Sotfik. Steps hurt. After the bomb. Mazai's got perfect intel. It's going to be an 11-1 scoreline unless if Hype wins the 1 versus 3. Gets the first, spots the second. Information of both hit. Love just a smoke drop there. 40 seconds here for Hype. Again, no one's showing anything. He's got to make his way out of apartments. He can't do that silently. Zotfig finds his second of the round. 11-1. What's going on? What is going on right now?
And I think this is sort of a little bit more what I spoke about in the pre-game now, where this big team has looked pretty rough. And against teams that it feels like they should be beaten, on occasion you can see them have good signs. They look good on a map, like map number 1, but then next thing you know, it's the strangest thing, they just completely disappear on another map, and that's exactly what we've seen here. Map number 2, Big's selection of Mirage has fallen oh so flat. 11 rounds found in the first half from their opponents, just 2 required to bring us onto train and deny Big taking this series in a 2-0 fashion.
They dropped 1 round. They dropped 1 singular round.
And even then, you look at that round as well, that was a 5-on-3 for Spirit Academy. They probably shouldn't have lost that round, but a couple of opportunities given up.
When you look at a lot of these games as well, and a lot of these one-sided scorelines, I think a lot of people go, well, it's clear that Big, maybe if they won a couple more rounds, maybe things weren't devastatingly close. We understand there was the not forced by war, but there was the kind of continual forces right at the start. And a lot of those came close, but there were still rounds in which I felt like Spirit Academy were going to win, and then it was a heroic moment to bring it to 1v1, and then they lose it. But even still, I think Spirit Academy have so clearly been the better team here.
Yeah, without a doubt. Look, a lot of the rounds that justified Big going for the forced buys, like you said, was Tabson in a 1 versus 3. Gets a couple of kills in a lost round. They go for an investment because of it, because they know that the money's weak for their opponents. But Spirit Academy just not giving them an inch in this map. And I think it's shown Pistol Round could close things out here. Just 2 rounds required from the T's. Had a slight tech issue, but all back underway, all back into the action. We've got a smoke and a flash purchased right now from Sotfik. Dropped over a P250 as well to Mazai.
Talk about must-win pistols. Still, I feel like regardless of what happens, Big can win 10 rounds in a row and they're still in the lead. Pistol round started off nicely though for Spirit Academy. Mazai not only getting the kill, but gets the information onto JDC. Cypher finds a freebie. They drop the smoke and push on through it. No one's on the A-bomb site. It's going to be 12-1. Wow, he had to train.
Yeah, I mean, unless we see what will be the greatest comeback I've ever seen. 12-1 down. No matter you have looked
before.
so down and out.
I saw it in an HLTV kind of like, you know, the news thing on the right hand side. Or not the news, but like the community, whatever. And it was like a team that were 12-0 down and then they brought it back to OT. I don't remember when or what teams, but this would be, yeah, quite the comeback. I think quite the moment for Tabson if he can make this work. But I think we all know where this one's going. I don't really have much to say. Big have just made it infinitely harder for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly have after those initial rounds. But even then, after that sort of forced by Escapade, well, that's 5 rounds down in that game.
Yeah.
The game's not over. just even after they had the weapons out, they haven't been good enough, and it's been as simple as that. And it should be an easy one here. JDC and tabseN will find a killer piece. Sulfic has backed away, and Robo is just going to try to catch off these rotating players now. But there are a bit more than Robo might expect. tabseN is clearing towards stairs. Robo does find one. Kind of at least needs one more and won't be able to.
Yeah, Mazai's taking really good control here towards B. Sulfic's maneuvering with a bomb. Just going to plant for short. There is a kit on Kyubi at least. There's a smoke as well. Molly for height. Flash for JDC. Reposition out of Sulfic. Needed to get that kill. Puts Mazai in a 1 versus 3. Not easy. Oh, can't even get the first. Needs to start finding frags. We'll just get the 1. Enough time for Big. Nice retake from the 3.
Yeah, good util. The flash into ramp, 2 kills found from the tease there. Sort of did need someone to double up at some point. Initially, Robo towards A, only able to find 1 in good position. And same thing, as soon as Sulfic goes down, you need Mazai to do it all. But you've got 10 opportunities to close out this game. Is it going to be in this round? Probably not. Just some upgraded pistols.
It's the full force.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It is just with upgraded pistols.
Yeah.
As they won the pistol round and lost after, their loss bonus, sadly, not great.
Sulfic saving a little bit of money in the bank. To get the AWP out as soon as possible. I've guessed one here with the AK. tabseN, JDC combining. Leaving Robo and Sulfic in this treacherous 2v5. And Robo now all alone. Honestly, I'm not even going to have any belief for this until it hits maybe even 10 or 11 for Big.
Not believing a comeback could happen when it's 11-12. That, I mean, fair enough. I probably would start to get a bit worried at that point. But I am going to need to see a lot more from Big. I think, for me, probably not entertaining the idea yet until sort of 8 rounds found, and then who knows, then a lot of it's going to be reliant on money and things like that for Spirit Academy. But here, look, we've got Big at the bottom of the mountain, and the peak is very, very far away.
You just gotta take this comeback one step at a time, one round at a time. I think there's no point giving the idea that it's gonna come through. Nice round from JDC. tabseN rotating round from triple to find 2 himself.
Yeah, looking pretty sharp in that one from JDC. Nice 2 finds, but it was just up against the Glocks. There's not a whole lot to talk about. This is going to be an important round, though. I mean, every full buy is going to be an important round. Even when the loss bonus starts to increase, the half buys are going to start to be crucial then, because you know the damage that can be dealt when the T's have tons of money just to splash, just to throw it around.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Are we thinking Big don't even have confidence on Train if they lose like 13-4, 13-5, or?
I mean, look, they should do. It is an experienced team. I would hope that one pretty one-sided map won't completely ruin this team.
Certainly hope not.
And good look around here, though. Hopes with a couple of kills. JDC with 2 as well. That's all on Mokajin. See, this is the issue. I feel we're going to see a really good CT side from Big. And then it does just make you wish they just shown us something on their T side. Because as good as Big CT side is, I still just don't believe that they're able to best 11 rounds from Spirit Academy.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. From 11 to 1 down, it's just... It's so difficult. 11 to 1 down and losing the pistol, might we add.
I mean, that's the thing. We need to see Big essentially have a perfect CT side here. Again, though, on the pistols for Spirit Academy, the launch bonus certainly is starting to increase now.
Yeah, and I think this Spirit Academy, they're always going to have extras. They're always going to have a little bit of something to work with now. So you're never really going to be seeing a full eco. And even on these Deagle rounds, all it takes 2 quick kills. And Big, they're in a tough spot.
Looking towards A is Sypho and Co.
Great nade from Tabson. Sypho, though, great shots. Robbo in the flanks. Tabson's reposition. Spotted out Tabson. He's low HP. I said all it takes is a couple quick D shots. It's a 4 versus 2 now. It's Crimbo and Kyubi having to find success. Yes, there's been a lot of damage to Robbo, Mokajin, and Sypho. All of them have been chipped away, actually. Crimbo gets 1. Great information now. Robbo boosted up with your flashbangs coming through. Molly as well.
Just about hangs on to life there. Good shit boost.
Good work. Smokes both towards CT and towards Palace, negating any sight lines here for the E's. Oh, Yubi will get. Deags coming through, spots him off the bomb. Mokajin's going to have to be the one to take contact, and Grimbo again not on it. Retap of the bomb. Mokajin can just peek really late here. Is there enough time for the defuse? I don't think so. I don't think anyone thinks so. And there it is, Spirit Academy. They win the game off those pistols. As we mentioned, look, you get the extras, you get the bonuses, and you get the round. Crazy way to end map 2. It hasn't cost him, but I feel like for Mokajin, he took a fight, he got dinked, and the second he got dinked, he was screwed. He just had to hide. And I think it is a little bit of a one and done, but it hasn't cost Spirit Academy here. And I think for Spirit Academy to win the pistol, I hope that they can translate that form from Mirage, because honestly, after losing their map pick, then heading to Mirage, which they've seemed very weak on when it comes to winning, the fact they're here on Train is crazy to me. Big on paper, they are a team that have got far more sample size as a full 5. They're playing with their full roster. These individuals have played at a far higher level, far more consistently at a higher level, and their opponents are playing with, as you mentioned, the new player in Mazai, who's got very little experience, and a coach. There is not a single reason why Big shouldn't be winning this one.
See, now I think you're starting to get into the head of where Big's fans are at right now.
Yeah.
In so many series, they're asking the same thing. On paper, look, they should be doing far better than they are, but on paper it's one thing, it's what we see on the server, and that is where Big have struggled, sadly. Seen them sort of struggling a lot of events, going out far beyond where they should. And the Proving Grounds feels like one of these opportunities, again, where they can look to capitalise, where they can look to show that we are still Big Clan, but already dropping Mirage, losing that one. Times could get tough. Mazai, though, he's looked pretty solid here opening.
Very good start,
Early doors. 4 kills from him and opening kill in this one.
Yeah, with this being the full buy from Big, there's got to be at least remnants of success. We know the CT side on Train is a lot of the time team's preferred side. Statistically, Spirit Academy do actually better on the T side, but I doubt that's, it's fairly even. I think for Spirit Academy, they just want a good first half, so they can look to close out the series. But I think this possibly would be the upset of the whole playoffs, right? I can't think of another game where we're saying, okay, well, that game was crazy. Like, don't get me wrong, BC.Game besting Ents, but at the same time, it's still simple, right?
Yeah, but it's also still big. So I don't necessarily look at it as that big an upset. I mean, it will be an upset. I just don't think it'd be as monumental as it really should be. But I think that just sort of speaks volumes about where Big's form has been recently. In the smoke, players back-to-back here. Sifo hasn't realised that Crimbo has crossed paths. Mokajin still finds, and that is devastating. Crimbo, a great bit of timing, but Mokajin just considering it for a brief moment is enough. Still a 2v2 in this round. Mokajin rotates quick enough, but isn't actually able to convert the kill onto Tabson.
Yeah, the missed shots from Mokajin, they're disastrous. We are going to be seeing a playthrough pop from Sifo. Tabson retrieving the AWP, now going for the peak. Oh, will be found by Sifo, so it's QB. It's a 1v2. He's got knowledge of the rough positioning of Mokajin. Oh, timing is devastating. Well, QB will be found. 3-0 start for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate timing, because he stays there, gets a freebie onto Mokajin. Puts himself in a 1v1 against Sifo, but not the case there. Spirit Academy best in Big's first full investment into this one. Still going to be up against some weapons. Big, they do have money thanks to the loss bonus, thanks to the bomb plant. I mean, if they really wanted to, they could go for the full buy. I highly doubt we're going to see that after what happened on map number 2.
Honestly, I feel like Big, those first 5 rounds of Mirage are going to haunt them. I think they really are.
Yeah, I think after how they played on map number 1, where like we said, sure, it's a competitive game towards the end, but it did always feel like Big were going to take it.
Oh, missed utility from JDC. Again, Big. This is not... I just can't see how they're going to come to Train feeling confident and compelling that they can win this one. They got absolutely bodied on their map pick. It was 12-1.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't ideal, but look, they've got to be able to reset themselves, and hopefully they have. So far, Spirit Academy still are carrying that momentum through from the initial map. Nice amount of util invested here on this half buy, but it obviously does mean there's a lot of pistols in play.
The issue is a lot of this util's to deal with any rotates or kind of any players on the bomb site. Spirit Academy, because they've got the rifle advantage, they are playing from deep. Will allow the bomb to go down, though, so that's going to be a positive on their side. Finally, some rotations to be seen. Mockajin with a double, though. Grimbo will eventually take him down, but man advantage here.
Crimbo spotted, still not traded though as Crimbo continues. 3 kills from Crimbo. Hyped, elevated up, does get taken down, and it's all on Crimbo. Ace clutch required. And look to isolate these players. Robbo comes out on top. Crimbo, unfortunate there.
That's unlucky. That's unfortunate for Crimbo. At least he's kind of kept things competitive and costly for Spirit Academy. We know the money for them isn't kind of 100% perfect yet. Again, a very good start from Spirit Academy. They go 4-0 up here.
Yeah, and like you said, I suppose that is a silver lining. You know that once Big finally do sort of find their footing on this map and post a few rounds on the board, they do have a chance to look to reset their opponents reasonably quickly.
Early molly here towards top ramp. Sypho just tucked away. Oh, this is so dangerous. Sypho, okay, well, he doesn't actually fully clear JDC. Goes to the kill for Crimbo, and Sypho falling. Mockajin timing on this HE is going to be everything. Caught in the open is Mockajin, with a flashbang from his teammate. Mockajin finds 2. Missed shot from the AWP here of Hyped. Now sends the molly towards lower, just to deny anyone crossing. It is still this 3 versus 3. But excellent from Mockajin. It's 10-1, Charlie. 10-1. He's got a 2 KR currently.
Yeah, how on earth has he found a double after being caught out with the molly in hand? But a brilliant flashbang from his teammate, like you said, and somehow able to find 2. Robbo does get a kill, does get traded out by Hyped.
Yeah, information for both Tabson and Hyped here though. Bomb plant could be denied. So I think though the fact he's got the AWP, he's not going to be so hungrily hunting for that. Mockajin gets 1. Sophic finds another. He is the coach, Charlie. He is a retired ex-player. Hype's holding him with the AWP, and he finds the kill.
See, you'd honestly think that would be the toughest thing. A map like Overboss, I was honestly going to say, we saw some decent moments from Sophic. Luckily, the map hasn't actually changed, and it would have been in the pool when Sophic was playing, so you sort of look at that and say, yeah, it's probably not going to be that much of a shock to him. This is a changed map. This would be a map that he didn't actually play at a professional level. It's not the same train it used to be in certain angles, but being aware of that angle from Hyped, being able to find that kill, yeah, super impressive stuff. He's had a lot of moments like that where he's honestly got the better of Hype on occasion. And it's given his team another round. 5 on the board, and Spirit Academy looking pretty sharp.
think about. ADC though, he's still alive on 8 HP, and it is this 5v4. Spirit Academy. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to say. They are playing with a coach and a new player, and this is their first time on HLTV in the last, for over 11 series.
Yeah, it's been a good start from them, but things can change quickly on sort of GT-sided maps where mistakes can be made. But so far in this round, no mistakes, looking pretty damn flawless. Just a 1 casualty on Robbo. 6 rounds found, none given up.
He's 12-1. He still has a 2KR. Most players hope for a 2KD. He's sat at 12. I just don't know how you can put a muzzle on Mokajin. How you can silence Sophic. It just seems as though there's just so much success here from Spirit Academy. Sypho, he's probably just going to be feeling, well, yeah, look, it happens, right? You just have your teammates who are just getting all the kills. I don't care. It's just one of those games. And already they're 6-0 up. Already they've got themselves that kind of happy median of look, if things do go wrong in the remainder of this half, at least we tie things up. And as I mentioned, Spirit Academy, they do prefer the T side. Obviously, as we mentioned, it is kind of just spanning across 2 maps in the last couple weeks for this full 5. But still, like, I think for Spirit Academy, they've shown really compelling signs. Rimo's so fast here. The amount of damage dealt, Robbo will find him. To play from Ivy, Hype gets 1 with a running deke. Robbo making this space. JDC, nice find on the tech. Flashbang coming through already. Deep here is Tabson. Mazai rotating through Z. Hot shot from Hype. Through the smoke here. Great shot from Kyubi. Spotted out Mazai. A lot of damage on the Deagle. Drops Mazai down to 13 points of health. HE grenade. And into the backside. Sypho with so much to do, but Hyped on the AWP again. And Mazai, a speedy rotation here through Ivy. Through CT spawn to Ivy, might I say.
Hyped is holding for this, and we'll find Hyped retrieving that AWP. What a round it was. Sypho had an HE grenade there. You're sort of wishing you could sort of tell him in his ear, throw the nade. You can take them both down. But considering the HP, Big, look, it's not a round that can necessarily be replicated. So players grey screening through smokes and finding instant kills with the Eagles and things like that. But it is something to build off of. And this can be a start.
At least they've just silenced the Spirit Academy streak. I think sometimes that's all it takes. That's really all it takes. Again, though, I think we are going to be coming back to us. But yeah, no, I think it's been a very important start here for Spirit Academy. And the fact that they are not only in the lead, but so heavily on the lead in this third map is going to be so positive for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with you, sort of, that they'll be happy if they at least get 6. I do think they'll do obviously have Masai on this side of the map as well, but no smoke grenade for him to use down towards the ramp. So there's not a huge amount of util here from the CTs.
No, but
least
Moxie
over
has
towards B.
rotated. Yeah. He's rotated, so he's got Molly in a smoke himself. Flashbang through. Zypho. Down the ladder. Well, Crimbo, great find, but trade from Mazai seen. JDC through the Molotov. Oh, Sophic, great find there onto JDC. Tabson will get one though. 3 versus 3 scenario. No utility remaining on anyone. Minimal time, he baits out the AWP shot. Again, this is going to be so tough. Robbo will arrive and Mazai finally swinging. Mazai was just tucked away in the corner, kind of baiting Sophic, and it works out really nicely. Spirit Academy, they will find 7.
And this was the biggest worry for Big. You win the half by, you win around with pistols, just pushing through a smoke, pushing through utility towards Ivy and hoping something works, and it does. You do manage to win around from that. But like I said, you need to be able to build from it. You need, even if you can't replicate that round, show us what you have worked on then. Show us why this is a map that you're happy enough to play in this series. Show us why this is a map that you're happy enough to pick on occasion. But right now, it doesn't look like this.
You're obviously Big. They've played quite a lot of. They've just played quite a lot of games recently, right? And that's why they've got the better sample size on quite a lot of these maps. But I think what we do have to say is, sample size or not, their games haven't been consistent. They've been besting teams that they should be, and then losing to teams they certainly shouldn't. It's been kind of up and down performances. Okay, yeah, we do have to say that Big have played in some top tier events. Obviously, Visual Playground at Cologne. Obviously, the Blast Bounty. They've been playing against some tier 1 teams. But even against kind of the tier 2 sides, they have been losing some matches too. It's not been a perfect last few months for Big. And honestly, the Train performance and the Mirage performance are kind of blaring issues, because these are statistically their 2 best maps. And I think that's where the biggest issues lie, is their 2 best maps are number 2 and number 3 in the series. They take map 1. To me, that's just the easiest kind of signal that they should be taking the series. But Spirit Academy being 7-1 up, Big barely posing much threat here so far on the T side. We could be seeing Spirit Academy maybe find 9, maybe even double digits here in this first half. And then obviously, we're going to see a near perfect CT side needed from Big.
Just like what we saw in Mirage, potentially. But you need Big to really sort of step up majorly on the second half there to a near impossible degree. Yeah, things are looking a little bit dicey for Big. And it's not just the fact that they're 7-1 down, because look, they in theory could finish 7-5, and if it's 7-5, it's all to play for still. But it's just the fact that the way Spirit have been playing, you wouldn't put it past them to at least find a couple more rounds.
Yeah, no.
I'd sort of be surprised if they don't find 9 at least.
I can't imagine them not getting at least one more. And even then, like 8-4, that's not bad at all. Maybe not the expectation that they'd hoped for after a 7-1 scoreline, but still, 8 on the CT side of Train. I don't want to say that it's kind of a decent performance, but I think a lot of people would expect 8 on the CT side of Train. Are you in the same boat? Are we feeling 8's kind of the new norm?
Yeah, 7-5, 8-4, anything of the sort. You wouldn't look at that particularly as unusual. But look, this is a spot where Spirit Academy can deal some real damage to Big, and it's going to be heavily determined for me on these final 4 rounds as to where things do look. I think we're going to have a decent idea of where the end of this map and the end of this series is going to go, depending on these final 4. And that is where, look, for Big Clan, I would start to be worried, because how this map started, how this series started for them, it feels like it's going to be a very different ending.
Yeah, obviously, I think this is one of those games that I think Big are going to look back at and kind of go, well, if we lost Overpass and then mess things up on Train, or maybe lost Mirage, then at least you can kind of forgive them. But this is kind of the worst way for them to potentially lose the series, because they have taken their opponent's map pick. The kind of the spanner in the works, the punish pick that we saw from Spirit Academy wasn't punished upon, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I think this would be a pretty disappointing way for things to kind of go for big.
Obviously, victors of this series as well. Going to be playing against BC.Game in the quarterfinals. We actually did get to see that match between Spirit Academy and BC.Game in the Swiss stage, in the 1-0 record matches. Probably the weakest I've seen Spirit Academy look since they came back, actually, in that game. A pretty comfortable victory for BC.Game there. So I think if we do see Spirit Academy make it through to the quarters, a nice, potentially a revenge match there. A bit of a grudge potentially held against those. And I think that's going to be a very exciting quarterfinal if we get their big look. They still have a chance, but like I said, I think it's going to depend heavily on these final 4 rounds.
Yeah, obviously. I think it's got to be big getting at least... They've got to get at least 2. It's got to be an even sharing. And then, look, 9-3 still within the realm of possibility. And then, moving to that CT side. But, yeah, look, to mention to everyone at home who's only just tuning in now, maybe haven't had the kind of the full rundown of the playoffs so far. We've got these are the last 2 games of the round of 16. You mentioned the
We're getting too much space off of this. Oh, boy, could actually get flashed into main here or something. I'm just going to be jiggling.
All about timing here for Robbo. We'll be able to capitalize on one. Nice trade from Mokajin, now a 3 versus 3. Tabson's been spotted, same with Crimbo. Molotov and bullet combination for Sypho can find Crimbo. Molly on the back red. So Tabson forced to the left, can't get any trade or anything like that. Again, great reposition from Sypho, and now it's Kyubi with the AWP. Taken down by Mokajin. Great from Mokajin and Sypho. 8-1. Mokajin is 15-3.
Look, as the initial trades do come through for big, and it looked like it could be a competitive round, but once the utils sort of go on, once it's just the T's trying to push out main with nothing but firepower, that's where Spirit Academy in the positioning and the CT side favouring really just shows. Second tactical pause used here from Big. They really need to find a solution to this. And you look at the money that they have, they probably need to take the hit and go for a half buy here. So this could be the opportunity for Spirit Academy to find that 9 that we were alluding to. But equally, the only round that Big have won has been off of a half buy.
Yeah, obviously. It's not as though Big have kept that many rounds close either. They've kind of been in the conversation, but again, I wouldn't have been like, oh, well, Spirit Academy, they're only so far up because of crazy clutches and stuff like that. So, Big, they're yet to net a full buy versus full buy success.
Gonna be a bit of a pace change now. A lot of bodies towards B.
Obviously, Mazai was playing close towards kind of pop wall, so would have heard a lot of these steps. Smoke send towards top ramp. Util coming through now. It is going to be this play towards B. Sypho repositioning. So many players in his face. Mazai rotating round. We'll just get the one. Mokajin's been chipped away at. Onto the USP for Mokajin, but QB can find. Surely it's just not these 2 half buys in which they get victory. Well, it seems as though that will be the case, but Sophic Nade can get 1. 1v4 gone 1v3. Great HE grenade onto Sophic. How is it the 2 half buys are the only rounds the Big have found?
Well, probably because it's the only round where they're not doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, very
They're
true.
not just slowing it down, waiting for something, losing early kills and then pushing into a bomb site disadvantage. The only rounds that they have actually gone with a bit more speed have been these half buys, and it has actually caught out Spirit Academy. But with that round, money wasn't in a great spot. We can see an investment from the CT side, but you can see already there's weaknesses. Swapfix glass cannon in an AWP.
They have to win this.
MP9, and if they do win this, that could be them Final Four.
Yeah, exactly. Like the early elevation towards top green from Okajin. Robbo pushing through. Timing couldn't be better for him. Tapping with a tech hit. Robbo's going to send the HE grenade. Oh, okay. Well, he's going to realize Hype's close to the smoke. Spots him, and Robbo can find another. Surely he doesn't go in for more. QB eventually takes him down. Bit unnecessary there from Robbo. I think we have to say that. But Mazai taking up that lost ground. Cypher aggressing towards top B. Mazai, though, he's a fast flank. We're going to see these rotations. Mokajin and Stopfik both making their way towards B because Mazai is still on this flank. He's going to find... Oh, I was going to say he's going to find Kyubi. Kyubi is holding for this. He is literally holding for the flank. Great awareness there. And
Now the CTs don't know if it's pop or B.
Yeah, of course.
Remember, I believe I don't know if there's an angle in this box for him to get the information, but Mokajin pushes into pop, opens up this space. Solfik just on the glass, cannon AWP. Now 1 versus 3.
Robbo gets 2 in main. He doesn't need to search for more. He could have just backed away, and that would have been a really good advantage, but he goes for more. Solfik. So close to spotting Kyubi, but no information. Should just be the save here from Solfik. There's no value sticking around and giving this round a go.
Yeah, should be able to back away reasonably safely through Ivy. Hasn't been spotted.
There's not really a hunt going on from Big either. 8-3. There is going to be an AWP for Solfik to wield. Unless he gets taken down here. Nice find onto Tabson. UB can drop an AWP if they want one.
Yeah, it's not really going to change how the round looks. I think even if everyone fell there for Big, it probably wouldn't make that big a difference.
This is double from Robbo. He gets 2. It's a 5 versus 3. He hunts for more. Kyubi finds him, and then same can be said with Sypho towards upper B. Unnecessary.
Well, final round of the half, though. Robbo again might look to abuse this A main position.
Plenty towards Ivy here. Mokajin just going to drop the Molotov.
Paranoid about there being an AWP there, and he's right about that. 3 players in Ivy.
Rimbo's got a lot to do here towards B. ADC just jiggling.
Neither team wanted to give up that early kill yet. Spirit Academy probably need it a bit more than their opponents, as you can see. There's no utility remaining. There is a diffuse kill on Mazai, the AWP of Stopfik. Lucky to be alive there. Stopfik will find the first kill through the smoke.
Yeah, a bit fortunate, but still. Nice nade from Tabson. Great positioning here from JDC, but Robbo, nice find and able to evade. JDC does find Mokajin though. What's going on here? Well, the jiggling weapon rate.
Are being given time to make this double rotation. Bomb only just going down. There is a diffuse getting play, of course. Robbo's just going to be hoping his teammate can trade, but we might actually need to see Robbo find one first. Smoke has dissipated.
Tabson's low. Great from Mazai, no damage taken. JDC's in a good position. There's got to be a tap of the bomb. Oh, they spotted the AWP. Robo takes him down, and now it's all on JDC. They have to realize he could be playing from here, but neither of them holding. And now there's just no time.
Yeah, they gamble towards pop instead. It's unlucky, they find the kills, but no time for the defuse. Big, they do recover from a really damning scoreline there. From 8-1 down, they find the final 3 rounds, and again, it's off of the back of the half bite. It's that half bite they win towards B. It puts Spirit Academy's money into question. They end up losing the next round, and you can just see what it does to their money. So one half bite, you can talk about fine margins all you like, and they really do make a big difference makers here, and that's exactly what we've seen. Big being able to bring themselves into the game just off of 1 round. Is it going to be enough, though? That's the question, and the second half pistol is certainly going to determine that.
Yeah, of course, if this is the way of Big, they get themselves potentially 2 or maybe 3 round, or 2 or 1 round, sorry, away from their opponents. All contingent on Spirit Academy if they go for a force or anything like that. Turning from the flash is JDC, aggressing now, nice find from Cypher. Grimbo's in a good position here. We'll find Mazai. Oh, Grimbo again with the duel. He's repositioned now out of Grimbo. Great from QUB here from Ebox. Robbo and Cypher now. 2 versus 3. Cypher a little static. Putting a lot of responsibility on Robbo. Great find there from Robbo. Damage as well to QUB, and they're just going to head towards B. This is brilliant. This is absolutely excellent from Spirit Academy. What a pistol call. What a late change in decision that could salvage this for Spirit Academy.
Crimbo, he's going to be slightly out of view of Robbo, but still Robbo finds. That's the second of the round, and you've got a low HP QB. 1 bullet anywhere will take him down, and Cypher shows it. Spirit Academy with a pistol, but like you said, great calling, great decision. But what a round from Robbo. You highlighted it. It felt like Cypher was just waiting for the peek from the player towards Olaf, while leaving Robbo to try to see what he can do himself. Did enough, found the first kill, and then they realized, wait, both the players are towards A.
Yeah, we can give this one a go. We can just head towards B through Ivy and Z. Just the eco from Big, so they are going to be giving Spirit Academy double digits here. As we mentioned before, Spirit Academy don't really have a favoured half regarding win rate, both around 50%.
So much weight is going to be on this next full buy, though.
Yeah, the whole series, the whole playoff for Big, contingent on how that next full buy goes. But we'll get 1. Oh, he gets another, but the flying Mac 10 of Sophic.
It's all or nothing now from Big. Otherwise, we could see them find themselves at a similar spot to what they did on Mirage.
Yeah, of course. Kind of destined for loss. Eating 8 rounds in a row in the CT side of Train. Not easy.
Cypher aggressive here down towards B ramp, is searching, but Crimbo on the other side isn't going to give him anything, and JDC's the one to find the opener.
Yeah, nice from JDC that. Going to be this zigzag towards B. A nice setup between QB and Crimbo, but utility going to be landing their way. QB's been spotted here. We'll get 1. Mokajin's taken all of this space. He spotted Crimbo, but Mokajin can get this kill. Mokajin will go back for that kill onto Crimbo. Man advantage now for Spirit Academy. Hypes though rotating through CT. Zopfek. Oh, I like this angle. Spots out 1. Backs away. Information on both, but will be taken down by JDC, and now it's Cypher in the clutch. just checked towards ramp. Holding now is Hype. There's not been a tap on the bomb. Okay, well, JDC's decided to defuse in the open. And there's no time. 11-4 scoreline.
So
Wow.
paranoid about upper. I mean, Cypher does a really good job just to hold his nerve and not peek at all. And then finally takes his time in. Hype's looking towards upper. And it's an easy kill on the bomb diffuser. Spirit Academy do win the round that we say they have to. Big. They have a choice to make here. Do you just go for the half buy and give up 12? Still have a bit of a chance, or do you fully invest? JDC has fully bought down. He is seemingly the only one.
Yeah, for Hyped and JDC in this round, they are going to be the difference makers. Hyped saved enough cash to bring out the ore, but I like this play from Hyped. Get aggressive, try and be a difference maker, try and actually do something, get active on that CT side.
Bit of chip damage onto QB. And Hyped here in main. Does he look to push forward? It does look like that's going to be the case. Dodging the flashbang is Mokajin, but not even required as Sotfik finds with the AWP. That's the M4. That is the heaviest hitting weapon gone.
Sotfik's done really well in this series.
I mean, that's the thing. Look, he's done his job. He's done his job well.
That's the two
As a
rifles
stand-in,
falling.
and the coach is big, and everyone else is falling behind them. Tabson will get one, but it's QB in a 1v4, and just a single kill before the trade's able to come through. 8 opportunities for Spirit Academy to close out this series, and this is the issue I've had with Big. We see Overpass, it looks decent, but it does get competitive towards the end. Spirit Academy, Mirage, they had a great start to the game, and they didn't let it get competitive. They lost, what, a couple of rounds, that's it.
Yeah, it was just at the end as well. It was just for Big to kind of save face, I guess. But yeah, I've got to say, Sotfik in the series, he's got the second highest rating so far on Spirit Academy, third highest overall in the series. This is a 30-year-old ex-player, gone coach, and he's putting up numbers as though it's the start of his career.
Yeah, not looking at a place. I mean, look, you can be sure for Spirit Academy, they've got a hell of a stand-in if they need one.
Yeah.
I also
Obviously-
think it does help Robbo out as well, taking some of the pressure away that in-game leading can have on your individual form. Look, I'm not saying Sotvik's going to be taking up the calling role from him, but certainly can help out in certain rounds, act as this second caller,
Yeah.
maybe even give his own suggestions on occasion. Sotvik will know exactly what Robbo wants to do. These two work with each other closer than anyone.
As well, obviously, in the past Spirit Academy, they would have taken tactical pauses to get Sotfik's kind of 2 cents and his thought process. He's in the team speak. Not in the server in this one though, as he has been eliminated by JDC's MP9. Luck towards Ivy. I don't know whether I hate it or love it, but UB and Crimbo combining. Mokajin will get one. Crimbo's still alive. The rotation scene, and we will see Big find 5. But again, it feels like a question of when, not if. Spirit Academy, they've got 7 more opportunities to close out the series and push to those quarterfinals. As we mentioned before, Victor facing off against BC.Game.
Yeah, Spirit Academy, they feel bound to close it out eventually. Even if the scoreline does become a 12-10, they've just got so many opportunities. You can throw sort of 10 of the same rounds back to back if you want the exact same call, and eventually one of them's going to work out. In this one, they are sending main brunt of their forces towards Ivy. It is just this eco.
Mokajin's 20 and 10. And the issue is not only is Mokajin playing well, but everyone else is having their moments. Mazai and Robbo both with 15. Sotfik with 13. He's had some huge rounds with the AWP in hand.
Yeah, and Cypher hasn't exactly done anything wrong, has he?
Life of a B player, right?
Cypher will eventually find one. Swaps over to the Deagle. Can't connect the bill onto JDC. And it's all on Sotfik, who was lurking out A. Will eventually get found. So just a one casualty for Big. Look, they've got to have a strong economy if there's any chance to make a comeback happen. but weapons in play again for the T side.
I think for Big, it's obviously they need to go on a 6-round streak here. And now they've got a little bit of finances in play. I honestly don't think it does matter anymore. I think I doubt we're going to be seeing so many rounds in a row where Spirit Academy bring it to a 1v1. Big are going to get continual investments. The issue is Spirit Academy. It's going to be kind of that continual half buy, full buy, half buy, full buy, and they're going to have so many more investments still to be seen. I think they're going to still have 4 more full buys at least. Great find from Cypher though. They might not need 4. They could do it here in just a 1. Hyped, holding the edge of the smoke. Nice shot from Hype there. Brings it back to that 4v4. JDC is going to have a slight look here towards Ivy. Patient here is JDC. Hyped has rotated. They had those steps? Certainly not. Great find from Robbo though. Oh, nice shot from Hyped. But Robbo trades again. Mazai, he's going to be the catalyst of this round. He is still just holding here from main. tabseN having a slight look. Kyubi as well. If Mazai just waits 2-3 seconds after this smoke fades to activate, things could work out really nicely. Looking to reclaim some space in Ivy here. Are tabseN and Kyubi. Spotted nothing. They've got no real information. Obviously, it could be on the B-bomb site. Robbo could have maneuvered all the way through CT spawn. Timing looks good though. QB will find both. Big with 7.
Yeah, loss bonus obviously starting to build now for the T's. It's not massive just yet. I think it's 2.9 in this round. So I can still bring out, again, just pistols. But it will start to get to that point where loss bonus will be so high that a bomb plant gives you a full buy. And even your half buys are starting to look like decent investments.
Yeah, it's just like half buys with like the old Galil, maybe some Mac 10, stuff like that.
Big though still are managing to bring these rounds on the board slowly but surely. 5 more required to bring us to OT. That was an aggressive in main here. Okajin is just going to be holding. Cypher is by his side. Zai does have a flashbang to send in his team if he wants. Okajin looks for something beforehand. No major damage dealt, but the nade so much there. 9 HP. As the pistols will push through onto tabseN's position.
Something was holding that whole time for the back away. But tabseN, he does well to keep himself alive. Big find 8. Spirit Academy. Still in a very good position. They've got 4 more rounds to close this one out. A painful game if Spirit Academy do somehow lose this.
Oh yeah, it certainly will be tough for them. Not in that world yet.
Yeah, we don't need to have that type of conversation for another 4 rounds.
No AWP on Solfix, so he's got to make do with the rifle.
I'm interested why we haven't seen a pace change here from Spirit Academy. Solfix does have the bomb. If he's not cautious, could get caught. Double AWP here. Crimbo and Hype both wielding. Great find from Crimbo. JDC. Close here. Wall off. Nice find from JDC. 2-man advantage now for Big. Again, Spirit Academy have been very slow in their approach.
Yeah, it's probably one of the issues with the new train. Feels like fast days aren't nearly as viable as they used to be. And everything does feel like the slower approach is the way to go, but it's still a disadvantage for the T's, but not anymore as Mokujin finds that kill. QB spotted towards hell, done plenty of damage We are going to have Tabson make his way in from the back line. Mockajin slowly creeping closer towards QB's position.
Mockajin, nice damage at least while he's low. Sypho trying to piece together. Realization there for Sypho. He kind of knew that Tabson would eventually be flanking, but just couldn't put together as to the exact moment of when.
Yeah, good damage in that round from the T to make it look plausible from a very unfavoured situation to bring it to that 2v2, but QB played it excellently. 3 rounds apart now. Very little invested in this round from Spirit Academy for some reason. Oh, in fact, I think they're doing what you've always dreamed of doing.
I know.
Go for the sort of
finally.
full eco with full loss bonus so they can get out back-to-back full buys.
Yeah, finally. Honestly, Charlie, I've been waiting for this moment. I've been waiting for a team to do this for the longest time. It doesn't matter if Spirit Academy... Look, for the people at home that are wondering why has Spirit Academy not just gone for the half buy, well, they've got 3 rounds remaining. The half buys don't matter because there's going to be an investment from Big anyway. And if you think if you think your Tech 9s are going to win you a round, opposed to having full AKs, then you're mental. So they go for a full eco in this one. It means that they can full buy in round number 23, and it leaves them with 1,500 in the reserve. So even if they lose, they can get a full buy in the last. So instead of it being a half buy, full buy, then like Galil's in Util, it is 2 rounds with 2 full buys.
And for anyone at home who isn't aware, Fred has been asking for this for a long time, to a point where I started getting sick of hearing it on the cast. But finally, he has got his wish. And let's see if these 2 rounds do work out. Surprised this is the first tactical pause from Spirit, actually. Obviously, we just had a 6-round streak from Big, so maybe would have been worth using one of those in there. But look, they've still got 2 opportunities, like you said. They've still got 2 full buys.
Well, look, I think a lot of the time, the tactical pauses might be used to get the coach's thoughts, right? And the coach is in the server, so maybe they just need an extra 30 seconds. Maybe they just need some kind of some time to really just slow it down and think things through.
I mean, I haven't even sort of touched on what that necessarily does. Now the coach is in the server, you don't actually have someone necessarily watching the game from an outside perspective. I'm not sure if there's a team manager or something that's filling in that role. Yeah, or an analyst. But a lot of teams don't necessarily have that. So we'll just say for this instance, they don't. Sophick's not able to watch this game from the outside and give his suggestions, because it's very different to when you're playing the game to when you're watching it. So it'll be interesting what can become up here, but no early casualty on either side. Robbo has taken some space, and Sophick just threw the smoke, finding JDC. That could be pivotal.
Yeah, man advantage here. Robbo takes down Hyped. 5v3. Tabson is going to feel very isolated on the back of the bomb site. Utility raining down now. Molly's at his feet. Tabson forced forward. Needs to find success, but Mockajin takes him down. Sophic with another. It is a 1 versus 5 for Crimbo. Honestly, Charlie, Spirit Academy, they were bound to find victory. They were bound to do it. I'm so sad that I don't get to see the eco into the double investment. I've been waiting for this moment, but so has Spirit Academy. They got 12 quite some time ago. It was that 12-4 scoreline. 13-10 to be the finisher, though. Spirit Academy, they lose their map pick of Overpass and still able to come back into it here. To the quarterfinals.
And from map number 1, we were questioning the selection of Overpass, saying, is this sort of them viewing themselves as the underdogs here to a point where they necessarily need to pick a punish pick? And yet somehow here we are with, even though Spirit Academy lost Overpass, even though they went onto a map that they had a 17% win rate or 19% win rate on of Mirage, 16, still managed to have 2 reasonably
Academy win, especially against a team like Big, when you're playing as a coach as a stand-in with him AWPing. He's going to be the MVP for me at all times. But as you can see on screen, Spirit Academy, they have joined that quarterfinal against BC.Game. We have one more match now, Charlie, to determine all four of these quarterfinal matches. Obviously, it is Betclic versus BetBoom, and I'm excited for this one. Obviously, with this going 3 maps and there being some slight tech issues, off. That's the pick of Apogee. Then we move to Nuke, selected by BetBoom. And to end off the series, we've got a bit of Train. I think the vetoes are pretty fair, all things considered, when we look at map 1 and map 2. But map 3, that's where things get a bit awkward. But pistol round underway.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade on either side, but it does finish with Apogee being disadvantaged in this spot. And even more so as it all lies on the in-game leader of Prism. 1 versus 3 now. Players pushing down the ramp. Prism under pressure and will get found. Nothing can be done. We've seen a lot of clutch moments. A lot of unbelievable rounds from Prism recently. And they've normally come when you're having players like Jacob missing a little bit, when D has not stepping up. So hopefully we're not going to be reliant too much on Prism on the Polish side of things. And so hopefully their stars do align and the individuals can step up. Because they're going to need to. It's a tough matchup.
Yeah, most certainly. This is not the game where you can just fall away. This is not the series where you can go quiet. Not in the slightest. There's going to be a playthrough from Apogee. Siren defending here from backside. Okay, well. I realised the FAMAS could do that.
Yeah, I mean, I hate rounds like that because it makes me sort of want to use the FAMAS more.
Yeah,
and then I use it, I'm like, this gun's awful.
What,
But
like, what?
looking sharp, looking clean.
Yeah.
What we want to see from a player like Siren.
Looking golden. But yeah, that's a. I'm gobsmacked that round was composed from the FAMAS. As you can tell, me and Charlie both hate the FAMAS. But obviously, BetBoom 2-0 up. This is now the full buy from Apogee. They're going to have to hit the ground running, though. I think we know how quickly BetBoom can catalyze this game and make things feel very difficult. Do we think when it comes to level of ability, when you look at the names, when you compare, are we saying BetBoom are just better on paper? Like I think Boomic's in-game leading. I think he's got more experience. I think Hypex and Artfrost may be quite close, but when you compare the riflers, okay, yeah, Jacob might pip all other 6, but I feel like it would go Jacob and then the 3 BetBoom riflers and then Demo and Diha.
I don't know. I think Deleta's on his day. I mean, we've seen what he can do. I think he can be unbelievable. I think Artfrost with a 1.08 rating is underwhelming for Artfrost. I think BetBoom on paper have one of the most stacked CIS teams, really. It's just sort of trying to get the best out of them still that we haven't really been able to consistently see. But I certainly do have faith in it. I think Apogee's team equally, though, is very solid. It's just going to be, can we see these players perform? Demo, nice find initially. Deletes does rotate in and find 1 to make it a 4-on-4. Magnolias will eliminate Hypex, and it is advantage now for BetBoom, with the bomb still yet to be planted, yet to even be retrieved. These fights are everything, though. Magnolias will be able to keep himself alive and just delay. Doesn't find anything else, but leaves Boomich in a very possible situation. Doesn't take the fight towards CT. It allows this bomb to get planted. Molotov thrown. Won't take anything down, but it forces both teams back. I think Boomich a little too hesitant to make his play there.
Yeah, look, it happens though because he's a little bit chipped away at. But Prism does a lot of work in that round, actually. Prism getting 2 kills with the Galil. That's what really gives Apogee their slight kind of lead in that round. Is that the nerves of Prism? Look at the chairs.
I'll be surprised if Prism's
just a bit of leg shake going on, bit of nerves.
Maybe a fan in the background.
A fan is moving a chair. What, as in a fan of the team? Because there's no desk fan that's got the physical power to do that.
Maybe a big sort of industry fan.
All
knows?
I'm thinking is
I think that's more plausible.
They've taken a propeller off like an aeroplane wing. That might make that type of movement for the chair. It's got to be nerves. It's got to be slight worry.
I do not think that's nerves from Prism. I'll be surprised if anyone in the server. I think Boomich and Prism. I'll be the most surprised if they're sort of letting your standard CS games get to you. So
There's
much
no-
experience.
No standard CS game. Playoffs.
I mean, it is a very... I mean, this is probably the marquee matchup for me of today, I think. And we've seen some great matchups, but this, for me, is probably one that I have no expectations for. I love both these teams. I think both these teams have real potential, but it's, we haven't necessarily seen a huge amount of that potential in the last month or so.
Yeah.
So it definitely leads to a super exciting game of Counter-Strike here between both sides.
I think you might be the only person whose marquee matchup isn't BC.Game. I think we've got Simple in the event. I know you've casted him a lot already. I've yet to see it, so I'm hoping that I'm on one of the games for BC.Game. I feel like maybe my headcanon's saying Simple's just thinking he's not ready for me on the commentary. He's not ready for that yet.
I have felt like a bit of sort of a fan of the team. The amount I've just been sort of following them around. But it just purely coincidence I'm casting so much BC.Game. But it's been great to see this team sort of from their start, watching them grow. Equally with this Apogee team, done a lot of that as well, similar to BetBoom in fact, but out towards the bomb site the Polish side. First kill does go the way of BetBoom though. Are they going to still expect a swing from Magni, as it just doesn't look like it, and he continues to find with this MP9, but 2 back from Hypex. Keeps it competitive, 3-on-3 again with a limited util on the T, similar to the last round, but this time towards the other side. I've
got to say, I think Magniez is a player that obviously on Spirit Academy, I think there was a lot to talk about when it came to this player. Okay, Jacob's just hit the one tap of all one taps, and now it's Magniez in the clutch. Jacob can get his second of the round. Betclic, they will find 2 in total, and it's going to be an eco for BetBoom. But Magniez finding 2 with the MP9 there is kind of ridiculous. He was unfavored in both fights. They were completely aware of him, and he still finds 2. But as I wanted to say, it seemed like Magniez, after kind of his time on Spirit Academy, there was so much talking point, there was so much expectation. And I think when he first joined BetBoom, you saw that instant injection of success. Then there was that slight kind of dip away. But I feel like we're getting back to the Magniez that many remember, which is always nice to see. And a little moment like that, facing off, 2 1v1s against AKs, besting both of them when they have information of you. There's little moments like that that remind you that he is still always going to be in the talking point for one of the best players in the server.
I am still mind-blown by that shot of Jacob. I hope we get a replay of that. That might be one of the most ridiculous shots I've seen in a while. Prism trying to farm up some cash here with the with the Mac 10, sorry, but I have no idea. He overflicked as well, so he would have shot while
moving,
while flicking. I need to see that again. That is insane. Clean sweep from Apogee. 5 survivors here. Prism with a quad kill, so certainly making a decent amount of cash there with that Mac 10 play. I mean, look at that. That is just disgusting. I want to see it again. I want it to sort of be looped. I mean, it's just so quick. It is instant.
I always just watch. I feel like, oh, okay, we're getting it again.
Here we go.
To production.
I mean, what is that? That is insane.
Honestly, I'm watching it back and I still question: has he killed someone else? Like, surely he hasn't.
Yeah, that's what I first thought when it happened. That is unbelievable. Good entry from Artfrost here, though. Deleders will find one more, but again, it always feels like Apogee have a response. Artfrost will push through, making sure he finds one more before going down, gives his team a big advantage. We'll see if Jacob can hit any more of these sort of one taps, but the bomb is dropped on the B bomb site. So much time to work with, has been spotted, lining up util. Boomich will deny Apogee extending their lead too much and keeps things level again.
I think there's a lot of individual talent in the server here. And when I say individual talent, I don't mean like in the games that we have seen earlier that there isn't that level of talent, but I think there is so much it factor. There's so much kind of chaos when it comes to the individuals. Like, this is the one series where if I see, whether it's Artfrost in a 1v3, Magniez there, whether it's Jacob, Hypex, there's so much clutch potential in this server that I'm just so excited to see these kind of moments, these kind of rounds, because there is just a level of just individual brilliance that you don't always get to see.
I actually love that from Prism. I don't know if you spotted that. He was spotted at the edge of the smoke and just head down did not move from where he was spotted. So they just sort of spray as if he's backing away, but he hasn't moved the muscle, so he keeps himself alive there. So really nice stuff from Prism.
Yeah, and obviously, In the meantime, while all the focus is middle, we saw Apogee take that space towards B.
Actually, they've looked good on these weapons. Haven't exactly made full usage of the clock yet. They've been liking certain faster plays, but it's been working out, been catching off their opponents. And if they ain't broke, just to say from these final two players, have we even seen them before on Magnias yet?
Can we just talk about Apogee's Ancient real quick? Because I think a lot of people will be thinking, okay, well, Apogee, they've picked a map that they've got a 44% win rate on. Obviously, they played it 16 times in the last 3 months, and they've got 7 wins, 9 losses. And I think a lot of people will be going, well, you've got a negative win rate. I know BetBoom don't play it that much, but they've got a better win rate than you. This is a real rarity, right? Apogee, in all 9 of those losses, the most dominant loss has been a 13-10. It's 13-10s, 13-11s, and OT losses. Talk about a team that is consistently good on this map. Like, that is insane. I've never seen a team that has such a neutral win rate to have so many games come close. You can imagine that on the flip of a coin, in a different universe, they've got like a 90% win rate on this map. There's so many 13-11s. There's the OT most recent game against Patera yesterday. Like, this team are so good on Ancient. It just seems like they struggled to get it over the line, which is always so sad to see.
Yeah, I've seen them actually play a few times here in the Proving Grounds as well. It's been... Every single game has been a 13-10. Only able to win one of them, though. And that's going to be the thing. And that's a really important thing about playoffs as well, in particular. It's not just about what can you... Are you good at a map? It is, are you good enough at the map to bring it over the line when the pressure's on, when it matters most? And a lot of teams aren't. A lot of younger teams, you can see sort of, they hit 12 and then 4 opportunities or something, they can't close it out, it goes to OT, just because the pressure can be a lot. And I don't know what it's been for Apogee just yet, but they are a good enough team to be able to close it out, bring it over the line. But yeah, just in recent times, it has certainly been a bit of an issue for them. But like you said, they're more than competent at the map. It's a map that they're certainly comfortable playing.
Yeah, not only is it are you comfortable winning a game like that, it's because they come from the Swiss stage, it's are you comfortable winning a map like this against a team that are of such a high quality?
Yeah, I don't even think we see, because obviously we're sort of talking about the teams for such a long time. We didn't talk about the vetoes too much. I'll wait for this round as the Letters just found a double. Arfrost as well with a pistol.
What has just happened? Maybe it's rounds like this why they're struggling to convert the game, because they've just lost the pistols. Yeah, there was an MP9 in play. Yeah, Boomich was able to retrieve a rifle early on, but this shouldn't be happening. Yeah. 1 versus 4. Bomb. Under the control here of BetBoom.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like a counter from BetBoom. I said that Apogee have liked to go for a few more faster plays. Not necessarily instantly, but not necessarily using the time as much as they want to. And even then, that round was pretty much over after 30 seconds, just due to some of the early aggression up B round. Due to BetBoom finding a couple of kills, the Letters with 2, Artfrost with 1, and at that point, there's not a lot we can expect the T's to be able to do in that situation. But sort of going back to the vetoes, Apogee obviously selecting Ancient. They actually pick Nuke more often than they pick Ancient, and I think they're aware that BetBoom, there's a high chance that they're going to want to select Nuke in this series. So Apogee, in theory, kind of get their 2 of their sort of best picks, obviously, without Mirage being there. But when these are sort of your 3 main maps, this is a pretty good looking veto for Apogee. It's sort of as good as you can ask for from them, really.
Yeah. Third as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Strain's been brilliant, yeah.
So I think it does feel like it's going to be a spot where if Apogee do lose this, you don't really have anything to blame outside of the server, and it's all going to be down to what can you show us on the server.
Yeah. I think the difference is obviously BetBoom. They are a team with much more experience. I think that's safe to say. Or maybe not much more experience. Obviously, players like Prism, like D
Yeah, the smoke towards mid. Betclic forced back with some great counter flashes and counter util.
Nice find from Magnias though. Opening kill seen here from BetBoom. Yeah. Has got Hypex alongside him. They are slowly going to be taking some space here towards B lane. Magnias just jiggling. He has given some information across. Going to drop the deeper Molotov here. Magnias just forced back. Nice nade onto Diha though. Great utility usage from Deledes with the opening kill going the way of BetBoom. Obviously they're going for a bit more of a bunkered approach. 3 towards B. They're now going to opt for a rotation onto the A bomb site for Boomich. We still have Art Frost obviously playing in Red Room, but I think what he's going to do is hold from CT to Donut and just convey to his teammates on B, look, well, they can actually slip the net into Red Room, so be a little bit worried about that, and that's why we are seeing Siren with a slight lurk. But double cave setup, Art Frost will find Jacob in the process towards Donut, and with the lack of any continual utility, pretty evident where Apogee are going to be heading. Great nade there. Magnias gets 2 though. And that's just Magnias being Magnias. Finds 3 kills in total. Demo now just going to look to save. Nothing that can be done here for Apogee. A flawless round from BetBoom. And they take the lead off the back of it.
Yeah, not even a huge amount of damage taken. Just clinical in their gunfights, in their decision making. I think you see Apogee, a lot of their initial play was reliant on that late mid take with a nade and exploded through it, but brilliant counter utility as soon as the nade's heard from the CTs. I'm going to say it's counter util, not just coincidence, but really well done. As it just denies that initial push, and BetBoom were able to hold on to that control without too much work for it. And now this is a chance for BetBoom to find even more, as it is just a weak investment with obviously the saved weapon of Demo. You can be looking for something early towards A. Well, we have a boost in middle. Does do a little bit of damage to Boomich, but not enough to take him down.
Obviously, there's going to be slight difficulty with the investment from Betclic. I think the issue they're going to face as well is Hypex being quite late to get the AWP out on the T side. Not to say, like, oh, Hypex needs the AWP, but I think we know the ability he can bring with the big green in hand. You can see that now Art Frost has got the AWP, but there's a lot more... There's a lot more stability in the defenses. It's clear that they're just happy for him to post up. That's why there is just kind of him playing from Red Room. He's going to take contact, and then he's going to have his kind of helpers from both Donut and Cave activate. Nice find from Art Frost. Information, there's 3 more towards middle. Art Frost is taking a bit of a risky one. We'll get a second. Demo getting the eventual trade, and Siren just backs away. With the AWP taken down towards red, they are going to be heavily swinging their way through. Jumping across there, I like that. It allows for an easy trade for Demo. Missed nade there from Demo. Kind of forced out by the positioning of Hypex. But Demo has done a lot of work here. Quick shot from Hypex. And now to a 2 versus 2, of which Boomich has to play perfectly. He just needs to stay hidden here towards Big Box. He does not need to show himself. He can deny the plant though. And there it is. Now it's Demo in the 1 versus 2. And with Magnias progressing through the B portion of CT side, Boomich has got a flash. He's just going to try and delay 12 seconds on the clock. But oh, it's been made possible. Boomich has to swing, and Demo wins the clutch. I don't know why anyone is swinging there before the tap of the bomb comes through. There's 12 seconds left, of which Demo has 6 to find the kill onto Boomich and then get the bomb down. I don't know why Magnias is swinging, and I don't know why Boomich is either.
I mean, that's the thing. You see Magnolia is just sort of rotating, throw util to help Boomich out a bit there, just to help delay time. But equally, like you said, it feels like just do whatever you can not to let Demo take you down, not to let him find you. And obviously, Magnolia is towards CT there, just wasn't expecting Demo to be glued to him with 10 seconds on the clock, but it's these minor things. That wasn't eco. That wasn't eco around a saved AK. It wasn't a half bar or anything. It was straight up an eco.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Obviously, Betclic, they lost those first 2 kills, but then the way they dealt with getting the refrags, I think Demo was really key in that. It was the jump across and then the instant trade, and I think little moments like that, Apogee, okay, yes, quite fortunate in the clutch because it was a 1 versus 2 with 12 seconds left, but still, you know, is it Demo's fault that they both peek him? Certainly not. He just wins the gunfights. And obviously that's denied BetBoom getting that 6-4, and I think with a 6-4 scoreline, they'd feel a lot more comfortable moving into the second half. What a shot from Hypex. And this is what I mentioned. Get him on the AWP. Allow him to have that kind of moments of brilliance. It was Hypex that found that pick in CT, and it was just instantaneous. So now that we've got the AWP on Hypex, I think we can see Betclic look a little bit more comfortable on this T side. And obviously, you'd hope for Hypex that he gets as much impact as possible before moving to the CT side.
Jacob here towards Red Room. Does get spotted. Siren's timing's good. And it's 2-man advantage now for BetBoom as Demo and Hypex, the dynamic duo of the last, look to push their way into A.
Turning from the flashes Deled. There's nice information gathered. Siren attempting to take down the bomb planter, but Demo will find Deledes. Boomish, low HP. Needs to find a Demo soon, and Siren baits out the AWP shot. Hypex falling. 6 found now from BetBoom.
Yeah, look, it's been a bit of a back and forth later portion to this game. We saw that initial 2-round streak from BetBoom off winning the pistol, then we saw 3 in a row from Apogee, and then since then it's been back and forth, neither team really able to get full control, both teams tussling for it. But for a series like this, where I think both teams are very evenly matched, that's what we want to see. That's what we came here to watch, and that's what these teams are providing. Back onto pistols and SMGs is the full investment and the final one that the Polish side get on this map. Or at least on the first half of this map. Demo's got a great timing with this tech. We'll be able to find Art Frost. Ooh, he's just tanked up as well.
Yeah, great from Demo. Guess the double D is low, but it doesn't really matter. Issue is Molly on the bomb plant, needed the smoke, and they can find the planter. Magnius finding D here in the process. 2 versus 3 now. Disadvantaged are Apogee. Demo. He has been such a difference maker throughout this game.
He wants his AK, just can't find where it is. Boomich's corpse. Not allowing that to be easily retrieved, but still a chance in this one. But Prism is the man with the weapon, the man with the rifle.
It's tough for Prism because he's the one with the bomb as well. I like this from Prism. But he's not fully cleared cave. Deledes free kill. Demo will get another. Demo. He's had a lot of impact in the last couple rounds, but sadly hasn't been enough to find them. And BetBoom, they get 7. Not bad at all. It looked as though Apogee were slowly getting their form. You know, they won those 3 rounds in a row. Then after the victory from BetBoom, they bounced back. And I was thinking, okay, well, Apogee, you've got yourself a decent T-side so far. Let's see what you can do with it. But nice recovery from BetBoom. As we mentioned, though, I think even if Apogee do lose on Ancient, we do know that Nuke is going to be an interesting one for both teams. They both like to pick it quite frequently. I think the issue is, you look at Magni as 13 and 6. Everyone else with kind of 7, 8 kills. D has got 2 for Apogee. Jacob is 7 and 8. He's not kind of having that lights out performance that you usually need. And it leaves a scary second half, I think we have to say, for Apogee.
Yeah, we'll have to see if some of these names can step up. Prism finds one. Demo can't quite shoot the T's. They were blinded, but just jumping around, making life difficult. And eventually, Hypex and Demo both fall. Pistol round looks good for BetBoom, as they have a 2-man advantage. You said things are getting dicey. They might get even more so, as this pistol looks like it's going to go the way of the CIS team.
Prism, though, will get one with the Julies. D have finally, surely, to activate. There's a lot of damage. Oh, Boomich. I don't really know why he's gone for the jumping Glock, but it's so tough, because all that needs to happen is a slight check. They realise he's not on it. Just not enough time in the day. And Arfrost will find. So that's 8 now for BetBoom.
The question is, will it be 9? What are we seeing from the CETs? What do they choose to go for investment-wise? So far, not a single thing invested. It's just going to be that second round eco. They want to play for the weapons. Obviously, this does mean giving up 9 to your opponents, though.
Nice find here from Magniez and Boomich. Obviously, it is just the USPs. A P2000 or a P250 on D here?
I think P2000, sadly. No real investment anywhere. And this is actually an unfortunate one for Apogee. They've done some great damage to certain players. Oh, it is P250.
I love that. I love it from D here. Obviously, there was Mac 10s in play for BetBoom. Once the molly goes down, look, he might have disconnected. He hasn't bought yet, so he might have disconnected. But the idea of him just burning in the Molotov to deny the Mac 10s making money, that's what my thought process is. Or at least what I'm assuming he'd done. And I really like it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Apogee had a couple of chances to take away a few of the BetBoom players, but it ended up being a flawless round for the T's. Instead, they're financially in a pretty good spot. And now, first full buy of the second half for the CTs. First look at what they can provide on this map. They do tend to favour the T side, but equally, BetBoom statistically have a slight favouring for the CT. So I don't necessarily know if we can judge stats all too much in a game like this anyway. From past performances, it all matters about what we see in the here and now. And let's see what Apogee have. No AWP for Hypex, just M4s across the board. No defuse kit, something to make note of as well. It's the issue going for that second round eco. You are missing bits and pieces.
Yeah, it's always what we talk about. The fact that no one's taken a hit is a big kind of issue for me. I think usually you need to see maybe the one MP9, whether it's on the cave player. Diha has had a tough game though. Feel like I've been saying that far too often, far too frequently when watching Apogee. And look, I don't want to pinpoint Diha because I feel like it's not just ability that he's going to bring. He is going to be bringing a lot of experience, but I think we do have to say, I think expectations were pretty high from Diha, right?
I mean, yeah, it felt like the perfect move for Apogee. Bringing in a brilliant player with that experience as well, but yeah, individually hasn't quite been there. Great round here, though, from the CETs. Diha will fall to the nade. Just a tap of the bomb as Prism looks to swing. I'm going to get to back away and get out of dodge, but it's now all on him. 1v4. First full buy, and I think a pretty necessary full buy from Apogee to keep this game competitive. They are able to do so, and they win it with only losing Diha to an HE grenade.
Yeah, I think right now, Betclic, they're close. They need to get, what, 3 rounds to level up the game. They'll be able to get 2 off the back of the victory here because the money will be broken. I think for BetBoom, they certainly are in the ascendancy. They're in the lead, and they have looked a stronger side. I think the individuals have done a lot of that kind of heavy lifting. Magniez is going to send himself in a middle, but Jacob not blinded by the flash. Already a fair bit of damage to both Jacob and Demo, but with the man advantage for Apogee, I don't think they're going to be too worried. A very passive approach here from Apogee. They've given up cave control. Demo has repositioned into Donut, but it is very passive here.
The question is, can anything be found? Info's gained now. Jacob will go down for nothing. There's 2 players here towards the right side. Prism trying to bait in his teammate in Diha. And Diha will be able to find one. Diha doubles up. This is the impact we wanted to see from him. Diha with a triple.
Yeah,
Great round. Doubling his kills in 1 round. But Prism does a good job to at least bait in his teammate. Look, he tries to find something beforehand. Will get taken down instantly. But it does just bait Diha in. And the trading not quite there for the T's on that occasion. Despite 2 really good opening kills onto that bomb site.
Yeah, I honestly thought Betboom were going to just win that round after they got those 2 picks, but finally D has been called upon and he has had success, which is obviously going to be very helpful for Apogee.
We could have a near enough leveled up game. Boom, it's desperately looking to see if we can win the 1v1 onto Demo. 1A, not going to be that easy. Especially not up against someone who's been playing the way Demo has. Jacob now, in the line of fire, handles things well with a triple.
Yeah, nice from Jacob. Gets the quad overall.
And look, after the end to the first half from BetBoom, after seeing the pistol win and the conversion, they ended up getting 4 rounds in a row, the sort of heftiest streak any team has had this game. It felt like, okay, maybe BetBoom can start to make a push for the finish line here. And yet, just like that, it shows how close this game has been. Betclic don't allow them to make things out of control. They still want to keep this game competitive, and that's exactly what we've seen.
For Apogee now, they can take the lead if they find victory here. Number 18, but Prism kind of overlooks the angle. D here gets one, but Deletis, his double is brilliant.
Yeah, has been brought down low, but he's got so much control. Denies the CTs taking this space. And can just sort of operate as a lurk while Apogee have to search for impact elsewhere, and they're going to make a gamble towards B. Their boom so far look like they've got the right idea for this play. And we'll look to hit towards A. Apogee surely just going to go for a save if this bomb goes down. Money is in a really good spot for them. So, I mean, if they wanted to, they could give this round a go.
Yeah, look, I think it's always a tough call because, yes, the money is good now, but I think we know how quickly that CT economy can diminish, and especially because it's the idea of, okay, yeah, you're going to be giving BetBoom 10 if you go for the save, but if you then go for it and then lose, you give them 10 anyway, and you just throw away so much equipment. So, yeah, look, it's just one of those decisions that is kind of just based on the in-game leader. It's also based on positioning. I think if there was 2 players in red room, maybe one already pushed through B and looking to flank, then I think it's a different question. But Apogee, they brought themselves close, but BetBoom have taken another step away and a step closer to that all-important 30. Now just 3 rounds away from closing this one out.
Obviously, money is in a very good spot for the CTs. We can hopefully see Hypex with his first AWP on this second half. They got the money to do so. They got the money for quite a few rounds. And Hypex, yep, drops over at the AK to Diha. Brings out the AWP himself. And do you think... Oh, I'm interested in what we're seeing from Boomich here. He knows there's going to be an investment. They saved 3 weapons, so just screams he's going for a fast play, and he's got the spawn for B, and that's the decision. BetBoom want to swarm early towards the B bomb site as Boomich spearheads this one.
Yeah, look, honestly, when you've got money to spend, I always love it when a player brings out a Mac 10, but it's not worked out for Boomich. Prism gets the double. Nice find from Siren, but has been taken down, and now Art Frost. Bomb's been dropped. We've got a minute and 30 seconds now to yap, because Art Frost is just going to look to save. Betclic defended well against the B hit. It seemed as though the spacing was a little bit off from BetBoom. I think that's the only thing we can register as the big issue. Utility wasn't perfect either, but Apogee, they will find 9 now.
Yeah, after we saw Boomich take all that space out towards B, You probably do wish that someone was just slightly closer for BetBoom to be able to actually capitalize off of it. They took away a lot of attention, but his teammate, the second player in, was actually the first to fall. Just due to the fact that Boomich snuck around the corner and the cave player couldn't quite connect the bullets onto him. But it wasn't exactly like they were shot down as they were coming up ramp, it was the kills into the bomb site that went against them. And like you said, Artfrost is just likely going to be going for a save. Repositioned to a very deep angle that I don't imagine Apogee are going to clear. Or even look for. Their money's in a good spot. Make sure it continues to be that way.
Yeah, as well, because players like Demo, it's not perfect. You don't really want to just ruin finances for the point of ruining finances. There's not really much to gain here. Obviously, it's going to be a buy from BetBoom anyway. Artfrost can drop over a Galil to Boomich. Maybe a Mac 10.
And again, one round separates these two teams. Nice double from D here. Just took away the presence for Hyped to be able to rotate in. Find himself a kill. Very well handled there against the fast beat. Out through mid, the T's are going. Demo sprays, but will get taken down. Wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous from Magni. Has great flashes from Siren. I think a lot of what we see from BetBoom, a lot of people don't actually register how much Siren does when it comes to the kind of the utility and the supportive nature he brings. Obviously, he's 13 and 12, and you look at the kills, and you're like, oh, okay, second fragging. But Magnias is getting a lot of these frags. But a vast majority of the time, you're going to see a flash assist from Siren, or you're going to see contact taken from Siren, so then Magnias can have kind of the magic moment. And I think that's something that BetBoom actually, they've worked really nicely for. It's clear that they've got a lot of synergy. They've got kind of great protocols in place to make sure they do find things. But again, Apogee just going to be going for the save here.
And that's the thing, it doesn't matter how good Apogee's economy is, if BetBoom keep on just slowly creeping closer to the all-important 13. And I think when BetBoom are one round away from hitting 12, we're probably going to see Apogee actually start to give some of these disadvantage rounds a go.
Yeah, obviously there was just no one close enough to kind of have any impact to allow for those rotations to come through. Which I think you understand. I think for Apogee, the fact the majority were on that kind of A bomb site or towards middle, if the bomb can go down and deep smokes can get set up, there's no point even just giving it a look. But I'm right there with you. I think Apogee now, whether it's a 3v4, whether it's a 3v5 even, I think they're going to have to start giving these retakes a go, because it's something that you can see a lot of the time on Inferno, where you see teams continually save and they constantly have investments on that CT side, and then you kind of question, well, you've saved 4 rounds in a row. Are we going to start playing that? Are we going to start going for retakes? Because, look, however much you want to play the numbers, the most important number that matters is 13, which team gets there first. And if you're just going to be continually saving, you either need to make a real identification with a tactical pause here, as in what's going wrong in the early portion of rounds, because we're losing these kills and we're having to save, or you need to have that conversation of, look, we need to start going, or at least having a little bit of a look in these retakes, instead of just instantly from minute 1, yeah, no, we're not going. So I think for Apogee, there's going to be a change here in round 21. I'm looking forward to what that's going to be.
BetBoom obviously only 2 rounds away from taking this map now. 1 away from securing overtime at the very least. This is, of course, Apogee's map selection. We already highlighted. Big fans of Nuke as well, though. Both teams feel like they've got plenty of chances on both maps here, really.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so unlucky. Naded the smoke. Magni is able to take down Hypex just before Jacob gets the trade, and Deletis is there as backup as well to give man advantage over to his team. It could have easily gone the other way.
It could be a 5v3 for Betclic. Honestly, I thought the AWP was going to connect that shot, but unfortunate there for Hypex. Honestly, if you take down Hypex and Jacob in the first, 15 seconds of a round, that's kind of the perfect outcome. Nice find from Boomich. Takes down D here.
Yeah, Dia feels like he needs to get something back into this round, so he gets aggressive down ramp, but Boomic's patience does pay off. And we've seen a miracle round from Demo already. Surely not another one though. Betclic are doubling up. Both towards B, but again, Boom, they've got the right idea, making their way out towards A. One will go down. And Betclic Apogee look like they are giving up 12. Gonna need to see 3 in a row from them. And I think the biggest issue for me is we've barely seen teams consistently string rounds together. It's been pretty back and forth this game.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously, I think, look, 2v4, you don't really have enough util. Yes, Demo has now just retrieved another smoke. Could go for a late ninja, to be fair. I wouldn't mind that. Apogee, in the last 3-4 rounds, they have actually gone for the saves in quite a lot of these. Oh, I love the idea of this. If they can get the ninja off, I will be so surprised. But they're going to give it a go. Right click at the smoke. We'll get one. But they don't smoke the bomb. Interesting. Go for the ninja without smoking the bomb. Apogee. I'll need to think about that one.
Yeah, sadly just thought it was planted. Yeah, sort of standard position towards Donut. It's a bit of a strange plant position from what you're normally used to.
Front box is the plant for front box isn't that rare, I wouldn't say. I get what you mean, but they both had smokes. They could just send them all across the bomb site.
Potentially fun around here for Apogee. Pushing out towards middle, Jacob. Behind this red room smoke will drop an HE grenade, exposes Deletter's position. But this is what I mean, he wasn't even ready for it. So sharp individually though, this guy. Not a brilliant game by any means, but certainly rounds like this, moments like this could be difference makers.
Nice from Demo, though he needs to get 2. He gets 3, that is insane from Demo. Magni is in the clutch now. Stick of the bomb. Dia's gonna go through. Dia will find. Apogee find 10. Again, Demo. He does well to get 1. Shouldn't secure a second, but the 3rd. Ridiculous, that.
Yeah, wow, he's doing everything he can to keep his team in this game. I've seen so many rounds like it now. Great first kill from Delettes. The man advantage, just look at this from Demo. How was he able to find that many? How are the players on the bomb site not taking him down far sooner? Still, of course, 2 opportunities. This one, you could argue, is going to be BetBoom's best. No money in the tank after this.
Yeah, I think this is where you have to say for BetBoom is you've done really well now to get yourself to 12. If you lose this one, you put yourself in hot water. Yeah, no, D, he's kind of now on the same kills as Hypex. He's had a good time on this CT side. I think we have to say that. Again, though, Apogee, as I've said throughout all of their ancient matches, their worst ever result was a 13-10 loss. And again, they've got themselves there.
Jacob opening kill. Maybe the smoke does work out on this occasion. In fact, maybe even just spam the smoke.
I like the creep through cave here. BetBoom have looked to kind of position towards ramp quite a lot. So I think if they can silently take space through cave, this is brilliant. Timing on that molly's perfect because Prism already dropped the flashbang. So that's kind of a wasted bit of util. Frost posting on the angle. Ramp is going to be taken now. Bit of a false truth, but obviously Demo's pushed through A main as well. This is where they're going to be taking space towards ramp. They're going to be taking space towards A main. And Apogee are going to be so certain that it is either in cave or it's middle. Because they've taken all this area. And with the util dropped and the shots firing through, Should be pretty evident that it's Cave. Now they're going to be making their way through. Deledes sending a bit of a pop flash out. Prism fully blinded. Diha gets one. Diha finds a second. And Diha finally taken down from Siren. Jacob rotating in. It's Artfrost in a 1 versus 4. And as we mentioned, this is the best chance here for BetBoom. And it won't come through. Artfrost just going to look to save and found by Demo. Brilliant from Betclic.
All comes down to the final opportunity that BetBoom have to close this out in regulation. Overtime looming. Overtime favoured at this point now. Apogee, maybe these saves, maybe just keep it a strong economy is what they needed, but can they do one more? Up against the Pistols, up against the Tech-9s, and one Galil on Artfrost. It's a fast play through a Demo instantly under this pressure.
He's in a good position, though. He's in a great position. Jacob, Hypex both finding frags. Demo still fully blinded. Hypex again, but Demo, he didn't fire off. Siren in the 1 versus 4 now. Tech-9 in hand. Bomb is dropped. Round is over. Overtime looming. Apogee. They have played plenty of overtimes here on Ancient. Their most recent game on Ancient, there was a 16-14 loss to Batera and OT. Obviously, all this OT talk is contingent on them winning this 3 versus 1, which you certainly hope they do. Talk about devastating ways to lose a map. This would be quite possibly the worst.
Sorry, he's just going to wait out this smoke towards Damien. The issue is even if he takes down Diha, you've still got a full belt of utility on Demo that can be used as follow-up, or even just a quick trade to come through. Second smoke down. Siren is going to have to push through one of these. Nice idea, but position's been made known now. Another nade raining down, 11 points of health. Diha will find through the smoke. We're going to overtime.
Yeah, definitely so. Look, honestly, I think BetBoom, they had, what, 3 chances to close out map 1?
Yeah.
Probably should have been done. But again, look, we question Apogee. Why are we going for these continual saves? Why are we not taking a risk, especially with finances? It was this round here, actually. It was Diha getting 3 that really changed the game, because not only for Diha did it give him a lot of confidence, but for his team, it just saved their bacon. Moments like this, again, when Prison gets a double, I think there's been a lot of multi-frags from Betclic that has really helped them.
Yeah, Demo in particular, that round as well. Look, that was man advantage, that one you see there. The first opportunity that BetBoom had to close things out. See Demo go nuclear. Elevated up on the boost. Play out mid, Demo gets a double, and this man just wants to win Ancient more, it feels. Very dominant first round of OT from Apogee on their CT side. Both teams, of course, leading 7 rounds on their defensive side of things. So you would imagine both teams are looking pretty good here. Artfrost missed AWP shot.
Ibex just backing away to CT.
Yeah, not even interested.
No, doesn't want anything to do with it. It's a 2v5. For Betclic, who cares if they get the bomb down? Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. There's not going to be any real financial gain. Apogee, just make sure you win the round. Honestly, you could just wait out all this utility. You can play this as a full 5v2 retake. Just save your util. They've now had the bomb tap. Now we're going to see these rotations come through. The letters will get taken down by Demo, though. 3rd of the round. And it leaves Artfrost in a 1v5. Demo. He wants more. He wants the quad. Oh, hello. Artfrost will get the no-scope, though. First on the score sheet for Artfrost. Trying to connect the impossible shot. And this is not the clutch you'd want to be in. Not only dodging death at every turn, but the utility as well, trying to steer clear of Betclic. They will find 13. No regulation, though. And BetBoom now taking the time to talk things through.
Yeah, using that overtime pause. Very early here. Don't want to save it for the defensive side. They feel like they've got good enough defense. They've just got to find some rounds here now on this T side, because, of course, if you do remember, they technically only found 3 full buy rounds. A couple of them came from the win in the pistol and the conversion. Betboom actually won both pistols in this series. Still, you can make the argument when the full buys are being out, Apogee have just been slightly better.
Yeah, I think that's been safe to say. But again, I think it's because we keep having these magic moments. We keep seeing these demo 3Ks, you know, Prism doubles. We're seeing Deha getting activated, Jacob as well. Whereas for Betboom, it's kind of more of a team performance in a lot of rounds. But when they are lacking that kind of it factor, when they don't have one person to really make the difference, the rounds do look very dominant for Apogee. This could be a perfectly timed call, though. They head on to the A-bomb side. There is not a single soul to defend. Demo from deep. 22 points of health. Hypex. Missed shot. Oh, combination kill between Deha and Demo. Siren will get that trade. 3 versus 3, though. Not much utility either for Betboom. They drop their final smoke. Jacob. Oh, Siren. Whether it's a pre-fire, he spotted him. Great for Siren. Missed shot from Hypex again in the nade of Magni, as we'll find. It's on Deha. 1 versus 3. Flash in CT and he goes for the spam. Information of Deha's positioning and Artfrost can find him. So Betboom, 13 apiece now.
Yeah, unfortunately, a couple of missed shots there from Hypex, particularly the one where he nades the smoke open, because not only does he miss the shot and not give his team sort of a level 2v2 again, the player who kills him is the one that he should have found. The nade that player thrown, he would have kept himself alive if he found that kill, but wasn't able to. So all square here, heading into the final round of first half of OT. He's still thrown out in mid, but the T's haven't actually taken the space, and it looks like they're going to go for a very similar round. Happy with the results in the last and want to go for it again. Go all out.
It's because of how much. It's because of how much Betboom have been looking to fight towards both cave and middle in the early portions of every round. It literally feels like Betboom have spent the whole of that T side kind of saying, okay, well, we're going to fight heavily towards mid and B, and if it goes OT, we're just going to hit A 3 times. Or at least A twice in a row. And it's worked out brilliantly. It's a 5v5 retake. With Deledas and Artfrost finding. He leaves a retake from Jacob now. He's got to go huge. Magni yes again. Artfrost as well. That's 14 found from Betboom. Majority 1 here on the T side.
Yeah, that one tactical pause felt like it was a real difference maker. We saw Apogee sort of get some momentum from the end of regulation, able to carry it through into the start of overtime, but one pause sort of just getting the understanding that Ace felt pretty vulnerable. They're putting a lot of stock into middle. We might be able to capitalize on this and do the same round. Almost run it back to back there. And it works out both times. Really good stuff from Betboom to give themselves back in the lead, as well as moving on to the side that both teams in regulation did favour. Two rounds is what Betboom need to close things out here. Got AUG on Siren. Don't see this weapon too much. He's getting aggressive with it as well.
And that's why. That's why you don't see it too much. Not worked out too well. Honestly, if you got the AUG posted, if you got it posted on the right hand side, I wouldn't have thought that'd be a bad position at all.
Oh, he'd be obviously aggressive for the one hit headshot potential. That would be why, but yeah, certainly not necessarily the weapon you'd want at the closest of ranges.
I feel like it's kind of activation isn't as easy. Boomich just backing away. It's a bait. It's perfect. Frost will find Prism. Now, do they recognize that it's a double A setup? Oh, nice nade from Boomich, but Jacob incredible find there onto Artfrost. Boomich still alive on the back of the bomb site. Rotating in is Deledes. Great positioning from Boomich. Deledes swings off that contact and it's Hypex in a 1 versus 3, but found. Betboom secure 15. They've had 3 opportunities to close out the map in regulation. Obviously, finances caused some problems in that last one, but now they've got 2 more full buys again. They're on the CT side here, the favoured side, as you mentioned, from both teams.
I mean, everything just came through Boomich there. You see the initial kill found from Boom is Boomich baiting in Artfrost. And then even towards the bomb site there, finds 2 kills, baits in Deletas to find the final one as well. Really good stuff from Boomich, just taking away all the pressure from his teammates, as well as having 3 kills in that round himself. Apogee using their tactical pause to discuss things out now. They brought things back from 3 rounds down to come to overtime. Can they do it for another 2 rounds to go to second overtime, or are Bet Boom going to walk away with Apogee's map selection?
Yeah, as we mentioned, Apogee, obviously they like to pick Nuke a lot themselves, but still, it's the idea that Betclic, I think they would have come into the vetoes going, well, we're going to pick Ancient, actually, because we know you're going to pick Nuke, and then we have 2 maps that we're really strong on. Well, it's not really worked on map 1. Not to say it hasn't been close, we're in overtime.
Oh, certainly has been. That's what I wanted to see from this series. Like I said, I think this is the marquee matchup of the playoffs for me. Or at least of today, at least. And I think the way it's gone down has been exactly what I could have asked for. Boomich here potentially could give up the early kill to Hyped. We'll get that info, but Hyped just holding. Easy kill for him. And man advantage for Apogee. We'll look to back away slightly. Deletas has all their space. Down towards ramp. Magnia just go for a bit of a peek through cave. Back towards A, the T's go. Artfrost and Siren are both on this bomb site. Util comes out in the collat. Artfrost has got a double, the man advantage swapped, and Artfrost gets one more. Surely nothing else. Artfrost cannot be silenced. Posted up now. Not given the chance of the ace. Deletas rotates into fine, and Bet Boom with 16. What a way to end it. Artfrost, honestly, I don't think he's done all too much that has been sort of worth sort of singing from the rooftops, but what a round there.
Yeah, look, Artfrost, again, it's just right place, right time. But then after getting the collat, you're thinking, okay, well, that's him done. And then he gets 2 more. Brilliant from Artfrost. Obviously, Magniez was the highlight of Bet Boom there. Now that we're going to be moving to Nuke, it's a map that both teams that look pretty decent on. Again, though, it's another game that's gone OT here on Ancient for Apogee, and it's not been them victorious. How do you think that's going to fare when we move to map 2? How do you think that's going to play at the mental game?
I mean, it's probably not going to play much differently to what we've seen from them before, as it's been how many games that they look decent at, but the games that they lose, again, they lose overtime, they lose 13-11. Feels like it might be a bit more of a actual larger issue than just specifically on one map. On the flip side of things, Betclic on a pretty decent streak of this, so certainly the chance for both teams is just going to be who's going to step up and take it. Siren out towards A, dodging the initial bullets. Wow, what an entry from Siren towards A. Boomich finds one onto D here as well, and the bomb can get planted with the advantage for Betclic.
Yeah, obviously, retake's going to be tough here. They haven't actually got that much real estate, and the issue is, as well, is Betclic, they are now readjusting, holding for lobby. Demo has kind of slipped the net a little. Himself in a decent position. Demo with 2. Oh, that is insane. Man advantage now. We need to see Magnius find him, but Demo with another, and Jacob finds that there's enough time for the defuse. They didn't have the space, they didn't have the control, but they had the brilliance of Demo in that round to find 3. And now, Betclic, they can build that start on the CT side of Nuke. Obviously, with the bomb plant, we will see an investment. Look, I mentioned throughout Ancient that Betclic, generally the games are pretty close. Pretty much the same with Nuke. Going back all the way till just after the player break, their first match back was against Kalesi at Fragadelphia. That was, what, 19th of July? So it's been, what, a month? In the last month of playing this map as well, their worst loss is a 13-11. And there's been 4 of them, and they've had a 19-17 loss as well. So again, I think a fair few of these stats are somewhat skewed. Obviously for Betboom, though, they've only got 3 losses in the last 3 months on this map. One of which being 13-11, one of which being OT, and the other being a 13-8 loss to Astralis. So you can understand the reasons for them. Fortunate to be alive is Prism.
Yeah, Ibex will secure that early kill, but it's going to be something that in the last Betboom have to look at and say, what are we doing? 2 brilliant entries, you've got a 2-man advantage, you still let that pistol slip, just should not be the case. This second round force found a decent bit of damage early, but the nades outside just chipping away at Magniez. They got the man advantage. In fact, not even the force actually, it's just this eco. It's just Artfrost that's invested a little bit more. Probably knowing that he's not going to get the AWP out anyway, and doesn't mind maybe taking a hit on the weapon if that is the case.
I might just try and get a Mac 10 down the vent. I always feel like if you get a player down the vent or down towards Secret early on, you have such an advantage in the round. What damage onto Ibex? Jacob, though, will find. Artfrost with a reposition now holding towards Garage. Nice find from Artfrost. All the low HP of Prism. Jacob is killable with the body shot to the scout.
Yeah, time ticking. Players falling now. It's all on Deledes. Any damage that can be dealt will be nice, but Jacob with a triple there, even after being tagged down early. And Apogee secured 2 reasonably comfortably there. Investments, of course, being bought out. We knew Artfrost was going to be on a weaker weapon, invested in that scout.
It's interesting because when you look at the stats, this first half is actually the weaker side for both teams. So I think if we could see one team have a hefty lead, I think they'll feel pretty confident. But I'm expecting quite kind of a closer first half, maybe a 7-5 in favour of Betclic, just because they've won the pistol and obviously faced off against the eco. No Mac 10 in this one. It's the Galil, in fact, of the weaker weapons that features for Deledes. There's something I wanted to bring up earlier. Do you think Betboom playing on boot camp is going to give them kind of a big advantage?
I mean, look, you would hope so. If I remember correctly, I swear Apogee didn't have one too long ago.
Yeah.
I might be wrong about that. I might be thinking of a different team. But, yeah, look, it has to make a difference. You're doing it there to really sort of get the grind in and try to sort out some of these issues. So, yeah, you have to look at it as it should be a positive for Betboom. And so far, it has given them a map lead in this series. Peak from Secret from D-Head doesn't find anything. The jumping AK jumps straight into the flashbang, and somehow D-Head is not traded.
Not only is he not traded, he's now got a teammate alongside him. It's the SMGs here in Secret. Prism gets the trade. Prism won't find Deledes, but does pretty much all the damage to take him down. There's 5 HP here on Deledes.
Wow, what a kill from Siren. He's had a couple of really nice kills here. You look at the pistol round with a brilliant entry. That one there as well. Just through the ramp smoke, instantly finding a kill. Demo does find Deledes, and leaves Siren in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, again from Siren. He's 8 HP. Tap the bomb. Apex could get caught. Just a smoke dropped. Siren, another tap here, but Hypex too quick. We'll find him. Siren had a really good chance there actually to win that initial fight because Hypex was kind of dropping down out of the vent. But Siren didn't fully want to take that altercation. Betclic 3-0 up. Expected 4th as well to follow. Orb now in the hands of Hypex. This could be a perfect time for a fast ramp or a fast 8. And with the Tech 9s in play for Bet Boom, I think this would be a brilliant choice.
Yeah, not a single flashbang invested though.
Wow.
Which definitely makes things a bit more difficult, so they are just going to have to go for this outside smoke play. Needed the smoke, but nothing too fast from Bet Boom. Nades aren't going to spot out anything. And the T's can start to push the spams from Jacob, sort of thread the needle in between 2 players there. And aren't going to find anything. 4 of the T's have made it down towards the lower site, while Siren starts to throw some fake util towards A to keep the rotations on this upper site. And it's worked perfectly. Demo's the only player who's anywhere near rotating in towards ramp.
And he's only heading down the ramp now. Bomb's going to go planted. Demo taking contact. We've still got Siren still here. Will fall to Prism though. Timer is ticking. Look, there's a lot of utility on players like Hypex, but with that smoke dropped, it's going to delay and kind of force these retaking ramp players into this side. Demo. A little bit toyed with. Nice damage onto Demo. Deledes can swing at any moment. Demo gets 1. Magniez. There's a missed shot seen. Boomich finds D here as well. Hypex falling. Prism and Jacob all that remain. Out in the open here. There's such minimal time. That fight alone could take them both down to the bomb. Wow. Jacob certainly falling. Prism surviving, but Bet Boom, it was a half buy. And they found victory there. But again, it's the fact that 4 players got down onto the B-bomb site. Bomb was getting planted before any contact was made.
And more importantly, look what it has done to the economy of the CT side. They're going for the full investment here. We've got FAMAS's in play. Next to no util on Hypex, Prism. Even the players that have invested in weaker weapons like D here are still missing vital pieces of utility. And yeah, like you said, it's the play for outside. Dropping the smoke grenades, the nades spot nothing. And Siren just keeping the attention with some util over towards there. It's a nice call. I really like that play from Bet Boom. And even if they don't win the round, it's a nice idea just to get yourself on the lower site. Get the bomb planted. And even if they lose but find a couple of kills, you'd look at that and say, yeah, that's a pretty good half buy. They do one better, Hypex will get the opening kill. So even with the weaker weapons, weaker buy, Betclic still with the man advantage.
Obviously, Hypex, one of the premium weapons here. Not to say that work can't be done with the FAMAS and the MP9, but nice find from Boomich. Molly down on the lower ramp as well, just in case Demo was able to drop. A lot of space has been taken here from D-Hat. Teammate behind him in Prism and can find that frag. They're going to re-wrap towards Heaven, though. This is a great call. The A-bomb site is open. Although they've lost control towards Lobby, there's not much utility for this retake. There's, what, 2 smokes, and that's about it. If Bet Boom can get the bomb down and have 2 players towards Heaven, this could be ridiculous. Early utility coming through now. Prism not blinded, and Prism finds 2. And now Boomich in a 1v4. He's kind of taking his time to plant this bomb. Looking to isolate the fight. Reposition out of Boomich. He's got 30 seconds to work with now. Needs to find D-Hat. But D-Hat's disengaging. Steps have been heard now. Excellent from D-Hat. Boomich maneuvering round to ramp now. We can get the bomb down on B, to be fair.
Yeah, someone has to rotate down, and Jacob is going to. We'll make it down beforehand. Look at all the CTs. No bomb plant going to be allowed for you, Boomich. We'll find the first kill. Probably not.
How has he got the bomb down? How is that
We'll
even possible?
actually get this point. There's 3 players on the lower site.
He needs to just take this fight onto Hypex.
Usually he'll swing too wide. The players towards Deacon was fine. Out with the Glock. Does find 1. I mean,
He's just
yeah,
got the Glock. Look,
you've
he's
got to
done
give
so
credit
well.
to Boomich, yeah, in what felt like an impossible, even finding a kill in that spot. You saw the 3 squeaky setup that the CTs were running. It felt tough to even find anything. Going down on the low side, finding a bomb plant and 2 kills, yeah, hats off to him. Keeping the
obviously
economy low.
Yeah, the issue is Boom actually had to invest pretty much all into round number 5. Even though they won in the previous, everyone was taken down. So it's not as though they gained kind of any financial benefits by saving weaponry and stuff like that after winning with the half buy. So there is some weaknesses here. We got the Mac 10 on Deledes, a Deagle on Art Frost. Rifles in the hands of Boomich, Magnias, and Siren though. Really nice attempt there from Boomich, so. As 1v4s go with minimal time and 4 people holding you, I think he's done quite well. Setup here is really good though. Orb taking contact. Jacob will find Siren as well. 2 versus 5. A 1v5. Magnias. Even find Prism, so 4 survivors. Money's looking really good for Apogee, and same with the scoreline. 5-1. With it just being the half buy now from BetBoom, we can expect 6 now found.
Yeah, rounds are looking really good for Apogee right now. That on a map that it felt like we were sort of building up to be similar to Ancient in terms of both teams like this map. We saw how close map number 1 was with similar statistics there. Not necessarily getting the same results just yet. BetBoom haven't shown them their best yet. Only round that they have won was that half buy. Full buys haven't exactly yielded the same success, and it feels like a lot of that is just due to the opening kills. Haven't seen a whole lot of them for BetBoom here on this map. I want to say we've only seen 1. I think that sort of says it all and speaks volumes when that is the case, but it's the half buy again. They could look for a similar play that they had in the last, going for an outside play, but it's going to be a bit more hefty utility towards A early.
Boomich could drop into main here. We'll be able to find one. Retrieving an AK now from Boomich. It's going to be so chaotic. Magnias will find. Boomich with the trade, though. Orb shot connecting for Hypex. Brings it down to the 2 versus 2. Out of the heavens is Demo, and he gets 2. Great retake and rotation from both Hypex and Demo. Obviously, they're the 2 players in heaven, and they find 4 between them.
It's the half buy rounds that look honestly like some of the most convincing from BetBoom here.
Because they're playing with speed, they're playing with confidence, they're playing with the kind of, well, if we lose the round, it doesn't matter. We're meant to lose this round. And I think sometimes people and teams forget that you can be as systematic and kind of cohesive as you want on your T side and play, you know, the perfect round within your mind. But sometimes all it takes is just a fast play. You get a player caught up with util in hand, and you're just going to have such an advantage in that fight. So, you know, look to play fast. Magnias finding Jacob. Sends the molly to force Prism back. Diha will take down Magnias in the process, though. Art Frost looking to retrieve that AK.
Yeah, just taking sort of a fraction of a second to throw the Molotov delays how quickly Magnias can get into Secret and actually takes him down. But still this 4v4 after that initial kill, and you can see on the minimap now, no one's down towards the lower site. Won't take too long for Hypex to rotate down.
They've got a double ramp setup currently. You might assume Hypex to get posted on one of the doors here, but not done so yet. There's still a lot of utility here for BetBoom. They've got, what, 2 Molotovs. They've got the smoke, a fair few flashes as well. Util's raining down on the lower side, and it's not a single bit of movement here in the Molotov. Boomich has heard 1. Already a rotation down from Demo through the vents. Prism holding for Siren. Timing could be worse for Prism. Siren's still playing here towards lobby. Diha now towards ramp. Obviously, we expected a bit of a quicker first responder from Apogee. A bit slow. The lettuce, nice find, and Diha and Hypex just going to look to save. Siren might take those chances away. Hypex, though, very well prepared. Nice find from Hypex. Important that BetBoom have now won their kind of first real full buy, but however much the sentiment better late than never can be said, already Betclic, worst case scenario, it's a tied up half, and I feel like we're going to be seeing a little bit more from them, at least a 1.
Yeah, it'll be interesting in terms of what we see from this round, though. Because this could be the chance that BetBoom need. We saw that around a couple of... honestly, a couple of rounds ago where... off of the half buy that BetBoom won, and it really limited the finances for the CT side. They did get out an investment, but they were missing a decent bit of utility. They were missing perfect weapons on players, diffuse kits, things like that. But BetBoom couldn't take their chance. They might be able to here.
Yeah, it would be huge for BetBoom. It gives them that slight kind of building block on this T side. Prism's already rotated down the vents. There's so much information here for Apogee. Prism gets this cleared. Down, yeah, simple stuff. Magniez gets the headshot as well, just in case. Demo, though, on the B-bomb site. And we've seen so many multi-kills from Demo. If there's a player to get kind of a huge round, it would be him. Already, though, they spotted the rotates down the ramp, so they could look to repivot towards A. Boomich has already taken all this space, and Apogee are thinking, oh, well, we've got this kind of already a player on the B-bomb side. We've got this double rotation down from ramp. You can head to B, but you're going to be met with a lot of contest. Yeah, BetBoom, they've planted on the A-bomb side. I love the repivot there from BetBoom. Somewhat solidifies this round. And for Apogee, they are just going to look to save. Hypex can drop. Same with Demo. And it means they're going to get an investment in round number 10. I think it's the right choice, but still.
Yeah.
Great from BetBoom to not only win the previous round, but to double down. As we've mentioned, the T side hasn't been so good for them. At least they're showing some signs towards the latter portion.
Yeah, maybe just perhaps a bit late to really sort of get off the mark here on this map, but Corlin's looking significantly better now. Right decisions being made, and I agree with you. I think Apogee don't have much of a choice but to save this one. We already highlighted financially things can look a bit dicey if they end up losing all 5 players in this one, but the fact they're able to keep these guns alive, the players who did have a little more cash can drop over. We'll have no issues getting out a perfect buy here. First tactical pause being called now. CT's realising, okay, BetBoom was starting to find their way into this game. This was 6-1. I want to try to stop this streak before any real momentum can be picked up. This is why I wouldn't mind seeing some change up from the CTs. Maybe a bit of an aggressive peak from Hypex. Maybe some outside aggression from the CTs. Get someone back red. Something like that. Maybe even just someone towards Secret early. BetBoom have been looking to exploit that portion of the map on a number of occasions. And we've been saying rotations haven't been perfect from the CTs here. Maybe that could be the best way to defend that lower site.
Yeah, I think as well you could just get Hypex playing from heaven, kind of searching above the smokes in the hopes to just spot someone in a bad position.
Boomich dropping towards main. We saw him do this with a Tech 9. This time he's going deeper towards outside. Gonna have a 1v1 onto Jacob, which he already is a little bruised from. Got Siren trying to support him now.
The ladder's been chipped away at as well. Magniz without any utility. It's not as though he can send Boomich in. Again, though, Boomich could kind of slip the net. Obviously, Jacob's playing from really deep in CT. Setup on A is going to be so tough for the T's to crack. Not only have they got Diha playing from top hut, you've got Prism close squeaky, and then Hypex posted up towards hut. Smoke fading, Prism finding, Siren has fallen in this one. Obviously, in the meanwhile, BetBoom have looked ahead here towards outside, but a strong setup. We've got Demo and Prism here. Boomich been allowed to cross. Has anyone spotted them head down towards B? They haven't. Prism has rotated down, though. Nice find from Prism again. 2-man advantage now for Apogee. Prism makes it 3. Can't make it 4, but he's done a lot of work. And Demo's already down. Oh, he spotted Boomich just on the corner of the smoke, and it's Arfrost in a 1v4. Gets the first. 10 seconds on the clock. Needs to find Demo. Won't be able to do so. 7 secured now for Apogee. They will take the half regardless of these final 2.
But it was Prism, big moment from him. 13 kills this game. We've seen him have plenty of high impact maps, moments, rounds, whatever it may be in the last sort of couple of months in particular. But that one could be one to top of them all. Just 3 kills found. Spacing not really good enough from BetBoom. Prism's able to fully optimize and capitalize on that. Oh, Jacob is getting aggressive like I asked for, and he is able to find one. How is he getting 2? Able to back away. Sure, he's low HP, but he's given his team the man advantage here. Bedboom just left guessing. Oh, Jacob could push into a low HP Deledes. Shadow spotted. Simple kill from Deledes to make it back to this 3v3. But he's very isolated from the rest of his team.
It's all conditioned that he's got to take down Deledes.
Deledes has the bomb as well, so things do get really awkward. Prism has been spotted.
This is going to force Deledes surely into the hands and path of Diha.
Arfrost, I thought Arfrost was going to come and clear this portion with him, but in fact, these are heading towards the lower side. See on the minimap, this is the right call. Demo started to realise as he rotates down himself.
Nice tap there from Siren. Demo deleted, and Diha now 1 versus 3. BetBoom will find themselves their 4th.
Started as an advantage round from Apogee as well. Brilliant double outside from Jacob. But Deledes uses awkward position to kind of lock Diha into playing that angle, just waiting for him to rotate up. And Prism unfortunately got sort of timed and sort of 4x3'd a little bit. And from there, a good call, good mid-round decision making from BetBoom. I mean, it's been night and day from sort of the calling from the first sort of 6-7 rounds to now. It feels like they're calling near enough a perfect T-side a lot of these times.
As well, I think we're not having those kind of crazy moments from Betclic. We're not seeing kind of those insane doubles that just completely change the round. But again, it's led for a much closer game, which is kind of what we were hoping for. You know, if we saw Apogee just absolutely stomp, I'd be feeling, well, this is quite reminiscent of the previous series.
Oh, fast hit towards A, Prism. 5-7 in hand, looks the wrong way, but actually isn't cleared by the Mac-10. And Diha on the back of the bomb site finds a triple. You said we're not seeing any of the crazy doubles. No, we're not. We see 3. And Diha makes it a quad kill. How is he finding 4 on the back of the bomb site? We see Prism go down, and somehow Diha has just been given 3 1v1s there. I like the call of the fast there, and I think it would have worked out, but you've got to make sure you do the basics, just clear and trade together until you got that bomb site. Then you can start sort of splitting off and looking to hold for any of these rotations in. It's an 8-4. I think it's an okay recovery from BetBoom towards the end there, winning 3 out of those final 5. Just giving themselves a bit more to fight with because things were looking a little bleak at times there. There's still certainly a good CT side from Apogee.
I think what we do have to say as well is, look, Demo's doubled his kills in that final round, which is nuts.
Well, it looks a bit awkward here. Siren finds a double, takes him a long time to go down though, but the rotating Boomich finds nothing and it's all on Deledes, spotted towards heaven. This could give Apogee just that slight boost that they need, but Deledes is being able to isolate one, he finds them both. 1v2 for BetBoom. And Apogee around that really could have just sort of springboarded them towards map number 3 in this series. Has gone against him, and Deledes is the reason why.
Yeah, obviously Deledes, he got a double in that final round, and there was that kind of slight worry where I'm thinking, is Deledes going to turn a 1v4 to a 1v1, but wasn't given the opportunity. But in this one, was given those heads up 1v1 fights and did confirm it.
Boom, it's an easy double the Mac 10. Tons of damage dealt with the HE nades. And it's all in prison. 1v5. Glock in hand. Boom, have him sandwiched. And eventually we'll be pushing back to the Lord's lobby, where Boomich will find his third kill with the MP9. Easy 6th. Lots of money grown from that round as well. Sure, we've got a couple of SMGs. Sure, we have a FAMAS. But I feel like Nuke is one of those maps where you can play it towards top part. You can maybe get someone boosted up on towards ramp. A lot of positions where these SMGs can have tons of impact still, so I don't necessarily think it's going to be a huge detriment to BetBoom in this one. But still, 2 rounds behind, Apogee have weapons in play.
And not much utility. They have opted to prioritise the guns, which could come at a cost for them in this round.
He has spammed a little bit through that smoke there. Magnias does some decent damage, but just plays slightly deeper from outside. Oh, Delet is almost spotted while throwing util towards ramp. Do have 2 CTs rotated in if we need to. But Arfrost has now rotated away.
As I said before, this is both teams' preferred sides, or more successful sides, I guess you could say. Nice from Boomich, will find Hypex. An advantage here for BetBoom, double rotation up heaven. Ollie denying Demo any aggression. Oh, we see the dink there onto Prism. Boomich goes for the swing, he spots out 2. Boomich can get another. Okay, that is insane from Boomich. Arfrost confirms the double of the damage that Boomich dealt. D has spotted towards outside, feeling the pressure from both heaven and main, but yet to be taken down and will fall to Magniez. Excellent there from Boomich. Again, he's got a weaker weapon, but he's making things work here.
Yeah, some of the weaker weapons that were invested into the round from BetBoom have been upgraded to these AKs. So money's looking pretty hot for them. Could have gone AWP out for Artfrost. Seems like he wants to just play with the AK on this one, aware that it's likely going to be a half bite from the T's. Half bites can be very lethal on Nuke though. And it's going to be this fast A. We can see what these pistols can do, but it's well read from the CT side. They've got 4 players towards this side of the map. And just that extra man, they were so ready for what we were going to see. Do suffer a couple of casualties, but I think they'll take that every day of the week. Look, they win against the pistols. I always love a fast A on Nuke, but BetBoom just sending 4 players early to defend A is a great counter to it.
Yeah. I feel like you don't see that much anymore, right? I feel like a lot of the time people are looking to apply pressure towards ramp, whether it's kind of a double or 3 towards outside. I actually really like the, well, if you're going to go down towards B, we've got someone on ramp. You can't get to a bomb site without going towards, you know, if you go outside, you can't get to a bomb site directly from there. So you're just going to play on towards A. I really like it.
Leveled up game here. Just to remind everyone who is just tuning in, this was 6-1 for Apogee. Obviously, a lot of this success that BetBoom have found, you've got to give credit to Deletis from winning that 1v2 in the pistol. Could have seen a very different looking scoreline.
Important round though for Betclic. It's another investment, and if they allow BetBoom to not only close the gap and tie the game and then obviously take the lead, that's where things get a little bit scary. But Boomich, nice find onto D, her man advantage again. We've got a double ramp set up. Deletis, he just needs to take contact. That's all he needs to do. I just don't know why we're seeing Magnias tucked away in the corner if we're not seeing Deletis take contact.
I think he's really spotted there and just doesn't want to re-peek and give up his life. So instead just tries to pick a timing, but the issue is, like you said, his teammate just goes down. 1-for-1 for Prism towards A. And the T's are making their way through here. Molotov down.
Great molly. So much work done from Siren. Not only just the Molotov, but his bullets as well. It is this 2 versus 2. Oh, flash up the vent. Galedes. The flash is not going to blind Demo. 1 versus 2 now for Boomich. But again, this whole round has been made possible for Betclic because Deledes doesn't take contact from Ram. He literally just needs to uncrouch and crouch again. And I think Magniez finds 2 there in the corner. Boomich, he has dropped into the bomb site. Hypex has got that information. Oh, he's worried that he's got the bomb. Hypex will find him anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
And first round of this T side from Apogee taken. A lot of close gunfights found. But as soon as the player event goes down, there's no easy trade for Boomich, and it was constantly one for one all across the map until that 1 kill. Tactical pause here for BetBoom. They did have enough money to invest in another round. Still got a decent bit of money in the bank on players like Art Frost. Magniez as well. But BetBoom have done well to keep themselves nice and competitive in this one. Have to make sure that they can continue things that way.
A crazy ton of events though. Look, BetBoom were down and out in this game, right? They won 1/2 by. They were 6-1 down. So although they haven't gained the lead yet, they brought themselves in a very good spot. Elevated angle for Magniez. I always feel like this position towards top credit is that kind of perfect embodiment of high risk, high reward. They drop down onto main. Magniez not heard it, but will be able to back away. Goes for a bit of a spam. Jacob towards top main. Magniez gets the dink, but Jacob connects the 4 bullets just in time. Damage from Siren as well. Both Jacob and Hypex really low.
It says, will they be finished off? Though is going to be the question. We do have Deledes on this lower site. He is the only player for now. Frost has rotated in with the AWP. Still no guarantee it's going to be this playthrough B. We could see Jacob and Demo look for something on A, and if they find the success, we could quickly see the T's make their way up vents. They're just seeing what the A players can do, and not a lot. Jacob goes down to Siren. This is such a risk if we see Demo go for this as well, because if he gets taken down, this could be this round all said and done, and Demo does go down. Is man advantage to BetBoom now?
Yes, Siren as well. Nice second. Spam coming through Prism, dealing a little bit of damage. Hypex up the vent. Hypex playing from top hard though. Deledes. Oh, he gets the molly off. Deledes. It's going to be difficult to try and deal here. Frost finds Prism though. Hypex. They know he's towards top heart. Surely they know this, right?
I don't know if they know he's gone back up though. Still low HP. Siren's able to find. Just Demo. Sorry, Hypex tagged away. He's not able to find anything more. Nice attempt from Hypex. But it's the fact that Hypex gets a kill, drops off, and then just makes his way back up, because we don't see the instant swing from the squeaky player. Wants to play it by the numbers, wants to go for the trade. It allows that to come through, but a nice attempt from Hypex nonetheless. But it is an even game, 9-9. Has to be said, it's a decent advantage there for Apogee in that round. And look, they don't know how many players are towards the lower site, and they don't want to fully commit into a sort of stacked bomb site. So they search for something towards A. For me, as soon as Jacob goes down, send him in, sure, he's low HP. As soon as Jacob spots contact, that should be for me. Okay, this player's towards A, we've just made contact. I'll take the risk and go down to the lower site. But instead you make your Demo go for a 1v1 as well. You still don't know how many players are actually on this A bomb site, you just know that one player's there at least. So you're just essentially sending 2 players, split from one another, to search and probe out towards A, and it ends up making it that disadvantage situation.
Yeah, a bit of a risk there, has to be said. Damage there. Few bullets connecting to many. D is in main already though. Siren's under a lot of pressure, but with Magnius finding one, he alleviates said pressure. Prism gets the double though. Apogee don't have to force their way into this A bomb site if they don't feel the need to. Waiting for kind of reactivation from BetBoom.
Yeah, not moving
I don't
muscle
like
hit.
Yeah, I don't like they're stalling this out. They don't really have the util to play so late. There's what, 35 seconds now? I don't really see why Apogee have done this. I guess it is because they're trying to kind of wait for an over-aggressive play. But it's clearly going to be this play through 8. Prism has spotted the player towards top rafters, though. Taken down. Siren does well to get one, and now Hot Player's trying to deal with him, but Arfrost is rotated in time. He's on the back of the bomb site. Still thinks he's towards heaven, though. Hypex is so sure he's in heaven. Missed shot here from Artfrost. And now Hypex. Okay, Artfrost. He still gets the kill. But I'm sure in that moment, his teammates' hearts would have been moving at a mile a minute the second he misses that shot. 10th round, though, is secured for BetBoom. Apogee, no bomb plant, but they're going to be going for the investment here. They've got a decent bit of money in the reserve.
I mean, very dicey situation. One AWP shot, you can see the fear factor that does come with it. But switch to the USB and just needs a single bullet to connect. You easily see a world where the bomb carrier gets off, swaps to the AK, instant headshot. But luckily for Artfrost, not going to be the case. This is BetBoom taking the lead. 6-1 down on this map.
This is also a Betclic round, like, requirement. They lose this, it goes 12-9, and that's where BetBoom just needing 1 out of 3 on the CT side. I feel like it would just be it'd be too simple for them. It'd be too easy. So this is where we need to have those heroic moments. I think Jacob, he's got to come in the clutch. He's got to come through here for Apogee. It's been Prism doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Not a lot of util from Betclic Apogee, so what they do use, they have to make full usage of smokes down, deep smokes outside. Players can sneak into garage here.
For the diagonal smokes. Nice fight from D here onto Magniez. Magniez, not with the perfect performance here on Nuke. The difference is everyone else is kind of stepping up around him. I know it hasn't been great for Deledes either, but Artfrost, Siren, Boomich are all having their moment. Honestly, this has been one of the toughest games from Magniez that I've seen in quite some time, especially towards outside. He has a lot of impact here, generally. Clear the Betclic, they've done their research of how Magniez likes to play on the CT side. So with the man advantage, Betclic, again, they're looking to slow things down. Boomich is taking space here towards lobby. This is all going to be about timing. Artfrost and Deledes got this double ramp setup going. Molly just dropped. Deledes rotating down. Gambling away from ramp. 3 players to maneuver here through single door. Deledes gets the first. Deledes with a second. No third though, but he's brought it to a 3 versus 3. Demo spotted towards ramp. Great find from Artfrost. Molly seen. Knows there's another and Artfrost will find him. And it's Prism in a 1 versus 3. He's been the hero here for Apogee and he needs to come through again. This time, surely too much. Boomich gets the trade. 11 found from BetBoom. And now Apogee, they have got a real question to ask themselves. Whether it's worth going for the 4 set. Prism's got 5k. The rest can get out AKs, maybe Galil's with the utility. But if they go for the force and they lose, and they don't get a bomb plant, it gets a dicey investment. But BetBoom extend the lead once again. 11-9 now.
I mean, that is, I suppose, the one silver lining Betclic can take from this CT side, or from this T side, sorry. Because it has been so horrendous, they do at least have a lot of loss bonus. And that bomb plant, you see the difference it does make. It allows for this investment to come through. But again, piece of util missing. No AWP on Hypex if he wants to bring one out.
Oh,
Smokes down towards outside. This gunfight, we've seen it in the last round. Diha comes out on top again.
Honestly, Magniez has really, really struggled. D has looked decent when it comes to these opening duels between these two. And the thing is, Magniez, he's looking to dive into Secret. The issue is there's no flash to blind Diha. There's no utility to help Magniez get down there. It seems like he's making many individualistic plays and they're not panning out at all. But Artfrost finding Prism, realizing that it's going to be this play down towards B to Deledes. He's got himself in a really good position here. Just tucked away towards Dark. He will get taken down. Boomich is in a great... Oh, it's a collapse from Artfrost. That is the second collateral we've seen from Artfrost in this series. And Boomich gonna get a freebie. It's now 12 for BetBoom. And money's really tough for Apogee. But that is so unlucky and unfortunate. I still think the round would have gone the way of BetBoom. But a devastating collateral for Artfrost once again.
I've got a pretty horrifying stat line for you, Fred, and everyone at home. This game, BetBoom have had 7 opening kills.
That's a rough one. 7 out of 21?
7 out of 21. The rest have all gone the way of Apogee, and still, they're the ones in the lead. And that's the thing. You'd normally look at a scoreline like this. If it was flipped, you would say, look, it's understandable why Betclic are losing. But Betclic have been the ones who have found the opening duels. They're the ones who should be winning these rounds. But somehow, BetBoom have always bounced back. And you've seen it even just in the last couple, where D has been the one to find these early kills, but it's just not able to be capitalised upon. And
it's because they
BetBoom
stall
with
out.
3 chances.
Honestly, when Betclic were playing fast on their T side, it was working, right? They were having success, and then they slow things down. They look to get frags, and then they just don't really kind of do anything with it. They allow BetBoom to kind of take space, rotate round, play as a unit, get the kills back. I just don't know why we're not seeing Betclic looking to actually pounce on the success that they've gained.
We saw map number 1 of this series, a 12 to 9 scoreline where BetBoom weren't able to close things out in regulation. Are we going to see the same thing here?
You have fun in Magniez again. We're seeing the altercation between Diha and Magniez go one way. Siren and Boomich combine. It's now this 3 versus 3. Aware of Diha's positioning as well. Boomich worried about Heaven. There are to be a late rotation up from Heaven from Demo. It might be too late, but he's being held now. Boomich, it's all about timing. Boomich will find Demo. Now things get really difficult, but Jacob will get one. Deledes with the first, not the second though. And it's Deledes. Oh, Jacob knows him, and he knows he has to fight, but Deledes will take him down. And that's the series going the way of BetBoom. Unfortunate for Apogee. They were 6-1 up in the 6-1 up in the map, and somehow unvictorious here. So for Apogee, that is their time in the proving grounds over. And obviously for BetBoom, they prevail and move to the quarterfinals.
I mean, look, that last round kind of just says it all about that